Showcase your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect
from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome in, everybody. We're going to start it already. It's only been a few days when we were done with Southeast Asia, and now we're right on to South America. I'm going to join by Bowie. Bowie, excuse me, how are you doing today? This afternoon, this morning for you?
I'm doing super excited. You know, I didn't get to cast that much SCA, and now I'm back here in my homeland. Lots of Dota to be cast. So yeah, super hyped for the start of the day. I'm just a bit sad that got a patch, right? It's not really a patch.
Oh, are we doing this? Is that how we're starting off
Yeah.
the event? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, besides that, I'm pretty happy. But, you know, at least we're going to know the stats. I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to guess most of the picks. So, at least I'm going to feel good about myself.
Yeah, and that's all it is, right? It's that's why the patch was delayed, just so all the analysts could, they had time. Yeah, it is a little bit disappointed that we had the patch. There was no gameplay patch coming with it, but we do have the nice mini game. Fishing is finally in Dota. Who needs to play Stardew Valley when you can play Dota 2? It has it all. And yeah, I am like 0-4 in Turbo Games, trying to get the coins, getting the right coins for to move on in that story. But yes, we are going to be diving into it. It's going to be, I think, a similar matter. Maybe we see some different heroes, if the region is looking, because obviously South America, last time we saw their own kind of little mini methods evolving, excuse me. They played their, what was it, the Omni Knights off lanes were coming out a lot of the time there. It was just something that they like to run. So maybe they have something else up the sleeve here that we might be seeing coming out in the second version of the RES South American region.
Oh yeah, I do hope that it does happen. And I mean, the match of today is pretty interesting, right? We have an X5 that changed a lot of players in the last month, I want to say. They had Mini and they got someone else and they got Mini back. And
Yeah.
just looking at X5, I'm very curious to see how they're going to play. And against the Beastcoast that so far, considering the brand name that they have, didn't really achieve maybe the results that we expected. But, they're keeping the team together. And I think that's something the Beastcoast did really well throughout its entire history. They were always, about building that foundation, actually finding players and improving them. And I do feel like they have the potential. So hopefully, Beastcoast. Do you remember how well they did in the last RES?
I can tell you exactly how well they did in the last RES. Beastcoast didn't even make playoffs. It was. Did they even play? I don't think they played in the last one, Beastcoast.
Maybe they didn't. Maybe they were playing on like some qualifiers, right? Something like that. I think. Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, I want to see them, doing a bit better because they didn't really qualify to most of the tournaments, but they've been very close a lot of times. They're always just bumping heads against the Boom Esports and the Heroics of the world. So very curious to see if they're going to be able to impress us this time.
Yeah, no, looking through, it looks like they didn't play in the last league. You know, it was, like you say, maybe one that was staying out, maybe there's qualifiers going on. They didn't actually pick that up. And yeah, so that's something that I'm looking forward to seeing, that it was... You know, it's a refresh for me. I'm not familiar with... I know Moose kind of by name, but these players coming through for Beastcoast, I'm not fully aware. So maybe you're going to be able to tell me more about them. You know, I'm a little bit unaware of these players. So what are we looking out for Beastcoast? You know, because, like I say, I think it is a bit of a refresh team. Younger players coming through as well. Who should we be looking at to make an impact here?
Well, I think the first big. So I said Beastcoast didn't change players, but actually, I forgot about this. Gardic left the team in March, and they do have Moose replacing him. And Moose used to be a position 4 player, so it's very interesting. I feel like Moose, when he was shining, actually, like, he was one of the most popular support players in SA, and he kind of. I'm not really sure what happened. I think he tried to play with a couple international stacks and never really clicked for him. And the fact that he's willing to change positions to make it work here with Beastcoast, I think, is pretty cool. And he is a player. He's definitely the player with the highest experience out of all of these guys, right? They're all very new compared to him. So I'm curious to see how he's going to be able to kind of unite this team. Because it always felt like Beastcoast, even though they have these really good players, maybe they needed a better captain, or maybe not better is the word, but a more seasoned, a more experienced captain.
Yeah, and again, it feels like the same thing a few regions have gone through. I think Eastern Europe went through it last year, the year before, where the teams are refreshing. You know, they're bringing in these younger players, because Pake and Lumpy, Pake's only 18 and Lumpy is 21. You know, so they've got these newer carry players, these newer core players, these younger core players coming in, trying to prove themselves as well, and they are getting picked up to big name teams. You know, they're having this impact as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Beastcoast are going to do, and like I say, hopefully this refresh, it gets them right back up there, because Beastcoast, you know, for a few years they were, you said South America, and Beastcoast were top of the list, and I think that's where they want to try and get themselves. Of course, that's where they want to try and get themselves back to here.
Exactly. You know, I think like Beastcoast, if you remove the name, you could say like they actually having some pretty decent results in South America, right? Like always at the top, but because it is Beastcoast, I never, try to imply that they're not doing well. It's just that they are probably one of the biggest brands in South America. So we, I guess, have a bit higher expectations, and I'm sure the players also do. So hopefully they're gonna be shining today. As yeah, I mean, looking at X5, I think they are. I mean, they're an interesting team, right? Lots of Brazilians in general. When I have this rule that the most prominent, the best performing teams that have Brazilians, I think 2 is the highest number you can have. So 3, I think you are stretching a little bit there, because that's the dream for most Brazilians, and I think mostly because most of them don't speak Spanish, and most of the Spanish, like the Peruvian players, don't speak Portuguese or English.
Yeah.
It's hard to make it work, but numerically the Brazilians are just so far few in between that it's hard to get as good of players as the Peruvians are. So it's always kind of this dance of actually figuring out either players that speak English and you try to play speaking a language you're kind of familiar with, or you get someone that's so good or that you're friends with and you try to make it work. I think in the past, the biggest name was Alone, and also, I mean, I actually forgot the name of the carry player that used to play with Mini. He actually changed his name like 2 times, and so I forgot. SA has this problem, right? But yeah, there are a couple of mostly Argentinian players that I think are more willing to play with Brazilians.
Yeah, and it looks like Midas Club. They took all the Brazilians here. So X5, they've got the newer players coming through. It feels like, and like I say, those players that we are going to be able to take a look at now. That like I said, maybe a little bit more open to playing with the rest of the South American community here. So looking at X5 again, you look at this player lineup. Is there anyone you're looking at to have that big impact coming in right away? Someone that's going to lead the line, someone that's going to be taking X5 through into those playoffs?
So I think, I'm not sure if we have Alone as a standing today, because on Liquipedia, Sebas is the player that's registered for X5.
Yeah.
But looking at them, I think Hermit to me is probably the standout player. Like for a while, he's been this like really really good offlaner that maybe because he was very new. Actually, okay, so Alone will be playing for the whole tour. Yeah, my bad. It's just
Okay.
that Liquipedia had Sabas, so I assumed. But yeah, Hermit to me is like he's kind of saying that he's the 33 of SA maybe might be a stretch, but I feel
Yeah.
like he could be that person if he finds a better team, if he the right team to kind of make his ideas work out. He's very inventive. To me, he's always the standout player of any team that he plays, just because it feels like the teams usually kind of have to revolve around him.
Okay, and yeah, so looking at it, I mean, X5, like you say, maybe they need to just get that synergy together. There's been a few teams that kind of coming out of nowhere now, starting to make a name for themselves. So X5 trying to do the same, and we'll see how that is going to play out for them. I think in the last one, if we take a look at how they went, they got knocked out by Midas Club in the playoffs, but they did get through to the playoffs, which is a good step for them. So obviously they want to go this time, they want to go a little bit further, get themselves into a good position here in the playoffs and get some more points on the board, because at the end of all of these little regional tournaments, we are going to be playing out for a LAN that's going to be happening in October. So that means you're going to be taking the top 2 from Southeast Asia, the top 2 from South America, the top 4 from Europe in terms of the points that you win. And I think there's going to be 2 invited teams as well to play off into a LAN coming up in the like say in the end of the year towards Octoberish time. So yeah, you need to, every point counts here, and X5 getting themselves into the playoffs, put themselves into a good position to be in that slot, but they do need to go a little bit further this time, because the last time it was Invaders that won it, Midas Club coming in second, and Team Silk and Akatsuki there in the third, fourth place / slot. So yeah, X5, they did make it to the playoffs, but they do need to make that next step now, maybe try and get to the semi-finals, maybe try and actually get to the finals and pick up as many points as possible.
Yeah, speaking of those points, I think it's worth mentioning to the viewers that unfortunately the old X5 changed 2 of their cores. So those points, they are shared between all 3 cores of the team, which means they only hold now a third of the points that they had. Hermit was the only core that still remains in the teams. Sebaz and Benny left for Mini and Alone to join. Benny, that by the way is playing for a different team. He's playing for Universitario. I'm not sure Sebas is playing. Yeah, I mean, he's registered on X5, so if he is, I wouldn't know if he's playing for a different team.
Yeah, and like I say, it's going to be Alone for the full run. Maybe he's just going to be, sticking around, maybe other events. He's got commitments that going to get out of something like that, and maybe it is just going to be Alone on the stand. And we've not got word, I don't think. All we know is Alone is going to be around for the tour, but no official change on the roster just yet.
Yeah, that's totally okay. Hopefully, I think we are ready to go. Yeah, it looks like we had a draft penalty, but I've seen both sides confirming here that we should be ready to go.
Yeah.
So yeah, Beastcoast with a draft penalty level 1. Yeah, shouldn't really matter too much.
Yeah, we were just waiting for the players to get into the lobby, get ready, which is why you're still on our lovely faces, or back on our lovely faces without a draft. But we'll be able to take a look at the groups and see how it is all going to break down, I think. And yeah, Akatsuki, Beastcoast, Infinity, Kali, South Team, and X5 going to be your Group A teams. And then Group B, it's going to be Boom, Starbucks, Infamous, Lava, Midas Club, and Universitario Esports. And it's a good lineup of, newer teams and experienced South American teams. So even if the newer teams aren't getting the wins on the board, I think it's something that the RES is really good for. You're getting these experienced teams playing up against the newer teams. You are getting this competitive experience here as well. So it's gonna. I think it's gonna be great for the newer teams here to get that, and hopefully they do get wins on the board. Maybe do push themselves into the playoffs. But for now, we are gonna be able to take a look at the draft here coming up. Beastcoast and X5. So what are we expecting here? The Lycan being taken out by Beastcoast. That's something we've not seen at all. I didn't see it in Southeast Asia at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, it is going to be the Bat Rider being taken away by X5, Tiny taken away here. Chen being taken out as well. Didn't see that whole lot in Southeast Asia as well. It felt like, especially around the playoffs, the teams didn't want to play the Chen. But Bowie, looking at this one, is there any heroes you should be expecting? Is there anything out of the ordinary that gets played in South America that we should be looking out for?
So this Lycan, I think, ties to the Hermit effect we were talking about. So if there's one hero, I think Beastcoast is probably deciding on whether they want to ban it or pick it themselves. Is Brewmaster? I just had to be slightly faster. But yeah, this brew, I think, is that's the problem with Hermit right now, or like the last 6 or 9 months, is that all of those zoo heroes aren't necessarily that good, right? Beastmaster, you see it from time to time. Brew is really the only zoo-ish hero that you can play, and Lycan, I think pretty much no one in the world still plays this hero, but this is one that he still runs like every time is open. Like he doesn't care about first phasing it, first picking if he can. So yeah, they did waste 2 bans here on Hermit, and now it's on X5 to try and make it work. I think in the past that has been Hermit's problem. Like you ban enough heroes, and like he goes from like this, let's say, tier 1.2 player and becomes a 2.5. I really want to see whether they're gonna find something that he feels comfortable with. I remember him playing a lot of Primal Beast, so I think that's one hero that can go through here that he can maybe snatch up.
Yeah, we'll see if that is going to come out. The Disruptor comes out here for X5. Hero that we've been seeing a lot of since his little mini buff. I can't even call it a mini buff. It was an absolute macro buff coming out here for Disruptor. The slows on the Thunderstrike, just being able to use that in the lane. The amount of, not even the actual damage, but the mental damage it does. It's you're trying to get anywhere and you just cannot move with those Thunderstrikes coming out. Beastcoast, though, they're going to be picking up the Enchantress on the board. And a hero that we didn't see a lot of in Southeast Asia. Why Beast Coast going for this one? Is it just a player preference, do you think?
Yeah, it might be. I think it's just, with this whole transition from Moose to position 5, maybe he doesn't have a full set of heroes that he's super comfortable with, so they might feel more comfortable just grabbing something he's been practicing, something that he feels okay with. And, I think Ench is fine. Like, it's a strong laner. There's nothing that you can really dispel with enchant so far, right? There's no, but maybe in this is something that is already kind of prepping for something X5 can pick up. The CK ban is interesting. I haven't seen that hero too much, so maybe it's a very specific ban towards Spike.
Yeah. Again, it's not a hero I've seen in any competitive form. I don't feel like. Meanwhile, the Luna on the other side, that's a different story. I'm, really impressed with. I mean, this hero is great at the minute. You get that Candor on the board, you start running heroes down. You've got that shard for when you get into the team fights coming out as well. This hero, the Luna is absolutely, hey, I've just farmed up 250 MMR with her in like 3 days. She is just an amazing hero at the minute. And I was kind of like half glad that wasn't a balance patch coming out because I was like, oh, I've still got so many roll queue games to Luna. Now there's double down tokens as well. I'm going to be like 500 MMR up by the time the weekend's over.
5 seconds remaining.
All right. Yeah, keep on farming that MMR. Now, one hero that I don't think really gets that much MMR, and you probably know already, I'm kind of a Tusk hater. I've seen this hero lose so many games in RES. Like, I actually will find the stats for Tusk's win rate in RES tournaments. But, yeah, I know it's an El Micho favorite. He's very good at it. I think the reason you're picking this is mostly for the glimpse dodge, right? The snowball is a way to protect yourself from it. So hopefully we're going to see some cool ones. It can potentially change some of these team fights. It can also save you from kinetic field, depending on how the static storm is placed and on how good the Tusk plays. So, in a way, I do like it this game. I can at least see a little bit of value that the Tusk provides.
Do you think that this signals as well that Beast Coast want to go into one of those more squishy range carries, like Delina, something like that, to come out here on the lane with the Tusk sitting in front? Or are you just happy that this Tusk, like you say, it was just that kind of like glimpse counter, that extra little protection here for Beast Coast?
Turn to pick.
I mean, that's an interesting question. I kind of assumed the Enchantress was going to be Moo's hero.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's not that many range off laners that I would say are like top tier right now. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe they will play, some Medusa gaming or something of that sort, and have the Enchantress play 4. But now that this Beastmaster gets picked up, it does become more of a problem. I feel like you have a lot of value in having the Enchantress in that lane. Although, if you do, maybe he just goes for the Axis build and you don't get that much value out of your enchant anyways.
Yeah, and the Lesh coming out on the board as well. I mean, the Beastmaster, something a little bit different again. Wind Ranger is going to do the pick here, so I wonder if that is going to be the carry coming out for Beastcoast. We did see a lot of that, I think, last time around in South America. So, yeah, maybe this is actually going to be the pick, that position 1 pick. But yeah, the Lesh coming through, you know, the magic damage coming out. How do you answer back to this Lesh? Because it does seem to be, again, it did get nerfed a little bit, I think, a few months ago. But it just feels like the Lesh is back with a vengeance here in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think what you need against Lash's Burst, so in a way, when Ranger is already a response to it. I also really like the idea of the Wind Ranger being the carry. I think Tag Team and Focus Fire work so well together. It's just a really good combo. It gives them burst. The shards is also good control for Leshrac because he just don't want to buy 4 staff on that hero pretty much ever. And BKB also doesn't save you from shards. So I do like what Beastcoast has so far. This 17 pick is really important. Okay, they will slightly break the flex. The win can be mid or carry, but this Doom is nice. I think having Doom against both Beastmaster and Leshrac is amazing because they both rely on heals if the Beastmaster goes for the Axe build, and if Leshrac with Bloodstone is kind of a given.
Yeah.
I think this is actually a really good Doom game, just looking at it.
Does this force the Beastmaster into the Axe Scepter build as well, with the Doom being on the field?
I don't know, because then you get no heal from it, right? Maybe the auras are better. Because it feels like the damage of Doom has been nerfed substantially. So, like, a hero as tanky as Beast doesn't necessarily die in the fight. As long as you have your pipes and, Vlad's auras working out, you could potentially be fine. And you can't really, like, Oracle right now or something of that sort because there is an Enchantress there to dispel some of the stuff. It's kind of a tough 18 here for X5. You probably pick your carry since you know most of the side lanes. You definitely know it's going to be this Doom Ench. So I think the carry pick looks like the better choice.
Yeah. Just looking at what are you thinking? Because the Faceless Void is still there. You're one of the stronger heroes again coming into that late game. Gonna be the Ursula. Ooh, okay. I'm not a fan.
I like the idea. I think the hero is trash.
Yeah, yeah, kind of
the
same
status
thing.
resistance. Yeah, the status resistance is great against Doom. Like, if you actually get your OT off, you feel so good. Like, you take away all of that duration of the Doom. Sure, you're playing into Wind Run, so that is a big problem. It's going to have to overcome eventually with an MKB or Oathorn. But I think the lane's good, right? Ursa should stomp the Doom, which is always nice. I think Doom, he got substantially nerfed in terms of GPM. He doesn't get the level 10 extra GPM talent. Devour's gold. You don't go for Midas most of the time as well. So this could be one of those heroes that just makes the life of this Doom terrible. Vitaly could struggle substantially here. But, at least you have the dispel of Overpower with Enchantress, so that is kind of a nice one they have.
Yeah, I suppose it's a double-edged sword, right? Because if the Ursa gets on top of the Enchantress, he's just going to rip that Enchantress to shreds. But yeah, I think because there's so much stuff that he wants here. He wants that BKB. I think he wants say an MKB or a Bloodthorn as well. Just because otherwise he's going to be kited out and he's not going to be able to fight down the Wind Ranger here. So obviously it's a team game. He's going to be relying on his teammates as well. But I just think that he might struggle a little bit, especially here if Beastcoast. I mean, they could potentially go for this Puck or an Ember Spirit mid, something like that. Just kind of adds to the woes of the Ursa burst. So yeah, I'm not opposed to the Ursa here. I just think it's going to be a little bit harder to execute than the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it is definitely a bit harder. You're relying a lot on the lane, right? So if you... This is a lane where if the Doom, dies once or doesn't die, you're probably going to feel really bad. Because I feel like Ursa right now is not great. You need to be playing with an advantage. Hopefully, he's going to be able to get a lot out of it. I think especially the Disruptor. This should be a really hard lane to play into for Beastcoast. Very curious to see if they're going to try and drag creeps around, how they're going to try and break this lane so that you're not literally fighting 2 versus 2, or else it could be way too hard for them. as they are banning supports here. I mean, interesting Magnus ban. Do they feel like there's a chance this Slash is a support? Because it does feel like they're gonna overall less pick their support here for X5.
Yeah, and the
Beastcoast.
Slaughter ban as well coming out from X5. So they're going to go for the Earth Spirit. We did see a bit more of this coming out in Southeast Asia towards the end. Actually got really popular towards the end. Was coming up pretty much every single series. Really good initiation here of the roll down, the control that it offers as well. Just being a big disruptor in the fight. So I like this here for X5, and this might be what they needed here, especially with the Ursa pick, just to keep Beastcoast from being able to flee, you know, pull back from the fights and peel off and then re-engage on their terms. This Earth Spirit could be a really nice... It's going to be the support, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to be the position 4. But just being able to get a roll in, Spirit Vessel on the board early on, I don't mind this here for X5.
I like it. I think the silence is very powerful against the Stusk, against the Wind Ranger. So they Monkey King here. Do they feel like there's a chance this Earth Spirit is mid?
It's going to be the Lash mid, right?
No, it's alone
No.
playing. All right. I mean, the Lash support was one hero we actually cast a couple of months ago, maybe 1 month ago, right? It was kind of becoming popular, then it faded away again. I am not against it. I'm just curious as to why you would pick the... Like, it feels like the Leshrac should be the better mid. It also feels like he should get a better lane against the Monkey King. So, I mean, I'm not going to discuss. Alone is a very special type of player. He likes his matchups. He likes his hipster heroes. I'm down, and I see the value of the eggs here on Desert Spirit, right? If you can actually use it on someone that gets doomed, you kick them away 1,000 range, you don't take damage whilst that's happening. So you can potentially do a lot. It's just that it's not an easy lane against the Monkey King.
Yeah, and yeah, specifically being able to match that, like, really good Beastcoast, that final pick, Lumpy Monkey King coming up against the Earth Spirit. So they knew themselves, or maybe they were waiting for, to see how the picks came out, and they could have always flexed that win range, put the Monkey King carry. But yeah, it is. I was like, okay, yeah, it might be the mid because we see it in Southeast Asia, but obviously the Lash. But yeah, a bit of a surprise to me. I don't mind that Lash support, though. Again, a little bit more damage to come through. It's got a really nice, just the slows coming out there as well to get harassed down. The Beastmaster alongside. Just wondering how this one is going to play out in terms of, like I say, the Beastmaster itemization. But don't forget, everybody, if you want to get involved, you can use that QR code there on the screen. Get yourself the 1xBet mobile app and get yourself involved in all of the world of esports going on. Not just the Dota stuff, but all of the esports spend going to be available on that app, or you can use the banner below the stream and get yourself over to the 1xBet website. The odds were on the screen, and you can use the promo code 1XRLGSA, I do believe it is this time around, and you get up to a 130% bonus on your first deposit. That is available on the app or below the stream. But yeah, actually coming into the game, Beastcoast, they're going to go for a 5-man smoke, but not fully smoking out as 5 as the Monkey King, looking to get some wards down mid. Will be spotted out by the tower though nighttime, so he knows there is a ward somewhere, just not where it is.
30
That's
seconds
one
to
of the many things this Monkey King here is good at. We were seeing way more mid Monkey King than support, so very interesting here to see this here being played in the mid lane. Obviously, they have a... I mean, they didn't even know it was going to be a favorable matchup, but maybe they did, because it will be very good.
Yeah, and it's going to be, like I say, well, it is going to be a really nice pickup against the Earth Spirit. But how do you see the other lanes playing out? Do we need to focus on this mid lane for a kill lane, or do you think there's going to be other lanes where the aggression is going to be a little bit stronger?
I think both mid and bottom for X5 are the lanes that are going to have the most action. They should be favored in the Ursa lane, but they will struggle with this Earth Spirit. But, Earth Spirit is such an interesting hero. You can roll behind the tower, drag creeps, all of that primal beast stuff that sometimes you see can be done pretty similarly here with the Earth Spirit. So yeah, very curious to see how that's going to pan out. And then top lane, I think it's a kind of a skill lane. I can see both sides winning. If I had to guess, it's probably easier, probably stronger here on the Beastcoast side, as they will TP the Enchantress. They were trying to go for a first blood play, but they read that pretty well.
Okay, and yeah, moving back, does he...
Oh, they glimpsed the Enchantress!
Going to be able to come through the twin gate, which is, I suppose, a little bit more speaking of scary here. Vitaly going to be run down, has to go for that TP right back to the tier 1 tower. I mean, he could just cancel walk back to the lane, which it looks like he is going to do. But yeah, Ench coming back onto this one. How do you try and play around this lane as the Doom? Because it looks like that it's going to be, a big amount of harass coming out here for X5. They should be able to really put the pressure onto Vitaly here in this lane.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard lane. You probably... So that's the thing, I expected them to drag creeps around, but Enchantress is not that good, and against Disruptor, you're going to be glimpsed, you're going to take a lot of damage, you're going to lose aggro of the creeps. So the X5 lane is actually really deadly, because the Disruptor prevents the whole creep pulling thing. You kind of need to find into it.
Well, they're going to be able to turn around. Mini's going to try and do the damage onto Moose, but it looks like there's going to be a lot of chase down here. Vitaly, Glimpse comes back, but it doesn't matter. Moose, he gets it with the Blood Grenade here. He might go down after this one, and it's going to be... No, it's not, in fact, because the Disruptor can't catch up to him. While this is going on, they get the kill onto Hermit in the top lane now as well, and this might be a bit of revenge. Nope, power shot. It's not going to be enough here from the Lesh, and might be now split. Earth actually misses here. Can they go for a little bit more onto this one? Lesh might actually go down here, and it looks like the are going to be able to get the double kill in the lane.
They got completely outplayed. This is crazy. The death in the top side is fine.
Yeah.
But if you lose your Ursa in such an advantageous lane, in a lane where you glimpse the Enchantress, Doom is playing solo for a minute and a half, it hurts. It really freaking hurts.
Yeah. And that was the thing, right? The TP came out from Vitaly, no one interrupted it. He just cancelled it. He's like, well, there's no more aggression, so I can just go back to farming. Like you say, the Ench having to come through the twin gate there as well, it put it behind enemy lines. There was no one taking advantage of that. And yeah, they were able to get 3 kills on the board already, Beastcoast here. Good start for them.
Yeah, no, that's the level of Dota we used to see from Beastcoast. Very aggressive lanes. Looks like X5 are trying to...
That's going to be a kill, right? It is going to be, and actually Pig gets it uphill, excuse me. But there was that Blood Grenade onto the Lesh, so either way, he was going to go down there.
Okay. At least they do find 1 kill here for Hermit. I guess it was actually the Shrek that picked it up, but at the end of the day, they are... they're recovering slightly here. We'll see how well this Ursa's going to do, but when you look at less hits... that's when we see that, it's still kind of a win for the Ursa. They just would wish for it to be a stronger win. Like, this is one of those lanes where maybe you actually jungle as Doom.
And what's Mini going to be looking for? There's going to be, again, Glimpse coming out, so Mini's going to take some aggression. And, yeah, this is the other thing, right? The Ursa... he's got... I suppose it's okay because you're up against a win range that has to do the same thing. You have to build into that farming item, either a Battle Fury or a Maelstrom coming out, which I assume Mini's going to be going towards a Battle Fury, but it does mean that it takes a little bit of extra time to get on board and get in gear here. Mini going to try and chase down on Vitaly. Vitaly, Glimpse comes out. They will be able to get the kill. Mini does get the credit for it now as well. Moose going to be in a little bit of trouble as well. Moose, can he get that jump away? He cannot. And Mini going to be able to get a good couple of kills in the lane.
That's huge for them. They really needed that recovery. I think the Enchantress going for a side pull. That's when they got the jump on the Doom. So very good heads up. And now we also see Nuage is taking a courier. That's boots for Vitaly. This is... Oh, he dropped the boots. Holy moly, that was great.
And
Did he get
not
glimpsed,
spotted
though?
out.
It feels like this Doom got glimpsed.
Yeah, I think... Did he just get glimpsed? I think he did, right?
I think he did as well. They're just glimpsing him again.
Yeah, I mean, his TP's on cooldown. He's, I mean, he's died respawn, so he should have a TP there. So we did get glimpsed back. And like you say, just, I mean, even without the boots, that's a little bit more painful. This Hermit will go down again top lane. And yeah, Group X trying to do what he can. El Micho, it's going to be a chase down onto him. But Tusk, he's still going to survive.
Radiant are scanning.
All right.
We'll get the salve off here. So in terms of
he
lanes,
cancelled the TP. Okay, he cancelled it out.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess they saw him and he would rather cancel the TP than getting glimpsed. Yeah, I mean that's fine. They're still preventing him from getting a lot of experience.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mid lane is a very, very one-sided win here for the Monkey King, as we expected.
Yeah, and Is this going to be the chase down onto... I mean, Lumpy's rotated onto this one as well. Snowball, it's going to connect, and I think this is going to be a dead lash. Jump coming through, and yeah, it's a death on Jupiter, I want to say, unless that's a different player altogether. Maybe just a name change.
Yeah, it is. It is Jupiter.
Okay.
SA players and changing nicknames. Name a more iconic duo.
Yeah, it's always fun when we come into, like, they change them between games sometimes, like, it's like, oh, cool, awesome.
I am now a helicopter. Well, regardless though, this game is actually getting pretty interesting. That's a rotation here from GRPX1. Very nice read though, the Monkey King already TPing.
Yeah, they're going to try and go for this fight in the bottom lane now as well. It's going to be a great balance strike. Actually connects onto 2 with that net coming out as well from Moose. Chase down onto Mini. Mini's going to be able to get himself away from this one. One more, anything to do the job.
Gets
he
cancelled.
is ticking down though, yeah. Vitali's going to be able to run him down. Scorched Earth does the job, and Mini just cannot get away from it.
Oh, look at that. GRPX1 trying to get the Wisdom Rune. Should be able since he has a stun.
Split Earth, yeah, he's going to be able to pick that one up. It's going to be a snipe here while it goes on the other side. Hermit actually gets the deny out, so no one picks that one up. But there was 2 heroes on top, as Jupiter does get the kill onto Moose. Now Lumpy's going to come into him, and it looks like Jupiter, he's going to be taken down. One more right click, and it's going to be enough. Lumpy gets the kill, but they do take down El Micho on the other side here. Trying to deny himself to the neutrals, just couldn't get it off.
Damn, a lot of action. 2k gold lead here for Beastcoast already. It was a decent recovery from X5 in the laning stage, but that one rotation was instantly red from Beastcoast, and they get punished a lot. At least they got the Wisdom Rune and a deny, but yeah, it's a slight win. The supports could potentially make an impact a bit faster than Beastcoast.
Yeah, and what are we looking at, actually, last hit-wise? Monkey King and Wind Ranger at the top, so net worth-wise, same thing. But because of the kills coming out onto the Wind Ranger, 4.6k net worth here, ready for Pig. Coming up at 8 minutes and 10 to 5. Really nice score for Beastcoast to start off with, but let's see if they can keep that momentum up, as Mini is moving through the jungle. Yeah, what do you expect the build to be here for the Sabah?
I think it has to be Battle Fury. I feel like if you don't... Oh, just Doom this Ursa here?
Yeah, into the Infernal Blade now as well. There's going to be TP coming in from alone, but it's a lot of damage.
He missed
He's going to try and use
the
the big pole to get away from this one. But it looks like Vitaly going to try and run him down. Scorched Earth damage. It might just be enough. It will be. And Moose was there to secure it just in case. And now alone, he's going to be left alone. As it looks like, look at this one. Beastcoast, they are collapsing on this kill. Alone will go down. Vitaly gets himself a double kill. And now it's going to be Jupiter's turn. There will be the kinetic field coming out from the Disruptor here. But it looks like the damage, it's already going to be too much here. And Lesh, with 3 heroes chasing him down, should... trying to get the denial to the neutrals. The neutrals get blocked out by the ice shards, and Lumpy gets the credit for the kill.
Such a fearless move from Vitaly. He just Doom with no backup, or at least not instantly at least, and he just had enough damage. Very, very strong, powerful move as Nuages now might be in trouble. They have shards.
Yeah, there is going to be the chase down Snowball coming in as well. It's going to be a big jump in, and it looks like with Lumpy being here as well, the right click's coming out. Should be able to, will be able to, and Moose gets the credit for the kill.
Yeah, overall, Beastcoast already bringing the numbers. All of these fights, it feels like they're not afraid to have enough heroes there, whereas, you know, Hermit is in recovery mode. And, I mean, I'm not even sure recovery mode is the right word, but in general, Hermit is a very greedy player. That's why I like to compare him to 33 in that sense. We'll see if he's going to be able to eventually, once he has his items, kind of bounce this game back. But Beastmaster, I wouldn't say he's one of like a really good recovery hero. This hero kind of wants to be at least even in the games.
Yeah, he's going to be going in towards that Ag Scepter here onto Hermit, so... I mean, with the Doombeard on the board, it is a tough choice, because if you go into that Helm of the Dominator, you just straight up lose your creeps. If you go into that Accept, the heal's going to be reduced maybe, so maybe it is going to be just pure auras to come out into this one. Vitaly, they want to try and get this chase down as well. Constant Man will be used, but everybody on the side of X5 just back themselves away. Will be able to peel off here, and no full commitment coming out from the side of Beastcoast.
I mean, Moose just runs forward. He had absolutely no vision. He runs into 4 heroes, and they're just going for more.
Yeah, look at this one though. There's going to be a Walrus Punch coming out. Lumpy. Snowball's going to save his life for a little bit longer. It will connect with the Monkey King. Is he going to be able to get himself away from this one? The Roar's going to be used, and Tusk going to be stunned up, but it looks like El Micho going to be able to back himself away as Pake on the back lines looking for those power shots. No points into the Shackle shot just yet for the Wind Ranger, so purely on that damage and evade. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be the Gleipnir coming out for him sometime soon. Maelstrom already on the board for Pake, and the Mini on the other side, you know, it's 11 minutes in. He's only just got the cornucopia on the board. It feels like he's miles off this Battle Fury here for the Usurper.
3 minutes ago, I clicked on Nuages, and he had 500 experience. He, after 3 minutes, acquired 119. If they have Static Storm in that fight, it's probably such a different fight, and that's the same for the Leshrac. Even though they denied a Wisdom Rune, picked up the other, the support levels are so low, and look at that Lash. I think he might just be dead. Yep.
El Micho's going to get the kill with the help of a really good balance strike now as well. I'm hearing the Doom. Where does that come out? It's actually come out into the Disruptor, so the Disruptor going to be forced back. Won't be enough to kill here. And yeah, Doom, I don't think he could get the Infernal Blade. Didn't have a lot of mana left, actually. And couldn't use his spells with the full utility to get the kill on Disruptor. So that is the Doom down now for the next 120 seconds. 140 at level 1 on the cooldown here. So not used to the best of its ability here.
Oh, Pike going on Mini?
Yeah, going to try and get the chase down. Mini, can he get himself away from this one? Try and use that big pull, but there is going to be that Wind Run down coming out from that Wind Ranger, so he gets himself on top of Ursa, and again, oh, that shackle! What is that angle, dude? He gets the double kill from that. What?
That was
not the angle,
Nuages.
Uwu. That was not the angle. It was like, it was down here, and it
like,
shot,
to be
and
fair, the Disruptor never glimpsed the Wind Ranger. Like, he could have just glimpsed, and he was greedy. I think he wanted to get the Static Storm kill after Wind Run was over, but he just didn't press any buttons. Sure, it was a clutch Shackle, but I think if you are this down into the game, you just, like, press your spells. Like, you don't play this greedy.
That was... Yeah, that... Okay, maybe the angle is a little bit straighter on because the Wind Ranger was further down as well. But still, not too bad for like that. I think that was a level 1 Shackle as well there. Pake just picked it up.
Yeah, that's a humiliating kill. Like, you're by yourself, you're diving at tier 2, the support and another hero comes up and you still get a double. That's just insane.
Yeah, and how do X5 try and recover on this? Because it's the 11 kills down. It's not the biggest net worth lead in the world here for Beastcoast. You know, 8k. Okay, yeah, we're 13 minutes in, so that's actually pretty big for context. But, you know, X5, they've got some really good fight heroes. How do they try and get themselves back in?
You have to fight with these eggs on the Beastmaster. You probably want to set up a fight where you separate Beastcoast. So right now they are actually playing quite split up around the map. You see the Enchantress just showing mid. Yeah, I think a smoke towards this Wind Ranger in the top side isn't a bad idea. It's just that they lack vision and nighttime is coming, so it's gonna be really hard to go for the smoke in a minute from now because you know it's just hard to land those nighttime smokes.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, Alone's going to be able to get himself a haste ring balled up here as well. Has that Spirit Vessel on the board, so we'll see what they're going to try and do with this one. Moose actually could be the target, walks himself in. Alone's going to go for that rolling boulder, but there's not going to be any follow-up from this one. It looks like, I mean, again, well, Moose coming forward, they're sure there's going to be someone else around from the side of Beast Coast, so they just say we can't fight this 2 potentially versus 5, and X5, yeah, they're going to exit here towards a safer part of the map, towards a tier 2 tower as well. Hermit, he's going to be a little bit slow into this one. The jump comes in. Wukong's commands going to use with the Walrus Punch. They get a really good kill, and Lumpy gets the credit. Should even be able to put pressure onto this tier 1 tower from this here as well. Oh, but it's going to be a Static Storm Kinetic Field combo used just to get the kill onto Moose. That's a big commitment here just for the support.
Somehow that's 700 gold. Moose was really fat this game. But yeah, just not worth it. That Beastmaster is kind of the only hero that will have a power spike in the next few minutes, and dying there, not finishing the eggs makes this quite hard. They're gonna lose another tower. Every tier 1 on the side of Beast Coast looking super healthy, and that's a game where we actually have this Lash having 4 points in Edict. They never even had the chance to pressure any of these towers.
Yeah, and you can see the Vitali just moving through into third place net worth-wise here on the table. Going to be 200 gold above the Ursa, and this is going to be, what are we looking at, 15 minutes, 15 and a half minutes coming in for the Ursa as well. He's still not on that Battle Fury here for the Ursa, 200 gold away from the recipe, which should be within, well, God, you're going to hope within the next 30 seconds or so for Mini's sake, but it feels so bad, right, that Mini's been delayed onto this one, and it's just boots, so it's not even like there's a Wraith ban in here, there's no Orb of Corrosion, nothing like that. It's just straight into the Battle Fury. And Ursa, it's going to be a 16-minute plus Battle Fury.
Yeah, definitely really, really sad for him. And I love this Doom's build, by the way. You rarely get to see this one. But you're playing against an Ursa. That is by far the best item you can have. You just use Scepter him through his Enrage, the status resistance doesn't work. You can dispel the silence from your spirit as well. It gives you move speed for the chase. I love what he's doing.
Yeah, and it's one of them, right? That, like you say, you don't really pick it up onto the Doom, but here it fits so well. It's like all the Marses that have been going for the Yule Scepter recently. I suppose just for the setup. They're going to be able to get this Rolling Boulder in, though. Can they get the kill onto the Tusk? Going to be 4 heroes around this. I'd be surprised if they didn't. Yeah, Elmisho's going to go down. But the jump comes in from Vitaly now as well onto Jupiter. Jupiter's going to be taking a lot of damage from this one. Doesn't even need to use the ultimate here, Vitaly, but he might go down anyway. They turn it around. Static Storm comes out. Kinetic Fields here as well. Wukong's command has been used. Static Storm still going, but it will work off now alone. He just holds his ground and Pig gets himself another kill on the board. Oh, do they get the chase down now as well into the Beastmaster? It looks like, is he going to get away from this one, Hermit? Power Shot comes out. That is going to be slow. And actually the Hawk, it hits, but it hits onto an illusion from the Monkey King. And this is going to be more damage coming through. And Pig gets himself another double kill here. 10k net worth. Yeah, do they get the chase down? They do the balance strike. It just connects onto the edge of this one. Disruptor going to be chased down. Do they get a tree dance on from this? So what's it going to be? Power Shot comes through. Pig, triple kill here. He's just sitting back in the back lines, just sniping heroes down.
That is an absurd performance from Pyke. I think this guy has been a really good player for a long time. He's been kind of creeping in a lot of high-level teams for a while now.
Yeah.
But I never got to see a game, at least I don't remember a game where he looked this formidable, this dominant. So it's awesome to see, these players that were growing for so long, having a match like this one. In X5, as you said, they are a team that actually went all the way to the second stage last time. This is no weak team. Beastcoast just schooling them like they're kids.
Yeah, it's feeling really good here for Beastcoast in this first game. And again, lanes that we thought they would have won, or specifically the safe lane here for X5, really thought they would have taken the pressure and put it on Beastcoast. And Beastcoast came out of that one unscathed. They came out of that lane with kills. And it just feels like all over the board here, X5, it's maybe just a little bit of a learning experience for them. Because, yeah, Beastcoast, they're having a great time in this game so far.
They really are. And it's not like X5 didn't play aggressive as well. They tried to make moves, but they got shut down. They got red. They got outplayed in so many of these fights. Like that Shackle, even in the laning stage, that level 1 kill they got was insane. And look at them. They're already grouping up here to stop playing, trying to get a tier 2 tower mid 19. This is just not common at all. At least trade is for Roche.
Yeah, it's not bad, but I suppose the extra life isn't bad, especially when you're being picked off like this, Bump, but you have to get something else from this Roshan, because, it's no good just sniping the Aegis and be like, okay, cool, we took it away from you. That's the extent of it. They do need to get something from this, it feels like, especially to get themselves back in the game.
Yeah, they're just ended up going for a Blade Mail, so whatever Aghanim Scepter timing he was looking for, it's going to be late, and he will be found here. I think he's just dead, even if this Blade Mail.
Yeah, Shackle comes through the damage, they're going to be able to split it out, and it is enough to get the kill on Pig. Another one on the board here for him. Doom comes through. Do they get the chase down? Well, the Snowball is going to come over cliffs for this one, and they're going to be able to get the kill onto Hermit here as well.
Yeah, this is a tough one. They do find this Windranger with Windrun on cooldown, but I think they're already late, and they get found. Oh.
Static Storm's going to be here now as well. Backlines, do they pop that? They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Disruptor.
No.
And might even be able to go for more onto this one. Pop this Aegis. Yep, Aegis going to be popped. Backlines, Jupiter. He's going to be thrown up to Jupiter, it looks like, here with this Walrus Punch. And now the damage coming through. They've got absolutely everybody from this. And look at this one. Pig's not even going to go down. He just hides himself in the trees. Gleipnir for the control coming out onto the Ursa. Power Shot. And El Micho is going to be the one to claim that kill onto Mini. But that was just so well played all the way through start to finish from Beastcoast.
Yeah, I mean, they hesitated for like 1 second on X5, and then not only, like, they were 1 hit away from killing the Wind Ranger. If you do that, maybe that fight is completely different, because Beast Coast was split around the map after getting those kills. But instead, the Wind Ranger lives, you lose your ages. That one, I guess, hope that they had already nullified.
I wish there was a way to see, as a viewer, obviously not as an opposing team, but as the viewer, to see what a hero's bounty is. Because you look at this Wind Ranger, 1102. You know, the net worth wise, top of the board, 13k net worth leader at this point in the game, 21 minutes in. If she goes down, she's given like 1.5k away. You know, it'd just be nice to see what the heroes are actually worth.
For sure. It's hard because the bounty you give away is based on the net worth of the hero that kills it, right? So
yeah,
it probably needs to be like a base bounty, and then once he dies, you get like a multiplier or something, so you can understand like how much you got, right? Because if the lowest net worth hero kills the highest, you do get more for the kill.
Yeah, obviously, like I said, it's not something that can be until it actually happens. It'd just be, I don't know, like a rough estimate, something like that, because, or like, yeah, like you say, the base bounty, because at this win rate, I mean, even looking at the Monkey King here as well, you know, 6-0-11, Doom, he's had a couple of deaths to his name, but he's having a really good time as well. Third in the net worth, he might be able to get the kill onto El Nisho. He does go down, but is there going to be fallout from this one? Again, Static Storm has been used from this one. They might be able to go onto a lone, but he does back himself away, so it looks like Beastcoast, they're just going to take this loss here, and yeah, not get super aggressive from it.
Yeah, I mean, this is fine. I like that this is not the first time they went for just solo Static Storm plays. You have to use your cooldowns. You're already prevented from farming most of the map. So at least they alleviate a little bit of pressure. It gives vision of where some of those heroes are, so that Mini can keep on scaling here. His BKB is still pretty far away, but he's going to have like a minute of free farm at least.
Yeah, and where do you go then here as the Ursa? You know, you get that BKB on the board. Are you looking straight up Blink Dagger? Oh, he's already got Blink Dagger, excuse me. Are you looking like, yeah, do you go for a bigger Blink, or are you going for Abyssal Blade? What is it that the Ursa has to go for here after the BKB?
It's a tough one. Like, in an ideal world, you would like to rush the MKB so you can always kill the Wind Ranger. Especially now that she will finish BKB, it means that the Static Storm is not going to mean the Wind Run cannot be cast. I feel like he's going to have to go Basher this game. I think he just needs more lockdown for solo kills. Like, the Wind Ranger is just not going to be a target, and you have to be okay with killing everyone else.
Okay, and Alone, standing on the high ground here, just watching. Going to go for the rolling boulder in onto the creeps. And Moose, he doesn't have any backup to go into this one, actually. And it feels like Beastcoast, you know, they've been all gas all the way through this one, so they just pumped the brakes a little bit in terms of aggression. They're looking for the next big items, and it looks like it is going to be BKBs across the, well, for the Doom and the Wind Ranger BKBs, and the Monkey King actually going for the Radiance, so that is going to make it even harder here for the Ursa. Just on those right clicks when the Monkey King's in the middle of these fights. They
find Vitaly here with this very sneaky smoke wraparound, and with this stack, I feel like Vitaly... Oh, look, I mean, he's been sensing this move for so long, man. He dodged... I think his awareness this game has been so on point. And now this entire move doesn't work. Maybe you can try and go for a play once you know that the Tormentor dies, but still a 4 versus 3. Like, and... can they kill Pyke? He doesn't have BKB yet. Okay.
Yeah, they're going to have the vision. The roll comes out now as well. Static Storm. Are they going to be able to keep him alive here? This Wind Ranger Gluttony is going to be used. He's taking a lot of damage, but oh, he does actually get locked down himself, chasing away, but never mind. Shackle comes out now as well. Power Shot enter right back into this fight. Hermit's going to go down. So will Jupiter. That was so close to greatness here from X5, and it just doesn't come off.
Just don't have the damage, right? You have this Beastmaster that bought a Blink. You have no follow-up damage. Really unfortunate for them, because the move was good. They were so patient. They got the vision they wanted. They waited for the Tormentor. They find a solo target. That's the second time they tried to kill this Ginger, and Pyke is always getting on top.
And yeah, Like I say, just an extra second on the status zone. Maybe to get the kill Vitaly. He's actually dropped the... Does the blade mail come through? Yeah, Doom's dead. Thanks to the Doom into that blade mail alone. Gonna get a little bit cocky from this one, but Pakey's looking for that high five. Will be able to get the return kill. In fact, Vitaly gets the credit from the grave here, thanks to that Doom still ticking down onto the Earth Spirit.
Okay. Yeah, that was 1,000 gold for the Earth Spirit, so I don't think Alone is necessarily sad about that. And he ended up going for a Kaya Sanj, so getting that extra status resistance. I mean, I like it. I guess it's kind of a cheaper, easier to build item than the eggs we were talking about. I still feel like if this game drags along, that's definitely a priority in items for him.
Yeah, and we'll see just how it is going to play out. I mean, if that game actually does drag along, because it does feel like Beastcoast, they're getting everything they want out of this, and the trick for them, I guess, is going to be, can they really go high ground here? You know, do they have that with the Lash, with the Disruptor, even the Beastmaster to a point? Do they have enough to really pull this one out of the bag and go high ground? How are they going to be able to play this one? Jump comes in fact. Speaking about Disruptor, the Roar's going to be used here, though. Snowball comes through. Hermit might be in a little bit of trouble. There's going to be the Walrus Punch to follow up as well, but Hermit, Amicio, he's going to take so much damage from this one. The Wukong Command gets used. Mischief's out here now as well. Mini, is there going to be a chase down onto this one? The Rolling Boulder actually comes right back in, and the Monkey King has to get himself away from this one. He's going to try and get himself up, pops that mad style, but the Rolling Boulder comes out. Pig on the backlines again, gets the kill. The two supports have gone down. Vitaly gets the credit for another one on this one. I think he'll be able to do anything from this one. Focus fire onto Mini. Mini, he pops that BKB, but it doesn't matter, dude. He doesn't have the damage reductions coming out on Pig. He's going to be cliffed himself, but can he get himself out of this one? There's going to be that Gleipnir if he needs to use it, and alone, he is going to be left all alone. The trouble comes out here on top of the cliff, and Pig, he's just going to snipe this one. Actually, the static stone's going to be used, but can he get the kills from a distance here? Because Pig
goes to low ground with the
down.
Manta. He Manta himself to the low ground there. Holy, Pike's insane.
Yeah, and now Hermit, he is gonna fall. That was just well played here, coming up from the Wind Ranger to get himself down, get the kill from this one. Yeah, okay, they do lose the Monkey King from that. They lose the Tusk there as well, but they get so much more from that.
Radiant's middle tower
they get.
Is that a dieback? Yeah, it's going to be right on top of the Disruptor now as well. You'll set it. Doesn't matter, he's going to get dragged back here. But the Wind Ranger comes in. El Micho's going to get the kill onto Nuagas.
Absurd performance here from Beastcoast. Like X5, they've been playing well. They are going for moves. They're being read. They're being outplayed. Beastcoast, I honestly, I'm so flabbergasted because it was 2 Beastcoast heroes running into 5 X5 heroes. And somehow they still get away with murder despite the buyback on the Disruptor, despite the cliff from the Earth Spirit, despite so many good things ended up happening for them.
Yeah, and Beastcoast, I don't know, they've got their lucky charms on board here, it feels like, because like you say, that even when X5 take that great engagement, Beastcoast, they just find ways around it. The heroes just live just very burly. They're able to get those return pickoffs, and Roshan is up now, so they're not going to let the Ursa get this a second time. They are going to start to move over to this.
It is now available here. The Radiance is up for Lumpy as well. So, very hard game for X5. You're going to have to forgive the Roshan. At least they're going to get a tower out of this move because they are aware of what's happening.
And yeah, but what can you do if you're X5? Because these fights really aren't going your way. You're going to be about, after this Roshan's done, you're probably going to be about 20k gold down. How do you play around this game here for X5?
You have to, you have to split push. You don't fight into the Aegis. Maybe you even, honestly, I feel like maybe you even give a lane of barracks. I feel like right now, like X5 can reach a point where their heroes are going to have everything they need. So the MKB, they find GRPX1.
And he is gone. He's just straight up Pig, just gets the that straight up solo kill here with the focus fire, and yeah, no way to really shut him down. Gleipnir comes out. What's the support Lash really got to stop this one? No, you'll Scepter, nothing like that. He's got an Atos, but I mean, Pyke was already in range for the kill.
Yeah. So you need to wait for these timings. The MKB, I think, is the biggest one. But with this Lash death, it feels like they will try and poke high ground very soon. So I think you just try to delay as much as you can, and maybe if they're going for a second lane, that's when you actually TP the Ursa. Right now, I think they're gonna try to play very greedy, but Hermit gets found, will TP away.
Yeah, he's just gonna. The roll was long enough, and again, the odds on the screen here. You see X5. It is 16.5 there for them to win this one. Beastcoast, they are kind of cruising at the minute, and the favourites for a reason here. So we'll see just how this one is going to play through. Sir, going to step forward. Power shot does actually come through here. Glenn is going to lock him down, but no real follow-up. It was just, well, okay, balance strike. Yeah, just to put the fear of God into many here. Just say, you step out your base. We're going to come for you.
Yeah, that is exactly what's happening. Even the Ursa now forced to stay here, as they are trying to position alone in an angle where maybe you get a really good kick into the base. He's actually going for a Dagon build rather than, I don't know, anything else. That's pretty interesting, especially against Doom.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it, like, but you this far behind here. Yeah, it's the Dagon into the Daily Discord, so really wanted to amplify the damage coming out from that. But look at this. I mean, Beastcoast is stepping up inside the base. You know, they're going for this tier 3. This tier 3 fortification will be used, but it's still going to be a right click away from going down. And X5, it feels like they just cannot put the wall up to stop this.
This is a really clutch echo.
Yeah, not even use that BKB just yet here, the Wind Ranger. Yadza Aegis doesn't even need to use it. Hurricane Pike will come out onto Hermit, so Hermit not going to be able to get the raw Pike. Your Scepter gets used. There's going to be the Mantis Start coming out from Pike. They're going to be able to go into Hermit. Hermit takes so much damage, and now BKB is here, but the Ursa, the Doom is on top of him. And this is going to be X5's Doom here as well. The GG gets called. Beastcoast just absolutely, in game number 1, run over X5 in 32 minutes. 29k net worth lead and 42 kills to 13.
Yeah, overall, great performance from Beastcoast. I know we talked a lot about Pike, but I feel like in general, the entire team played really well. Vitaly winning his lane with that first blood kill on the Ursa. Just in general, all of their lanes ended up going just as we expected or even better. I feel like the mid lane was probably slightly better than you would expect. I think Monkey King was almost twice as much CS as the Earth Spirit. Yeah. And it's not like X5 played poorly after the laning stage, but you started with a pretty big disadvantage. And I don't know, Beastcoast, they were turned this game. They played absolutely incredible. So going to the game number 2, like the only thing I can say is probably could change your carry, right? At Ursa, we were a bit iffy about it. But besides, I don't think they lost because of the Ursa. I feel like they lost because they just got outplayed really hard.
Yeah, it felt like Beastcoast, they were just on top from the get-go here, and they proved it. 42 kills to 13, you know, they were just on an absolute rampage, it felt like. A couple of the heroes, I mean, they didn't actually get the rampages themselves, but, you know, a couple of the heroes just being able to run through, get these kills whenever they wanted to. And X5, we'll see what is going to be up their sleeve for game number 2, but here, Beastcoast are in the lead in the first series. It is a 2-game series, so there is the chance at the draw if X5 can pull it back, but Beastcoast, they won that win. We'll find out what's going to happen after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. winning at 1xBet is super easy.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody. We're going to start here with the second game of the first series. But that first game, Bowie, it was a little bit of a beat in the X5. They just couldn't get themselves going after Beastcoast got a few items on the board. You know, they got their the kills under the belt early in the lane stage. How do you recover from that? Just mentally, you know, how do you reset and get yourself back into that situation of, okay, we're going to win the second game?
Yeah, I mean, you have to mentally reset for sure. I think ideally you want to get a better draft. And I think at least they can get out of that game one knowing full well that they actually played well. They just got outplayed. So I don't think they played particularly bad, more than sure they had like a slight advantage, Beastcoast, from the laning stage, and they made like 0 mistakes. So I guess that's to say that in a game where there is no advantage, in a game where Pyke isn't like 7-0, just getting crazy shackles every fight, they still have a chance. It's just about maybe banning the right heroes and maybe staying away from that Ursa, right? In the end, if you're picking that Ursa, you're kind of relying on pressing R before Doom gets used on you every time. And I don't think it happened. At least I don't remember a single fight where Mini got the enrage off before Doom. And, you know, I don't want to make any excuses here, but they are playing Argentina's servers, I think. So you are playing with 90 ping. Maybe just even picking this Ursa in this situation isn't necessarily the best, because you're kind of relying on that instant reaction that maybe you don't get with higher ping.
Yeah, and we'll see how that's going to go. Like you say, maybe they swap the servers around going into the second match. Yeah, they are going to be able to get their advantage this time. But just as we're about to launch, Dota 2 Game Coordinator is currently being updated. Oh joy!
Ooh.
You know, that's never led to anything going wrong. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get this started, you know, sooner rather than later. But I'm pretty sure we're going to be down just for a few minutes, just waiting for this one to start. So if we take a look at how that actually went, you know, table wise. Excuse me, like through the graphs, yeah, you can see even the win probability here, excuse me, there was a big jump as the game started, but it all just slowly crashed down in favor of Beastcoast. Net worth, XP never ever went in favor of X5. You know, that was always trending the way of Beastcoast. And yeah, it felt like I say, they got behind in lanes that the safe lane, I think they were, you know, on to win that one in terms of matchups, but Beastcoast just played around that lane so well. Even if there was a couple of annoying glimpses coming out here from Nuagas, you know, being able to pull back the Doom as well as that Enchantress in the lane. So yeah, it was Beastcoast just felt like they were on the top of the game coming into this first series.
They were. When you check like the net worth in minutes, sure, the Ursa was the highest net worth for X5, but he was behind every single core, including the Doom. And if that's happening when you're drafting this Ursa as a direct response to the Doom, it's definitely going to be a bit hard. We talked about it. It's not the best hero right now. It's also kind of it's kind of hard to pull off the enrage every single Doom. You add ping on top of it, but they had problems even before that. As you said, the win probability was always kind of trending towards Beast Coast the whole time, and they deserved it. So it's definitely more of a game of trying to find a better draft, right? I gotta be honest. I think Leshrac support is okay, but I was not impressed with this Leshrac Beastmaster lane. I think it's just very weak, especially considering you're playing against pretty strong laners on the side of Beast Coast. If I would change any heroes, it's probably the Deers and the Leshrac being a support.
Yeah, and I would have thought it would have been the other way around in the lane. Like you say, that Earth Spirit as a support, the Lesh into the mid lane, who would have had a bit of a better time against the Monkey King. It felt like in the mid lane, but yeah, no, they wanted to go ahead with it, and it just didn't pay off this time. So maybe, if they go for something similar, maybe they do swap those two heroes around, because the Earth Spirit felt like a really good pick. Being able to roll and be a big disruptor in the fights, but yeah, it just didn't come off against the Monkey King, and it's. Yeah, maybe we look to see if it's a little bit different here in game number 2 when game number 2 will start again. It's not a Tuesday night, so I don't know how long this the game coordinator is going to be like this. So I'm connected now, just logging in. Hopefully we won't be too far away from being able to just fully start this game.
Oh, you did DC? Oh, I'll try to do that as well, because I still have the coordinator thing going on.
Yeah, it's just giving me it saying that it's logging back in now, so hopefully... it's going to reconnect soon. We'll be able to get back in. So you're looking at this. So Beast Coast are going to be in a good position coming into this series. But how do you expect them to do in the Group A as a whole? Because that Katsuki were really good in the last season. The Infinity in their group as well. Even Carly coming through. Who are you looking at to be the top 3 in Group A?
This is a really stacked group. I think. I would probably say the top 4 to me is Akatsuki, Beast Coast, Infinity, and X5. I think that Quali and South Team, they do look a bit weaker, but not by much, honestly. So, now I actually don't even see the lobby. I can...
Game plan out of date. Yeah, got to give it a quick restart. Cool. Hopefully it's not like... another 2 gig patch or something like that that's going to be changing everything around. Maybe it is. Maybe we get the gameplay update, on the second
If we actually get a patch in between series, that would be crazy. But it's actually too fast. I think the download's too fast for it to be an actual new patch. I can dream, but I don't think we're getting it today. It's too close from the events that are coming in, right? I think if they would drop it, it would definitely be yesterday.
Yeah, it gives, like you say, there is more events coming up, so just maybe a little bit too soon. Maybe we get it in May. Though the schedule, I think, for the next part of the event, I think it starts after one of the bigger events starts. So, okay, I'm logging in again. Yeah.
I don't even get to see the lobby list. I don't know what's happening here.
Yeah. Oh, it's being remade. Ooh, it says it's being remade.
No, but I don't get to see a list of lobbies. Everything is...
Oh, yeah, no.
Huh.
Well, we've got a bit of time. Let's take a look at the other group as well. Just to see how that's going to come out. So, Boom, Estar, Infamous, Lava, Midas Club, and Universitario. It's just a big word. Universitario Esports. So, who are you looking at here? Who's your favorite? Got to be Boom, right?
I think Boom and Starbucks are definitely the 2 better teams. And then if we look at the rest of them, I'll probably say that Midas would be my 3rd, with Universitarios kind of close. They actually have some big names. Yeah, I don't know. Lava doesn't seem that strong, and Infamous looks all right. Yeah, I would say, I think, again, we have 4 teams that are going to be fighting for the top 3, and then 2 teams that I guess could upset them, because everyone, it's honestly pretty close overall. But yeah, I think Infamous and Lava are a bit behind everyone else for me.
Okay, I think we're lobby up as well. Yeah, we are.
Okay.
We'll lobby up and back in. Hopefully the teams won't be too far behind as well, and we'll be able to get started because bit of an interruption, but you know, no big issues. We are going to be able to rock and roll into the second game of the series and see if X5 are going to be able to answer back, get themselves back into a position, because nobody wants to start off with a loss. I mean, Beastcoast at this point, if they got a draw out of this one, they'd be feeling a bit sorry for themselves, I think, as well here after such a good start in game number 1. But we'll see how this one is going to play out here. Yeah, everybody's getting themselves into the lobby. Not going to be too far away from playing this one. And you look at this, like say X5, they need to answer back, and yeah, maybe put them in the top 4. But Beast Coast for now, just really showing them how it's done after game number 1. So we'll see what they're going to answer back with. Is there anything you want to see ban out from that first game? Or was there anything just way too powerful here from Beast Coast, or was it just kind of like a general complete outplay from Beast Coast?
Looking at their heroes, nothing honestly stands out as super OP in Dispatch, but if I would have to ban one hero, it'd probably be the Wind Ranger for Pyke. He just played incredibly well, and I think they had some decent responses. The Disruptor is really good, the Earth Spirit's supposed to be really good. He just played really well. So to me, take that away. Maybe yeah, if you're gonna early pick this Leshrac, play it as a core. I think it was honestly a pretty decent Leshrac core game. Yeah, I think that's, to me, just make sure you guarantee this Leshrac, because Leshrac is honestly really good into the Wind Ranger as well. Sure, there's burst damage from the Wind Ranger, but you do damage through the Wind Run. You just have to get on top, and they had several ways to do that, with the Glimpse, with the Kinetic Field, and the Earth Spirit. It's just, I think, that the lane, that's why they played Earth Spirit as a mid hero. Just Beastmaster Earth Spirit would have been even weaker than the Leshrac.
Yeah. Okay, well, we remade. All the players are getting back into the lobby, so hopefully we're not going to be too far away here from launching into the draft. Yeah, we're just waiting on a couple more, so it should be, we should be there in a couple of minutes. And looking through further in, because we've got another 2 series to come after this one. It is going to be, we take a look, South Team coming up against Infinity, and then Beast Coast playing once again up against Akatsuki. Again, one of my favorites from the last tour coming into this one, the last league coming into this one. We'll see how Beast Coast fare up against that one. Have you got any favorites for these two? I mean, we've just seen Beast Coast have a really good time. We'll see how they do it in the second match, but Beast Coast starting off right. But South Team versus Infinity, who are you looking at here? Who are your favorites coming into that second series?
I think Infinity should take that 2-0. I feel like they are substantially better. I think Infinity, to me, is probably... I mean, before Beast Coast played like this, I think they would be like my second strongest team of the Group A. Whereas South Team is kind of in the bottom for me. So, yeah, I do feel like Infinity should take that one. Beast Coast against Akatsuki, though, that is a really, really cool one. Very curious to see how that's going to pan out, because it is kind of a new Akatsuki. They have newer players. I haven't checked that, but yeah, very curious to see how Beast Coast will look against them, because they are making X5 not look the best. I'll say that.
Yeah, a bit of a new lineup coming out, like say for Akatsuki. I think is it only Robo Z that's the same? So last one was Shido, Robo Z, Adrian, Kiri, and Prada.
And it's also written differently, right? It feels like the way this Akatsuki... That's why they don't have a Wikipedia page. Just looking into it. Is it differently written?
No, it's the same team. Yeah, it is the same team.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's different from older even, because they've been playing for a while now.
Yeah, unless there's some renaming going on.
No. It is different, because they had Shido, they had Adrian, and they had Destroyer. Now they have Wits, Lisex. Okay, Destroyer is the same, but and their 5 also changed. It's actually Sexy Yogi instead of Prada.
Radiant team
yeah, so yeah, a big change around here coming out from Akatsuki. We'll see how that plays out for them, if it is going to be enough to maybe make it. I mean, they did make it into the playoffs last time around, So they did fairly well, I thought, for a bit of a newer team lineup coming out. But we can come back to that one. I think it's actually you and Hurry that's going to be on that series. I'm only on the first two. So yeah, we'll see how that one plays out. But yeah, we're going to be able to get ourselves into the draft now, see how this one is going to break down. And yeah, looking at similar bans coming out from both teams. So we'll see if X5, how they're going to shake it up coming into game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I really love what Beastcoast is doing here. They are taking away 2 of the Hermit's strongest heroes. You take away this Luna, that's definitely comfort here for Mini, which kind of put him in this, I'm going to play Ursa position. I do love the Batrider, though. I think taking away the Disruptor, trying something new with the Batrider is nice. I think the hero is strong. Maybe we could even see a Hermit Darks here. We saw that combination being pretty strong in, I guess, like 1 or 2 months ago. Batrider, it feels like it's not played with Darkseer as much anymore, and I think a part of that is that Oracle got some buffs and we're seeing Zero played a bit more, especially from Team Liquid. But I think if you pick Darkseer, maybe other teams would be willing to try the Oracle against it.
Yeah, maybe. That's how it's going to break down. Beastcoast, they do get the Kunkka on the board. Windranger are going to be banned out this time. So Kunkka, something a little bit more familiar once again here from Beastcoast. I mean, Batrider as well, coming out. How do you want to see this be played out? Because we see it mid, we see it offlane as well. It just feels like it's kind of the same thing, right? You rush the Ags, you rush the Blade Mail, and you kind of run heroes down. How do you try and play around how this Kunkka wants to play into his game?
I mean, you kind of have to burst him, right? If you don't kill this hero before he gets the boat, before he gets the water park, the fights usually are pretty hard. You're also kind of forced to lasso him because you can always X the target Batrider goes for. He can always just boat to give that target damage mitigation. The water park, especially the Batrider's position 5, makes it hard for him to drag the target because you can get X'd or Torrent and everything. So bursting the Kunkka is definitely a big part of it, getting more damage. I do love the Windranger ban that they went for second phase. I think you really don't want to give Spike that hero ever again. I would be surprised if other teams kind of give it away. Or, you know, if you're going to, you need a better response because it wasn't good enough from X5.
No, it felt like Beastcoast, they just had the full run of that game there. They're going to be able to pull out the Shadow Demon here as well. A really nice answer again to the Batrider, being able to get that disruption, stops the Batrider in its tracks, or just onto the lasso target here as well. So, yeah, X5, I mean, they pick it up straight away because otherwise it probably would have been banned out in the second phase. But this Batrider, even with a Kunkka pickup, you know, it doesn't feel the strongest. And, yeah, Beastcoast going to be able to double down on just making this Batrider feel bad here too.
Yeah, I do like the Shadow Demon pick. When you get the Shard, you also have the Dispel, which is super clutch against Batrider. Even having the heal on top of the Kunkka damage mitigation is incredible. We're going to go for a very classic Nuage's hero. So we already know Batrider is going to be in position 4 with this Treant Protector. A hero that we honestly barely get to see. You know, while I like to see them going for comfort after game 1, can't help but feel like this is not a hero that works dispatch. I don't know. I'm down to being impressed, but this hero, like, I don't remember the last time I got to see Treant Protector, and it has been maybe 3 or 4 months competitively.
Yeah, we were seeing it pretty much all the time, like you said, and the balance changes did come through. So this hero has kind of just straight up dropped off. And X5, we'll see if they are going to be able to make it work. Beastcoast, we'll see what the next pick as well. The Beastmaster coming out as well for X5 once again. How much do you like? What do you think it's going to be the Batrider Beastmaster lane here for X5?
I think so. Do I think it's necessarily stronger than the Shrek lane? I don't think so. But yeah, that's what I have to say. It's like it's just as strong, and you know the lane doesn't have to be necessarily really strong. I just feel like I look at the heroes on X5 until this Morphling, and I was not impressed. I feel like Batrider is only really the meta hero that is very strong. But this Morphling, it already looks pretty good. You can dodge the X with your waveform. You can become the Weaver. And the lane that he's going to be facing against doesn't seem that strong, right? It's going to be a Kunkka SD, looks like.
I mean, you could always throw that Kunkka mid here if you wanted to. Pick up something else.
I think you get this. I mean, honestly, maybe you're right, because I feel like Morphling destroys Kunkka. Just because your base damage is too high, your armor doesn't care about Tidebringer. So it really depends on how they read this matchup. I've seen really good Kunkas get absolutely demolished by Morphlings. But, in game one, we thought that Eurus was going to do really well, and Beastcoast just powered through whatever the draft advantage X5 seemed to have. So I'm curious to see how they read this and how they will adjust. Because I think if I was the Kunkka player, I would probably ask for a different hero.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to play the soft lane. How do you... Because if you're coming up against a Morphling, are you looking for Shiva's builders, Spirit Vessel builders? Do you want to go for maybe like the Keeper of the Light mid here and just kind of weather the storm as the Kunkka then in the offlane?
I like Kato against Morphling in general. This game, I feel like they like catch. I feel like they have very squishy heroes already. I would like to see something that's more of an anchor for them. So if you're playing mid Kunkka, maybe you can get yourself somehow Timber doesn't really get banned this entire time.
Yeah,
so
true.
Timber here, if you want. It's decent versus Morphling. Oh man, this is kind of a decent Timber game. You have a lot of melee heroes, and you have... I would love to see Timber Saw. Can we get it? I think you need something tanky, so that's why I'm thinking of Timber, and I just see a lot of these melee boys, and I think he would have a really nice time. It's just maybe the silence of the Earth Spirit's annoying. I don't know.
Yeah, and the Kunkka here isn't the worst matchup in the world for him in the mid lane up against the Earth Spirit as well, which I think we're going to get a run back on. So, yeah, I actually wouldn't mind this one, yeah, and the fact that it got all the way through the draft here, that's a little bit crazy because the Timbersaw in Southeast Asia was literally the first ban in 9 out of 10 games coming through, I think I saw. So yeah, Beastcoast, let's see if they go for that one. They're taking the time, they're thinking about it. They've got plenty of reserve time here as well. We'll see if that is going to be the choice for them.
I kind of like Pudge here as well. I feel like it's a great Pudge game. If this was European Dota, maybe we could see like some offlane Weaver. You get carry Pudge, you crush the Beastmaster, you're tanky boy, you really don't care about all the Batrider spells because they're damage over time. Pretty much the same for Earth Spirit as well if he's OT.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're going to see that. They also have like a hook to save people from Roar, from Tree and Protector OT. I think it would be really good, but I don't think it's going to be the route they take.
Yeah, and you are a Shiva's builder as well on that Pudge, or you can do. The Ag
and your
sector,
eggs, right?
Yeah. Massive, yeah. Hey, maybe that's what they're thinking of here. They're taking the time. They're really coming through this reserve time to think about this final pick. And I suppose you could get the Spirit Vessel on the Shadow Demon here as well. So that's another item that you can pick up. It might be a little bit slower than when the cores build it up, but that is available to him if he wants to go for that one. So what is it, Beastcoast? I mean, again, 39 seconds on the clock. We'll see whether you want to go with this one, what that final pickup is going to be.
Yeah, they're definitely taking their time. Yeah, I mean, it's just that I think playing the Weaver offlane is a bit too much. It's too crazy for Beastcoast. That's...
Okay, I wasn't expecting that.
Mid-Shaker or offlane. What's actually... Both are very weak against the Morphling, so very curious to see. Okay, so it's going to be Kunkka off, and they'll play Mid-Shaker 2 alone.
How much do you like this coming out for Beastcoast? This Mid-Shaker up against the Earth Spirit in the mid lane, but then overall, how do you feel about this mid-pick?
It's a good matchup against Earth Spirit, and it is really good against Morphling, right? Because it's that instant initiation where the Morphling doesn't get to cast his attribute shift. This is definitely a shard game for Mini, I think, so that you can... Wait, what's Morphling? Is Morphling's shard the same thing, or is that a talent now?
It's a good question.
So his shard... Yeah, okay, yeah, no, it is the shard. So you really need shard this game. Usually Morphlings are really greedy with buying that. I think Mini should buy it minimum 15. This Shaker can solo kill you the entire game if you don't have it. And even if you have it, it's still kind of scary because he will have a really good lane against Alone. I feel like that's just as scary. And that's the thing. Like, if you know you're going to be countered as the Earth Spirit, why are they picking it so late? Like, they're less picking the Earth Spirit, and like, it's not going to get banned. So I think order-wise, I'm not sure I like this Earth Spirit pick that much. Like, they're picking this Treant, for instance, that's also not going to get banned. I feel like you could have just as easily picked the Earth Spirit a little bit earlier and then picked a higher impact support. I feel like this Treant is just I want comfort type hero. And sometimes it's okay, but I feel like when I look at the X5 draft, it just doesn't strike me as very powerful.
Yeah, I kind of get the idea. You want something to sit in front of that Morphling, soak up a lot of the pressure. You've got the Leech Seed heal to come through as well. But yeah, like you say, that maybe you could have waited on that, picked up something different. It's kind of like the same idea with the clock, right? The Clockwork isn't a hero that you see all of that often, so you can wait to pick it up in case there's something better that comes along. And speaking about something better coming along, if you want, you can get yourself onto that 1xBet app. Use that QR code that is on the screen, or use the banner below the stream there. And again, you can head over to the 1xBet website or use that app and use the promo code 1XRLGSA and get yourself up to 130% bonus on your first deposit. And see the odds on the screen. X5, it's a little bit further away this time. Beastcoast definitely going to be the favourites after that last game, and X5, well, it's not going to be quite 5 for them, but they are going to be coming through with those 4-time odds on the screen.
Yeah, pretty intense odds here. We'll see if X5 is going to be able to bounce back. They're definitely relying a bit more on
30 seconds
comfort for them, which is okay. I think that's a direction that you're taking. I don't remember seeing Morphling being played by Mini that much, so I actually want to look for his win rate on this hero, or just like the amount of games, because that's definitely not like when I think of Mini, especially in the carry role, he used to play a lot of Monkey King, a lot of Spectre. Morphling is definitely not one of the heroes that jump to mind when I think of him. So I'm kind of like, do they just feel like this is a really good Morphling game, or is that something he's comfortable? He actually has a fair amount of, actually it's his 7th most played hero, even though he was a mid player in the past. All right, that's actually pretty reassuring.
What's his win rate on it?
61%. I mean, that's pretty decent.
Yeah, it's not bad here. Moo's going to be harassed a little bit. The flame rate comes out actually to push the Crystal Maiden back. And Moo's... Does he actually... I mean, the Blood Grenade is going to be committed as well onto the Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden, yeah, the kick! Now, I guess he's going to be the one to finish off that kill. But it was a really good kick from Alone there. And it's a good start. I mean, it does mean that both of your supports were wasting time. So it's going to be free pressure, I think, onto the Morphling just a little bit. But now the tree is down here, top lane. Gets some of the TPs coming in. The Batrider right back up there now as well. Pyke, Blood Grenade, actually, the chase out onto Hermit. Does he want to go for this one? There is no Sakuchi to come through. And the Crystal Nova was already using it. No follow-up here. Only level 1 on the Crystal Maiden because the game's only just started. So no Frostbite, but Hermit going to take a whole load of damage from this. In fact, Pyke's not going to commit onto this one. Level 2 comes out for the Beastmaster first as well.
All right. Yeah, I mean, they do get first blood, but while that's happening, GRPX1 is dragging some creeps around, so some pressure here for Hermit. But at the end of the day, this is already a way better start, and I think that is one aspect that is weak on Beastcoast draft, is this Crystal Maiden lane. It's definitely here that can die when you get level 2, level 3 on Hermit and the Batrider.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see how Pyke scales this one up, whether he goes for like the 1-1-1 build on the Weaver. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, how's Vitaly doing as well? Vitaly, yeah, it's just going to go for that Tidebringer Torrent combo. No surprises there. Mid lane, Lumpy, well, he's having some lumps kicked out of him, it feels like, by Alone, doing a lot of damage. He's spending a lot of mana on that Earth Shaker up against the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Okay, he does get 2. There you go. Yeah, this is not an easy lane, and it only gets worse because, Earthshaker, just incredible laner. This hero got totally ignored, and I don't think he got nerfed enough to the point of being bad. So I'm very happy to see Beastcoast playing it. It's just, there's so many times I've seen these mid-melee matchups and Earthshaker just being totally ignored. Very curious to see. I think the itemization is still pretty much the same. You go Treads, Blink Eggs.
And how are you... Okay, kick comes through onto Lumpy here as well. Yeah, how are you looking in terms of rotations, engagements? Are you looking level 6? Are you looking for the supports to rotate in, put the pressure onto the Earth Spirit? How do you want to play around this Earthshaker?
You just farm your Blink. I don't think you rotate that much. The curious part, though, is they have this Shadow Demon, very good here at stacking. In the past, when you had a kind of a bad matchup on Shaker, you would get Ancient stacks and you would just Echo Slam the stack to get ahead.
Yeah.
But this game, I wouldn't even be mad to see that happening, even though he's going to destroy this lane anyways. It could really kind of catapult how fast Lumpy's timings are going to go come online.
Okay. Well, we'll see if that's going to be the thing. Top lane now as well. The Frostbite comes on to Hermit. Hermit, it's actually going to be the Swarm coming through as well from Pyke. Pyke's already used that Sakuchi, but the Flame Break, it pushes them away. And they're not going to be able to get on top of Hermit to finish that kill. But yeah, the Beastmaster here, he's going to be suffering in this lane. If this lane pushes back, which it will do now, Creep Wave, pushing back across the platform, the plateau. We'll see Crystal Maiden got the mango, so got the mana to do the thing onto Hermit that's going to keep him locked down. The Crystal Nova and the Frostbite here, so Hermit just purely relying on those axes for the minute to farm up onto the creeps.
Oh yeah, gotta be really careful. And that's, again, this Hermit hero that isn't as strong as some of his other ones, to be honest. Not only in terms of his skill with the hero, but the fact that the hero isn't that good right now, right? It's not played that much. It's an okay hero. So, the fact that you pick it this early and you kind of get trashed in the lane, it's definitely not reassuring. Like, his playstyle game 1 was basically farm Ancients until you get eggs, and if other lanes start bleeding, which feels like mid is already bleeding really hard, this is even harder of a stomp that Lumpy is getting compared to game 1.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing around the Beastmaster, right? That he wants to stick in this off lane, he wants to put the pressure onto the towers, but if you are forcing him, or if he's building into the Agcept to build, he's not going to have the Helm and the Dominator to push those towers down quickly, so it does mean that you can feel safe in rotating off this top lane as, you know, your support, even your carry, to look for kills, and you know that tower is not going to go down quickly, so you aren't on a timer when you do leave this lane.
Oh, Nuage is blocking the Ancient stacks here from X5, so already predicting that move we were kind of talking about. Oh, they do get the courier, though. That's a very stacked one.
Yeah, we'll see if... I mean, he's not going to be punished from this one. The Shadow Poison's not going to be fully committed from the Shadow Demon Almisho. Yeah, in fact, Nuaga's going to be able to get the lead sheet off, so Almisho, taking a lot of pressure from this one, has to use one of the tangos, or the only tango he has left. And Nuaga's just going to be able to walk away from this one. And yeah, it's kind of the thing, right? The Shadow Demon has no mana boots, has no wand. Are those the mana boots? Surely not coming out now. It's going to be the Kunkka's Courier, actually. Yeah, it's going to be a Clarity. Meanwhile, top lane, again, chase down Hermit. He is going to be under so much pressure just from Pyke. Going to be able to keep pressure and stick to this. Stick to the Beastmaster. You'll keep him from being able to get fully found up onto this lane. Look at this one. Frostbite comes through. Sakuchi will be here. Right clicks once again. He does have that Hawk going here, but Hermit, it's a whole lot of damage. In fact, one more right click and it will be enough. Pyke picks up the kill.
Really good move. They predict GRPX1 going for the stack and they rune. They go for this Beastmaster. And I gotta be honest, I feel like they're just being outplayed in every single lane. This Morphling should not be behind a Kunkka in CS in a lane where he didn't die. This is honestly looking worse than game 1.
Almisho even denies the bounty in here. Knows he's not going to be able to get through in time, so disrupts. And yeah, just gets that. Is it going to be enough damage? It will be. Crystal Maiden will fall the Bat Rider. And Jupiter does find that kill with the help of a lone. Good rotation in from that Earth Spirit. But while this is going on, yeah, like you said, I mean, the Weaver's still free farming onto this one. He doesn't feel any pressure from that gank. He just knows, okay, Crystal Maiden's down, but they don't have the Bat Rider lasso. They don't have the lockdown ability to get the kill onto me. So I just feel free to farm in the lane still.
Oh, mid lane. Lumpy, you get ulted, but they don't have enough damage.
No, and TP in from the Crystal Maiden as well. So Moo's going to be down here. Yeah, no real follow-up onto this as well. So, in fact, Crystal Maiden, it might just be that Earthshaker. Is he going to move in? He's got the Echo Slam.
Let's watch him. I want to see the Echo Slam. Oh, is he going for it?
He's going to pull the creeps over first, right? And then, yeah, just be able to find the right angle. Or maybe not.
Oh, I guess he had vision of the Earth Spirit, so he was afraid. Okay.
Okay, fair enough. X-Mark comes out into Mini. Lumpy is going to be here now as well. Does he spend the Echo Slam here? Mini's going to try and do what he can. Disruption.
Oh, he's
onto it. Yeah, Echo Slam. Ooh. No! Oh, he gets the waveform away from it. It was perfect timing there from Mini.
Alright, I mean, that's not too shabby. They kill moves. Oh, wow, that's happening. Is Mini dead? I guess he's dead.
Yeah. Going to be the rotation, and Vitali's going to be able to get the kill. And now the Swarm onto Alone as well. And Alone, he's not going to be completely alone because Marcus is down here, but he's going to die alone. It feels like the damage, it's going to be way too much. and Pike gets killed. I got a little bit of lag there, so I didn't actually see the kill confirm. And Nuagas trying to run himself away from this one, but Torrent will connect, and yeah, the chase down from Pike as well. It's going to be a whole lot of damage. Disruption just to set up. They should be able to get it, even through the Nature's Grasp. Nuagas now out of mana, out of life, out of time.
This is a very similar game, right? You have the entirety of Beastcoast collapsing into the safe lane. No indication or will of Hermit to respawn, because that's the type of player that he is. And they just get outnumbered. Even though they waste the Echo, they just run at me and kill him anyways. That's like, that just shouldn't happen. And yeah, it's just the greed of Hermit kind of being a problem in both games of the series.
Yeah, would you prefer, you know, an offlaner here that can rotate, can put match the pressure coming out? Because again, he really isn't putting the pressure when he gets the free time to take down this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he could. Maybe he was out of mana. I'm not sure exactly what happened. He was farming like a really big stack.
Yeah.
But yeah, regardless of what did happen, it is at least a slightly lower gold advantage than Beastcoast had. I think they were like at 3 or 2k gold already at the stage of the last game.
Yeah, and they might be able to go, well, they will be able to go into this Bat Rider now as well. You see the Lumpy just moves himself down into the river. It means that he is surrounded, even with that Firefly going. Can't get himself away from it, and just Fireflies his way into the waiting arms of Lumpy, who gets the credit for the kill.
Alright, not too shabby indeed. I mean, everything seems to be better than I expected, considering how bad the CS looked, 5 minutes ago. Because this Vessel is going to come a bit faster for the Earth Spirit. The Beastmaster is honestly on track here for the Eggs. The towers are looking relatively healthy as well. So, they are going for a play on this on the Shaker.
What are they going to be able to do here? He's got his teammates backing him up as well. Lumpy, he has the Echo Slam back up now as well. There's going to be 3-4 heroes around. Roll comes out as well. Earthshaker, he's already used that, but the disruption is going to keep him alive. Boat will fly through now as well onto the Bat Rider. Lumpy going to be able to get the Fisher off. And is the magnetized damage? The Rolling Boulder comes in. Lumpy, he's trying to run himself away from this one. I think he still ticks down to it. He's going to get low. No!
Oh, the Lotus!
The Lotus comes out from... it's just a great save. 2 heroes do go down, but Pike might be able to get a response onto this one. You can see Lumpy wants to come through. He is invis now. Does he want to try and go for that Echo Slam? Throws it out, gets it onto the tree and protecting Lumpy. The Overgrowth gets used up. Pike's going to try and get this return kill. It doesn't matter. They take down Lumpy. Alone will fall to Pike. But that was just... it was a bit of a brawl coming through, and I'm surprised the Earthshaker lasted as long as he did.
Yeah, that was... They kind of split their resources. They ended up going for the Kunkka first rather than trying to kill the Shaker with the other heroes. Yeah. Still, surprisingly good for X5. They only lose the Earth Spirit there, and they get 3 kills. So, not too shabby at the end of the day. I am honestly very impressed that this game even looks close from how much they got trashed in the laning stage. Like, they were... It felt like, this is a 12k versus 9k MMR game in the laning stage. They were just out-CSing, out-killing, out-laning the entirety of X5. But now that the team fights are breaking out, I guess the big difference is that the supports got their 6s much faster, right? That's a fight where Nuages had his 6 at minute 10, whereas this Disruptor, I think, got his at minute 13. The Leshrac was so starved the entire time. And GRPX1 will get his last, so probably once someone farms the stacks he's making here in the triangle.
Yeah, and yeah, like you say, that they even denied a Wismarin away from Beastcoast, but Beastcoast just felt like because of the kills, they were getting the supports came online so much quicker. And we're able to put the pressure on early. So hopefully, I mean, once that lasso is online here too, like you say, there's stacks coming out of the triangle, so he's going to get something from this. Even sees the Illusion Room. Rolling Boulder actually comes in onto the Crystal Maiden, though. Crystal Maiden, the Magnetize gets dropped again, but I think they might just have the Freezing Field comes out. They still get the kill onto Moose, but they do take down Alone, so Alone didn't really want that kind of trade-off here. And yeah, it's going to put him behind just a little bit longer.
I do like what X5 did, because in general, Beastcoast is always responding with every single hero that they have, besides maybe Pike in some fights.
Yeah.
So you trade your mid for a support, but you forced a lot of rotation, a lot of TPs, and you're like, okay, let's just disengage. They denied the rune. It's the Bat Rider that picks it up. And you're still farming with this Beastmaster. The Axe is going to come way faster, at least from what it looks like. And the Morphling is having a much better game than the Ursa had game 1 as well.
Yeah, you can see net worth-wise. I mean, he's going to be behind the Weaver as well as the Kunkka, but he's keeping up, really. You know, he's not falling too far behind. Pike's going to rotate now, so there's going to be smoke coming through, but they want Mini again. And yeah, Pike's going to be here to set up Mini. He does have the safety bubble coming through, the X-Mark. He's going to be able to get the wave away. And back lines, Lasso locked down here onto that Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon's going to fall, and it looks like they might be able to go into Moose now as well. Moose, he already used that freezing field, and it's not going to be back up just yet, and he is going to be going down here. Mini does get the kill from that one. They might even be able to go into Vitaly. Vitaly, he moves himself up to the high ground through that little bridge. And should be away. Yeah, not going to overcommit onto this one. And you can see that the Weaver even took the twin gate here back to the top lane. Just wants to continue farming up here, this Weaver.
Dire's bottom tower is
That's a really clutch play from Mini. When you get X like that and you want to dodge the torrent, what you need to do is check. You need to keep vision on the Kunkka, so you check her magic one. And once he actually casts the X, the torrent, you can dodge it. Well, we'll vote for the rune, but I think they're going to lose it anyways.
Yeah, it's... Vitaly comes in, but it's going to be traded off. Pike gets that top one. Will be able to get himself away. Batrider's TPing in, but...
Yeah, he can't solve me,
back in the fight here. Blade Mail gets popped from the Kunkka. There's going to be 2-3 heroes around. In fact, I think Pike's going to be joining this one now as well. It's going to be the full 5-man fight coming in from Beastcoast. They're looking for this one, but the Overgrowth gets used again. Lumpy gets the kill onto Mini. Can they get more from this one? No, I guess Freezing Field is going to get dropped, and maybe here the tree goes down as well. Lumpy will get the kill, and Pike takes down Hermit.
But so much damage from Alone.
Yeah, Alone's in. He drops the Magnetized. Fisher comes through now as well. Do they have the damage to get the kill? Alone will fall and won't be able to get the kill onto Lumpy, because Lumpy's going to get that TP back and going to be able to heal up through this one.
Pretty close fight as well. I love what they're doing here. They actually brought Hermit before his exit this time. Yeah, sure, he dies, but I think just the fact that he's there and he casts spells allows this fight to be even instead of like a 4-for-1 like it happened in game number 1. This also means Mini is keeping up with farm. You know, he's a little bit behind Pike, but generally speaking, Morphling probably does a bit more with less gold compared to Weaver. So things are honestly very decent, even the win probability, 40 to 60. I think this is way... I don't think they were ever this close past minute 5 win rate wise.
No, they definitely weren't here. And yeah, like I say, every time they take a fight, it feels like they're getting even trades, whereas in the last game, they just were getting nothing out of it. But Weaver, though, going to be able to farm these Ancients, has himself the... He's going to be losing the Kobold, though, so he loses that little bit of extra gold bonus, but just have that Maelstrom, so we'll be able to farm up the Ancients, get himself through onto that. Dragonlance is out now as well. Going for the Manta style. How much do you like this for the Weaver?
I mean, it's pretty good against Treant, pretty good against the all of the Earth Spirits kit as well. So I think it's okay. Definitely not that common. Sometimes we see, you know, or the BKB or the Pike or even the Shard. But I think the Manta is fine. He also, I think he ended up going for Manta with the Monkey King as well. Oh, but the Monkey King was not carry. It was mid.
Yeah, I was just thinking that with the Raw as well as the Lasso, that I would have thought he would have gone for Lincoln's over the Manta, but I mean, he could still go back for them. That's the big thing, though, right? If he goes for the Lincolns as well, it means that he's going to have Manta style, he's going to have Dragonlance, he's going to have Lincoln's all taking up slots, so it's going to limit the actual amount of damage that this Weaver's going to be. You know, no Desolator, no Daedalus just on the board just yet. In fact, Pike, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. The Firefly comes in, Lasso locked down. They're going to be able to, should be, no! He gets the time lapse off. Meanwhile, top lane, they are looking for Hermit here. Hermit, he's going to be stalked out. Could be in a little bit of trouble here. Do they get the vision out? Lumpy's looking for this one. Has that blink dagger. Can he get the vision through? He blinks over Hermit, but there is going to be that shadow poison now. Hermit's going to be seen slowed down and potentially killed off. Roar will be used, but the freezing field comes through. Hermit's going to be taking a whole lot of damage from this one. Yeah, they get the lockdown and they will get the kill.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. They misplay bottom. They lose this Beastmaster in the top lane. And now Vitaly also TPs in front of them as they lose Mini. Oh, no.
Oh, dude.
Yep, that's pretty bad. It was looking quite solid up to this point. Just a couple of mistakes and game already snowballs very hard towards Beastcoast here. They're gonna find Nuages maybe, or maybe he will find. Oh, you're dead, Nuages.
Yeah, the Bat Rider's going to be here, but the Weaver comes across the swarm into the Fissure and this tree, and it doesn't matter if you can tree walk because there's just a massive barrier between you and safety. Now the X mark into the boat as well. Bat Rider not going to be able to get away. Good double kill here for Lumpy. Great setup. And what do you... Looking at this one, because now Beastcoast are starting to get ahead, what are you looking to do as X5? Are you still looking to farm? Do you want to be going for these ganks when the spells are up? How do you want to play around this?
I think you probably feel okay fighting with the Manta on Morphling because he already has the Shard, so at least this is going to allow him to, in general, tank through what Beastcoast has. But the problem is they actually didn't take a single tower. Oh, what is happening here? Hermit is by himself. He just got red like a fiddle.
Vital, yeah, gets caught out, and Pike gets a kill onto Hermit, so it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade here, but it was a big commitment in terms of spells, coming out to get that kill onto the Kunkka, and a little less to get the kill onto Hermit. Hermit just couldn't get himself away from that one. It was a good rolling boulder, though, onto the Kunkka in the mid lane, and just sets up for the rest of his team to follow up and get that kill. X5, yeah, again, every time they seem to lose something, they feel like they're trading off at least one hero for that. And not too bad for them. 4k net worth lead here for the side of Beastcoast. I think 19 minutes in, we're already looking at like near close to double figures here for Beastcoast in that last game.
Yeah, they are actually rotating everyone to the top side now. X5. Can they get a good engagement? No less of 440, so I'm pretty curious as to why they think this is the right moment to fight. This is a nighttime fight. You don't necessarily have a lot of vision around the map. Why fight now?
Did he want Roche? Or did he want Beastcoast to stop them from getting Roche? Going to be able to come in. Fissure doesn't connect onto Mini. Overgrowth will be used here. But, I mean, again, the Fissure has been used. Lumpy's going to be able to leap himself away. He has that Echo, excuse me, the Acceptor, so he's going to be able to get that Enchant Totem, get himself in and out as well. And, yeah, it looks like, I mean, X5, maybe they wanted to stop Beastcoast from going to Roche here, but they're not going to be able to, all they're going to do is lose their tree.
Oh, Mini, gotta be careful here, bro!
Big Echo Slam, great setup with a Fissure, instant blink in. And now the lasso onto the Earth Shaker. Earth Spirit going to try and do what he can. Silence comes out here as well. But can they do the damage to Dive Well? Spirit Vessel both connects. It looks like Lumpy wants to come back in. They already get the kill onto GRP X1. And now they're going to be able to get a kill onto the Earth Spirit as well. And now, do they push for even more onto this one? Because the Beastmaster not too far away. Well, I guess has only just come back alive as well, but it looks like the Weaver actually wants to farm through the triangle. And is that the Manta coming out for him? Did he change his mind? No, he does need that Manta recipe. So he's got the gold for it now. We'll be able to buy it up and fly it in.
Oh, that's a really tough one. Yeah, I mean, when Echo is available, it feels like even with this Morphling Shard, you can just die. It's too much damage at once, especially if the Morphling is near other units. They will at least get a Tormentor. Oh, I thought they would. Maybe 2 heroes not enough here. Inside of X5.
Yeah, maybe not. Morph, how's he looking? He has fallen behind now, about 4,000, 5,000 gold coming behind the Weaver. So he was keeping pace up until the last few minutes or so, where the Weaver has been able to skyrocket ahead. Weaver looking towards that Glade Mirror as well. Going to be great for the control, just to be able to set up. And I mean, it's going to be more damage as well, but just be able to set up for your teammates, for the boat, for that Echo Slam, for the freezing field. It is great utility, and I mean, it helps the carry as well, because it is still that Maelstrom, so you still get the procs through that one. And Weaver, yeah, just building fairly well here and uninterrupted as well.
I gotta say, if there's one thing about the X5 draft that I really like, is the Earth Spirit. I think alone, both games, has played really well. Like, he had absolutely disgusting lanes he had to face against, and he still like played really well. To me, he's been the best player so far on the side of X5, as they will probably lose the Tormentor. Aggressive move from Beastcoast, trying to deny this from them.
no one actually wants it. Yeah, you can see the posture around, all the ultimates back up as well for Beastcoast. So if they want to fight this out, they can do. A bit deadly around that Tormentor because of the passive burn, as well as any damage it does get inflicted onto the Tormentor, going to be reflected back. But I mean, hell, you could try and finish kills like that. You know, you try and put the pressure on. Meanwhile, there is going to be the lasso, but what are they going to get from this one? Crystal Maiden, Fisher onto 2. Freezing Field will be used, gets that extra armor now as well. The roll comes in, so there's not going to be an Echo Slam just yet. And Lumpy doesn't want to carry on using it. He does, he commits it onto the Morphling. Damage coming through, they're going to be able to go into the Treant now as well. Moose will fall alone, gets that kill. Mini though, going to get dragged back. Do they get the kill? They will. They're going to be able to take down Mini and go for even more into this one. Earth Spirit in the middle of 3-4 heroes, gets the Magnetize, gets the Silence, rolling ball, and no! X Mark, he doesn't. And he gets that one off, gets the voice line. Yeah, great dodge here. But it means that, again, Beastcoast, they're going to put some pressure onto this tier 2 tower in the mid lane from that fight.
And they use all of their disables. That Crystal Maiden somehow tanks through it all, gets like an insane freezing field. Level 2, by the way, so the Morphling just not doing enough damage with all the armor the CM has. It's just poorly executed. I think X5 just jumping the gun in some of these fights, just not pressing all of the buttons correctly. And Beastcoast is once again kind of abusing that. Maybe it took a little bit longer this time, but the only hero that's actually looking very impactful in these fights is Alone. I'm honestly baffled that he is level 14 this game.
Yeah, and what do you do from this? Because it was a great start. Rolling Boulder comes in. Can they get on top? The Dagon coming out here onto Lumpy. Lumpy, he's going to try and get this dive away, but the Rolling Boulder comes in. Oh, they might actually be able to set up onto this one alone. He's not going to be alone anymore. Even Vitaly going to join it out onto this one now as well. The Disruption, the dive comes in from that Enchant Totem. They should be able to get the kill. He tries to do it again. No way, dude. He gets that Rolling Boulder out, but the chase out. Lumpy's got the Blink Dagger. Even commits the Echo for that one. Lumpy does get the kill.
I mean, good attempt. It's a lot of space, a lot of chaos in the mid lane, but can they turn this into something? That's the question as Nuage just gets picked off again.
Yeah. And it looks like they might be able to get the lockdown. They do. They get the kill onto the tree.
That's a tough one. Hermit, he's been really poor. Like, he got these eggs, it's been at 14, 15, and didn't get to finish his blink the entire time. Now feels like maybe U-Scepter is the item he wants to pick up. Just feels tough. They were kinda looking pretty good until that succession of kills that Beastcoast got on them. Oh, Batrider.
He's in trouble. The Fish is going to be there, and yeah, looks like they're going to be able to get another kill onto Group X1. He goes down easily. Lumpy picks up that kill. And yeah, you're looking at this now again. It was a good start here for X5, but now Beastcoast 15k net worth lead, 27 kills to 13, and it's just going to be again more objectives coming out, and X5 in a little bit of recovery mode here as well for them. It feels like.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really love Vitaly's build. Again, I think in game number 1 he was very instrumental into how Beastcoast won that fast, and he got a really early shard, and I think that's an item a lot of Kunkkas stopped picking because he got, a little bit nerfed when Kunkka was... Oh, there you go. That's the shard making its magic. Right there. Oh, did he echo?
Gets the overgrowth off now. Nuagas, though, those Shadow Poisons start to stack up. The Axe Mark dragging back in now, and Lumpy just going to be able to get the jump in. Finishes off that kill.
Yeah, beautifully done again. Yeah, my point is, when you're against this Morphling, he wants you waveform after your Axe, but then you get to use the shard to bring him back, and I think you just don't see Kunkkas sometimes even buying it, like just waiting for the Tormentor to drop it. This is a really good shard game, just because you have Earth Spirit. Oh, hello.
Yeah, could be able to get the dive in now as well. The Beastmaster untroubled to be able to use that robe, but the Glemnik comes out, and it will be Pike that finishes off that kill, though. Lasso, Blade Mail coming out from the Earth Spirit as well, dragging the Earthshaker back. Earthshaker trying to get himself away from this one. Lumpy will be blown up. Mini, they're going to be able to hold that base a little bit longer, and Vitaly trying to run himself away from this one, but Vitaly, he might actually be out alone, though. Does he get himself away? Nope, he does not, and Pike finishes him off once more.
I mean, Alone's playing really well. That's a huge dive. Beastcoast going in, but they only lose the Shaker, and they're still gonna lose their tower, it looks like, or at least force this glyph without even having Aegis in their pockets. This is how far ahead Beastcoast is. Like, you don't even get to see teams attempt high ground without Aegis this early, let alone with Aegis.
And you can see that the tree's doing its best on that sliver of health that the tower has left. Just trying to use the living armor every time it comes off cooldown to keep this tier 3 tower going.
Level 1.
Yeah. But he has kept it up, which is the main thing. Yeah, I'm just watching the 2 ticks every so
There you
often.
go.
So, it's going to take a while, but eventually, as long as Beastcoast give him like half an hour, 40 minutes, he might be able to get it back up to full health.
All right, never give up on your dreams, says Nuages. As yeah, there's gonna be a Wisdom Rune, so I'm assuming they can probably posture here, get the Wisdom Rune, get the Tormentor, and I think this is gonna be the opening for Beastcoast to get Roshan if they feel like that's their next move.
Yeah, X5, like I said, they will be able to get the Tormentor. Who gets a shard? It's going to be Hermit. So, I don't mind that one, you know.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh
Echo,
my lord.
no, dude, Mini! I take my eye off him for 1 second and he's dead.
This Shaker has been absolutely brilliant from Lumpy. You know, we talked a lot about Pi Game 1, but Lumpy in this one, it's just impressed me through and through. Vitali playing amazing game. They're going high ground without Aegis. This game, I mean, this game's over. It's just... I don't think they have the playmaking heroes necessary. Like, they don't have the burst damage, and if you don't burst anyone, the boat's gonna come out. There's Shadow, there's the Disruption from El Misho. How do you heal anyone from Beastcoast? Like, if they're S5, I don't think you can.
No, yeah, again, it feels like this Beastmaster, he's really not had the impact that you were expecting. I mean, look at this one. Net worth-wise, he's closer to the Crystal Maiden than he is to, like, the Kunkka. That's how good this game has gone for Beastcoast here.
Yep, it has been a very dominant performance as they're still poking high ground here. No cares about an Aegis. They're just slowly bruising X5 to death here.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on
How is it looking item-wise? I mean, again, the Beastmaster, he's going towards a BKB or he's just Blink Dagger. Mini, BKB up for him, going towards the Phylactery. But, yeah, that damage is going to be really nice. You know, obviously, the Morphling, when you run that full agi there as well, being able to get that burst through. But it just feels like you've got the... You can't really use it onto the Weaver because he's going to be able to time-lapse that on off. It's not going to be a full kill. And like you say, the boat coming through, Disruption to make sure there's no follow-up. Lumpy's a big tanky hero as well, 3.3k health. So this might actually be the last chance saloon coming out for X5. They're going to smoke, go for a big wrap, and maybe look to contest into this Roshan fight because that's where Beastcoast are hanging around.
You have to. I think you have to kill the Shadow Demon. I don't think there's any other hero that you can kill. Oh, that's definitely the one you want. Oh, they use both spells.
Yeah, lasso lockdown onto him, and yeah, they absolutely hate this Shadow Demon now as well. But the instant El Nisho, he just got able to disrupt himself, keep him alive a little bit longer. Echo Slam backlines, they take down Hermit. He is dead and buried. Has that buyback if he wants to come in, which the Shadow Demon does not. Mini, though, is going to get low. Did they get the kill onto this Morphling? Morphling trying to get himself away from this one. It's a lot of pressure coming out. They have the control. He's going to be able to waveform himself up to the high ground, back on the backlines, though. They get the kill onto Moose. Can they get the kill onto Pike? Pike, he's just doing so much. The TP for the tree, he is away. Right click onto the Batrider, though. Batrider just falls, and Mini falls to Lumpy. They do all have no. He just falls out.
Brilliantly placed by Mini. He gets the waveform off, becomes Sukuchi, becomes the Weaver to Sukuchi away, and even then there's enough gap close for Lumpy just because of that freaking Octarine core lowering all his cooldowns. I mean, it's tough because despite the initiation being botched, using both the Lesson and the Roar on the same target, they still got a decent-ish fight out of it, but with no cooldowns. Beastcoast, they're not even going Roche. They're just like, all right, let's end this.
Yeah, and yeah, like the Morphling bought out for the Didan, so he's not gonna have he's not gonna be back alive for 20 seconds. This is gonna be another lane of racks. It feels like. In fact, look at this, the push from Vitali. They might just try and go for Megas before they end this one. Fortification will be used. You've got 12 seconds until the Morphling's back up. Net worth wise, he's still gonna be about 700 gold away from buyback, so he needs to get some kills just in case he goes down in this fight. And you see this one, Beastcoast, they are not afraid of coming up on the side and they take another lane of racks.
Yeah, they're already posturing here for the defense. There's no one pressuring. I mean, there's a tier 1 top still, so you can't really pressure the side lanes at all. And it's gonna be Mini against the world. Maybe there's like a clutch initiation here that alone can pull off. But in general, I mean, that's why they got
Lasso lockdown here onto the Weaver. Do they have enough with this? So they're going to be able to get the overgrowth if they want to now as well. Echo Slam comes out the back lines and the Weaver's away. Still holds that time lapse now as well. Hermit will die. Has that buyback if he wants to use it. Already used the raw. I mean, he's going to try and do what he can. He's got that Earthshaker form coming through. A lot of right click damage coming through. But Pike, he is able to use that time lapse now. They take down the Earth Spirit and now they're going to be able to go for more. Alone is dead. No buyback here as well. Mini going to be locked down. The stun lock coming through here onto this Morphin. But Morphin, what can he do? Trying to get that wave away inside the wave. So he is water. He becomes water. He fades away. They hold this third and final lane for a little bit longer, but while this is going on, they are losing buildings in their base. Is that the phylactery completed here as well for the Morphin? It is. So what is he going to be able to do with this one here as well? He's trying to clean off the base. He's trying to clean off the creeps, and they're going to be able to get the kill into the tree. It is Mini against the world. He is 4v1. There are buybacks available on the side of X5, but I think he's going to be committed. Batrider uses his. He's not got that lasso up for the next 18 seconds now. Beastmaster will be back alive, but they want to go for more onto this when they jump on the backlines. The Batrider Force-Staff is going to keep him alive a little bit longer. It's going to be the Earth Spirit, Earth Shaker form once again. Mini dives himself in. Moose takes a lot of damage through this one, but he will be able to get that Glimmer Cape away to safety. And the lockdown Morphlin again going to be torrented up into the Mini, trying to do what he can. What damage can he get through now? There's all the Hawks diving through onto Pike, and it looks like the Raw will committed. Weaver, he has that time lapse up. Will he be unlocked long enough? No, they do. They get the kill onto the Weaver. They hold this one. Lumpy, he gets close. Disruption keeps him alive. Roland Boulder comes in from Alone. Can they get the kill onto this one? Lumpy's going to be able to get that dive away. And Alone, he wants to chase for a little bit longer. He's still going onto this one. Does he get the dive onto Lumpy though? Lumpy, he's got those Enchantos and the Fisher. The lockdown onto Alone. Alone, he is still chasing for this one. Speaking about chasing, they might be able to chase onto the Shadow Demon. El Misho in the trees. Axes fly through. He goes left. What can they do onto this one now as well? And it looks like the damage coming through. Lumpy, he commits the Echo Slam. It doesn't get the kill onto the Earth now as well. So Alone carries on going and Lumpy will go down. Can he get the turnaround onto this one? Alone? He's going to be frostbitten now as well. Do they have the control on the spells? Glimmer Cape will be used. Alone. And Group X gets the kill onto El Misha while this is going on though. Look at this one. Alone. He's wasting so much time. In fact, he might be able to get the kill onto the Kunkka. The waveform, it comes in. Mini's trying to get the kill onto him. And the Vitalik's not going to be able to bounce himself out of this one with the Ogre Seal Totem to get the kill. And now they're going to be able to get the kill onto Moose. He's in the Glimmer Cape form. It will be wearing off now as well. But Mini, he's looking for this one. The Adaptive Strike through the trees was a waveform. It will be used. They take down absolutely everybody over the course of that fight. And now they're even going to be able to go into the Roshan pit. And it looks like the Batrider even going to be able to hold the base.
What in the actual game is happening in this game? Like, that was supposed to be okay, Roche is gonna go the other way. That's unfortunate, but I think they're still gonna be able to take it, will they? DP from the Weaver already? Oh no.
Yeah, they're looking to contest, but do they have this anyway to deal with this Weaver? The Weaver comes in.
This is even worse!
Dude, I don't know what that was, but it resulted in his death, and yeah, this is gonna be X5 taking Roche. She's on the board here. No, that was that the first Roshan?
No, that's the. Yeah, no, you're right. That's the first one. They never even attempted Roche.
No.
Yeah, you know, that is very on brand for Beastcoast, so I'm happy that not only they're looking good now, they're also giving bones away sometimes, right? That was definitely something they would do in the past a lot. They played very confidently the entire time. And yeah, maybe that attempt in the bottom side, like you could have very easily got Roshan. It was daytime, so you could have just run towards the pit. A bit of a noopsie, but even after all of that, right? You kill everyone, you get Roche, you kill the Weaver, you're at 5% after all of that. So it is still a huge climb for for X5, and they're gonna go for a smoke. I love the aggression here from X5, trying to snowball into those small mistakes, especially the Weaver still being dead.
Yeah, and we'll see just how they're going to try and play this one, because I mean, Mini does have that full calendar up now as well. So if he gets on top of the Crystal Maiden, the Shadow Demon, he will be able to make those heroes disappear, but not in the fun way. So this is kind of where the Morphin Power Spike starts to come out, but is it a little bit too late? Excuse me. As they're going to be able to get the dive away now. They do get the lockdown Alone. Oh, they cancel off the Yules. He's going to be able to get himself away. Rolling ball out to safety, but they get the lockdown. The damage coming through now. The Raw comes through onto Lumpy though. They take down Group X. Can they get any more from this one? They might be able to get the train. They do. So 2 heroes dead. X5, they don't have buybacks as well. They're going to be playing this one. 3v might even be a 2v5. Earth Spirit now, the Fisher, the lockdown, Enchant Totem. What can they do? It's going to be able to get himself away. Alone's going to be able to go for the wrong ball, but he only goes as far as that Shadow Demon. And now the damage coming through. Magnetize will be used, but he's going to be controlled all the way through this one. He's straight up dead, has that buyback available, which is the important part. But still...
amazing read from Beastcoast. They're like, the only play they have is cut the mid wave, so he TPs before your Spirit even shows, and he gets the disruption that sets up the next kill. So, yeah, they will be forced to use that buyback probably sooner than we expect, because the glyph's already being forced here by Pyke.
Yeah, the Morphlin, again, does still have that Aegis. You've got the tree coming up in the next 5 seconds here as well, but it's not going to be quick enough before this Rax falls, and it looks like they're just going to be able to get Mega Creeps off this one now as well. Earth Spirit, he's still holding that buyback. Is he waiting for the bat to come back up too?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Because the tree responds, but he has no OT, and the bat doesn't have anything. It's just...
Oh my god, Mini.
Right.
Glemmy is going to be here now as well. They're going to be able to get the drive back into the torrent. Even going to be able to use that tidal wave now as well. Mini's going to be taking so much damage. They pop that Aegis. It's do or die time now for X5. There's no buyback just yet. Again, they're even going to be able to get the lockdown onto the Batrider. The Batrider X-Mark into that. Well, he's going to be able to use that Yules, but doesn't matter. Pyke gets the kill. He is dead. No buyback. Earth Spirit on the respawn. 15 seconds away, but it feels like Beastcoast, they're getting everything they want from this one. They're going to be able to go into the tier 4 towers, and X5, do they really have it up their sleeve to stop them here? Earthshaker's form stolen here by Mini. Trying to do what he can with the Fisher being reflected back. Oh, Echo. Did he get on top now as well? Can they get the kill into the mid? It's going to be a lot of damage coming through. They're going to be able to go to that overgrowth out from the train protect. He's going to be bounced around like a pinball here. With that Torrent Storm coming out, they get 2 kills. The buyback comes through from the Earthshaker. El Misho's going to be getting low into this one. So is Pyke. Pyke's going to be able to do what he can with the time lapse. They get the kill. This time, Earth Spirit, did he buy back? He wants to get himself right back into this fight in his base here. Hermit on the back lines here as well. Chase down onto Moose. Moose is low, but he's not going to be dead just yet. And even Lumpy going to be able to get this dive away. But again, it is going to be Megas inside the base pushing in onto this one. So X5, they need to leave someone back to defend this one. Make sure they don't lose their tier 4s. Make sure they don't lose their Ancient.
That was close again from X5. I think Mini is playing those fights really well, always becoming the Earthshaker, just doing a lot. But you're very, very far behind, and because they're lacking buybacks here on X5, they might be overpowered. There's not gonna be Roar. I guess Roar is back in 7, but the biggest one is the Magnetize and Overgrowth.
Yeah, the creep wave's pushing in from all angles here as well, so one false move from the side of X5. They have a buyback on the Beastmaster, and that is it. Everything else, it's been used, so they don't have the gold for it here. So you can see Mini between these tier 4s trying to defend it out as long as possible. Torrent comes through. He's going to be bounced back by the tidal wave again. His BKB is on cooldown, so the waveform gets himself to safety.
Okay, so they're just gonna keep X5 in their base, but eventually they feel like forcing this might be a mistake. There's a big item here going for the Shaker. That's his shard. Oh, that's gonna be very useful. The Weaver also has his own shard, getting close to the Demon Edge of a... Is that an MKB? What is that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, where's his courier?
Wait, is that a rape? He's going rapier.
It's a rapier, dude.
Okay.
He's got the gold for it as well here, but the big thing is, if he buys this out now, he's not gonna have. He doesn't have the buyback anyway. He doesn't have the gold for it. So we'll see if. Yeah.
Really screams of how little burst damage they have on X5. Like, you have a Weaver with no BKB, getting rapier in a game. They have mega creeps. Like, this is absolutely irresponsible, but you know, he feels unkillable, and he pretty much is. Only 2 deaths the entire game.
He's locked it on the courier just to make sure. Yeah, lock that Sacred Relic just to make sure here. And Pyke, I mean, what, do they wait out for the next Roshar? Because it's going to be at least 2 minutes away here.
Yeah, probably that, or you wait until like a pickoff happens or something meaningful happens. The glyph is still going to be on cooldown for 50 seconds on X5. I thought that's what they were going to try and explore, but from what it looks like, they're not really going to pressure. So yeah, no, they made the mistake of not getting the Aegis the first time, so just wait for it now.
Yeah, and... Oh, he's got the MKB queued up now as well. He didn't complete that rapier. He's just holding on to the Sacred Relic.
Huh, okay.
So... get rid of that. I suppose you just get rid of the boots. There's going to be the jump in now as well. Nuagas, yeah, he needs to walk himself out, caught in the Gleipnir. Did he have the reveal onto him? He's going to be forced up to safety through the barrier.
This Lotus plus the shard on the Shadow Demon is so hard for X5 to fight into. They have the spells and saves, and it just makes the limited spells X5 have even weaker when you try to go for the Shaker.
And is this just kind of a matter of time thing, or do you think X5 actually have a way back into this one? Because they have, you know, done well in the last couple of fights, and the big thing is, though, if they lose too many more heroes, buyback-wise, they've still only got that more for the buyback, and he's looking to fully commit out into that rapier, it looks like.
So the way I can see them winning is Mini completes this rapier, the Weaver feeds his rapier, and maybe we're at like a 15% win probability. It's still... They can kill this Morphling anytime. Lumpy is absurdly strong.
And... Oh, we've changed his mind for the Skadi now as well. I mean, it's going to be a minute and 48 seconds here before Roshan respawns, before the big man's back up. And I think they're just going to wait this one out, especially because, like, say, Pyke, he can swap his boots into for that Aegis. You know, he just wants to be holding this for now. It is going to be it's going to be close, but it is going to be a nighttime Roshan, so they're going to have the advantage on the setup here as well for the side of Beastcoast.
Yeah,
I don't even think... Go on.
Adaptation of the Shaker is, in the past, even when you ended up going for Octarine, you would almost always get the Ancient Totem cooldown, but he ended up getting the attack, the Aftershock range. Very curious to see how much of a difference it makes, because it's definitely way bigger, right? 200 is definitely not something to scoff off, and maybe he could even get a Bloodstone, increase it even more.
That is definitely... What's he actually going for? He's going for the refresher into the Arcane Blink. So, just wants that double impact here onto the Earthshaker.
Only a lot that he can do with the refresher. Also has the Octarine to sustain the mana, have it even lower cooldown. And yeah, just kind of a slow death so far for X5. They're just locked in the base. The Rapier, though, is flying to Mini, looks like. Where's the courier?
Yeah, he actually went to the Dire Side secret shop to buy it out. That courier was running the gauntlet. Just being able to, you know, go to that side shop. And I've only just noticed the name on his courier there as well. I think he's a bit of a Game of Thrones fan.
That's true. Okay. He is not only a Game of Thrones fan, he's what's the name of Khaleesi's actress? He's definitely a fan of that. Like, his entire thing 2 or 3 years ago was posting pictures of her and talking about how she's cool and everything. He was definitely a big fan.
Yeah, I think everyone was right up into that final season. Amelia Clark.
Sure. Yeah, Amelia Clark.
But yeah, I've never had my heart broken by a TV show harder than that final season of Game of Thrones.
That was tough, man, because it was so many good seasons. Because there's some shows that kind of, you know, shit the bed with, I don't know, Dexter, I think, looked really good and then had a couple of bad seasons. What's the one with the superheroes? Like one of the first ones? Hero, maybe?
Heroes? Literally, yeah, just called Heroes. Yeah, it had the amazing first season, and the second season was just like it's like a complete landslide in quality.
Even Walking Dead, but like there were not like 7 good seasons, and then the last one being terrible. Like they kind of got bad pretty quickly. With Game of Thrones, there was so much expectation, and just destroyed the whole thing.
It's okay. We'll have the books eventually, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, we will. Once we're maybe when we're, you know, preserved in a in a pot, you might be able to read them through.
Well,
Mini?
speaking about being preserved in a pot here, Mini's going to try and get himself away from this, so it's a lot of damage. He's got that strength morph coming up, but the Echo Slam comes in to get the kill. That's a rapier on the ground. Who picks it up? It's going to be Lumpy. So the Earthshaker, he is going to be even more deadly now, and I think this is going to be GG. Beastcoast, will be able to close out. Longer game here. X5 looked really good on the base hole, but in the end, Beastcoast will be able to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, they made this one a bit harder, X5. I think they played the mid game really well, but a couple of mistakes, and Beastcoast just completely abused every single one of them. Beastcoast is looking really sharp. To me, I want to see them play more games than they will today, so I'm very happy to cast the second one. But to me, they're looking really, really good, especially because X5, I don't think they played poorly for the most part. I think their drafts actually could be better, especially some of the comfort picks they're going for. They're not, necessarily the better ones. But they played a pretty decent game, and Beastcoast just made them look bad. Like, they played way better.
Yeah, they did, and that is going to close it out for the first series, but we do still have 2 more to come. I think the second series maybe going to be a little bit closer here between, is it South as well as Infinity? We'll see how that one plays out, but first we are going to take a bit of a break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes to see how the second series will go.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet, play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back into the second series of the day. It's going to be South versus Infinity, and this one maybe going to be a little bit closer, do you think, Bowie? Or do you have a clear favourite coming into the series between the two teams?
Well, I think this should be a little bit of a stompity stomp. Just looking at Infinity, I think besides Ryu, everyone inside of Infinity is like really known and very strong. Whereas, I look at South, they have some new names I honestly haven't heard of. I think they're a carry, Xyz or XIYS, whatever you want to call it. Definitely not a player I've seen at all.
Yeah.
RZT Monty, definitely a bit more known, but I wouldn't say that they are, at the level of, you have Michael. You have like 2 TI players on Infinity against South team. So it's definitely kind of an uphill battle for them. But yeah, let's see how sharp Infinity is, because Beastcoast, we maybe thought that they were going to look okay. They looked amazing, and maybe South team can do the same.
Yeah, we'll see how it is going to play out. It looks like there is a bit of a swap around as well. XYS is going to be stood in for by Kukahook, I want to say. Yeah, Kukahook.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, a bit of a change already. Looks like it might just be the stand-in for the whole tournament. So XYS, not sure what's going on there, but won't be taking part, it looks like, here in the Season 2 of the RES South American League.
Okay. Looking at, the other players, Osito, he is actually ranked 22. So definitely someone that kind of climbed the rankings here. And I think, as time passes, it feels like the Americas ranking just doesn't necessarily have the same weight as it used to have. Like, I think European ladder was always like considered more of an achievement, but more and more South American players are migrating towards EU, and I feel like, sure, it's ranked 22, but we'll see if you can actually play at the highest level here.
Yeah.
RZT, a player that has been playing ever. I think his first tournament was the first DPC, and ever since then, this guy is looking better and better. I'm a big fan. He's an Enigma player as well. Would love to see an Enigma being played, and I can't really say that much about Masha. In fact, I said that did they change players as well, or did he change nickname? Because he is Monty on Wikipedia, and did he change names? I don't know.
That is a good question, and you know how we answer that one? We take a look at his Wikipedia page, and it is the actual same name. The same name.
It's the same name. Okay.
Yeah.
So just change your nicknames. Why not? It's the third player with a different nickname in 2 series. Do you get how big of a problem this is in South America?
Yeah, I do. Can we take a look at the Infinity lineup again? Just a
Sure.
quick second, because we've got is that Kataro at the carry, and it's MNZ on the page, and that is
it's the same name. Like he had 3 nicknames, so don't worry. Like
okay.
yeah, if you know him, you can call him Kotaro, but it used to be MNZ in the past. It used to be Minos. You know, just suit yourself. We have PP, another player that I think really got known during the first DPC, and he has, he kind of found some success, then didn't really found the best teams, I think, to play with, and now he's back here in Infinity. That's actually the first team he debuted, so very nice to see him play for Infinity again. Ryu, super high MR player. He's like ranked 20 or something in A as well. Very good. Yeah. Michael, you know him. The guy is a beast. And Yadomi. So that's why I feel like this team is on another level. I feel like they're definitely contenders here for the top 3.
Well, we'll see if it's going to be as one-sided then as that first series coming up between Beastcoast and X5. Yeah, as we will be able to get ourselves into that one in just a second. Waiting on that draft to start. I think all players in the lobby, yes. So we're just waiting for that draft to start. And looking through the 2 teams, because you spoke a little bit about Group A, but who are you really looking forward to seeing? Who do you think takes that top spot? Not just your top 4, but who is right at the tippy top of that table, do you think, there between the 2 teams, between the teams in Group A?
Initially, I really wanted to give it to Infinity. I know, just looking at the teams, it felt to me like Infinity was by far the better one. But after seeing Beastcoast play, I am a little bit... I have my doubts. I still want to say Infinity, but Beastcoast, they definitely impressed me. Like, not because they too old X5, but how they did it. Like, how ruthless they felt. But yeah, I'll still give it to Infinity just because we haven't seen them play just yet.
They will be playing up against each other on Sunday, I think. Beastcoast Infinity second series on Sunday as well. So we could get that Group A tiebreaker, or that, like, between the 2 teams, like I say, if the 2 top teams fairly early on there. And yeah, we'll see how that one's going to break down on like that, literally the halfway point. 2.5 days in, 2.5 days left after that. And yeah, so that's going to come in the midway point of the Group A. We'll see how that one plays out. But first, getting into the series, South team versus Infinity, we do have to play it before we can crown Infinity Kings of the group. I mean, South, they could have some surprises up the sleeve here as well. We'll see how they want to play this one. Death Prophet could be the first ban here from Infinity. Something a little bit different from them. Is there going to be Proud Beast coming out as well? Is there a Death Prophet spammer on the side of South team?
Yeah, RZNT is a Death Prophet spammer, so I think that's why. Definitely not a hero we see every day. Primal Beast, no surprises. Sometimes it gets ignored like last series. Sometimes it's first phase ban. It really kind of depends on a team basis. As Kunkka removed. What about the Chan, right? We did see it ban both games, I think, in the first series.
Yeah, it was. I think it was it Beastcoast that banned it out both times, I think? Oh, no.
I think so.
It was ban out, yeah. I know as much as it was ban out. Yeah, maybe we do see that one taken away. Do you know if there's any Chan players on either side? Anyone we should be looking out for to maybe pick that one up if it gets through the first phase?
Yadomi can 100% play it. I am not entirely sure about Austin here. I haven't seen too much of him, but Yadomi is definitely capable. And they will ban the Timber instead, so that chance still poking there, available for anyone that sees it fit. I think one of the counters I've seen being played against the Chen was Doom.
Yeah.
To different degrees of success, but yeah, look at South Team actually giving Infinity the chance to either ban or pick it.
Yeah, and if not, if they do ban it out here, Infinity, if they don't want to pick it, there's still the Disruptor, Crystal Maiden to be picked up here as well. Kunkka's been banned out, Timbersaur's gone. So, if you're going to go for support first, there is still the big 2 here, the 2 most popular ones, 2 supports here. Techies as well. Another hero that, again, feels really good in that position 4, position 5. So there is options for Infinity if they do want to ban away that Chen.
Very curious to see what their approach is going to be. Like, do you ignore the Chen? Do you kind of give the ball back to them? Well,
yeah.
Huh. Okay, Grimstroke ban is definitely not something I was expecting, especially because in general, I think Grimstroke doesn't deal well with Disruptor. You cannot really dispel Glimpse with the Grimstroke Shard until
10 seconds.
the Shard Disruptor kind of just owns you, to be honest. So very interesting
5 seconds
Grimstroke ban. And now South, yeah, they can pick the Chen if they want to. They can ignore it if they feel like they're better heroes. And yeah, they think it's the Demon.
Okay, yeah, they go for the Shadow Demon to come out for them. And again, another really popular hero. So we'll see what these next few bans are going to be here as well. Just the two to come out for Infinity, and then obviously one to even it up on the side of South team. Is there anything else that we want to be taking out? Like say maybe, again, maybe they take the Chen out here. The Doom was a really good one. We saw it in that first game. Mars and Centaur, two big picks as well that we didn't see throughout that first series.
Whenever I see Shadow Demon being picked, Morphling kind of starts yelling in my head. So I feel like for either side, Morphling kind of becomes a priority. You're happy if Infinity picks it, but you're sad as Infinity if South Team gets it as well. So I do like the Enigma Bando. We talked about RZNT being that spammer, so they will take that one out. Even though Gyro is still in the pool, they're not apparently willing to counter pick or do something about that.
Yeah, I mean, I see the Shadow Demon. I think the Luna here, for South Team, if it doesn't get banned out for Infinity, they can lock that in the next phase. And yeah, I think maybe alongside the Faceless Void, one of the two strongest carries in the meta at the minute.
Yeah, definitely a stable one. Looking at Infinity here, they actually take away the Tusk. South America is definitely a different server. they really like this hero. All right. So South Team, what is he going to be here? You can maybe ban Morphling, pick Luna if you want to. You did kind of allude to that hero. Obviously, they're not going to second pick the Luna, but I think you can just ban the Morphling and you're still going to be happy with a lot of the other illusion heroes that are left, right? You can Naga, you can TB, you can Luna, you can... There's definitely a few.
And South Team could have come through some of this reserve time here as well, just to think about this final pick. I mean, obviously the ban into the pick, this is a time where you do kind of want to spend that reserve time just thinking about what you're going to be coming through into your next way of drafting, because, I mean, you do have the answer back now as well, because Infinity, they're going to have the next two picks after this one, so you can kind of like say answer back, but yeah, we'll see if South Team, if they want to go for that second support here, maybe keep things on the hush-hush before they go through into the next two picks, or whether they will be just bringing the call right out of the gate.
Oh, they take away the puck. I was not expecting that. They get his Enchantress, can cover the Chen. If it gets picked up, it's also just strong laner in general. Okay.
Radiant team pick.
Weaver Brew, okay.
Brew.
Yeah. Two cores here for Infinity. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Weaver can be support, right? Depending, like we saw Leshrac support, I think in SA, it is sometimes picked. I feel like GRPX1 is a player that does run it from time to time, but
yeah,
this game, I guess we are assuming it's going to be... It's just weird for this to be carry, I feel, because you have 18 as well. Like, do you really want to 18 your support? It just feels weird. I guess they could 18 their mid and get a support on the 23.
Yeah, is that what you want to do? You don't, because not a lot of teams, right, are looking to last pick that. I mean, you can flex that Weaver, so if it does get a good matchup, you can flex it out. But yeah, just Infinity, it is a little bit weird to be like considering final pick in that support.
Yeah, it's not even the final pick on the support. It's just that in general, I feel like Weaver is not the type of hero you pick that early, but I like the idea Infinity has here, which is they have no control whatsoever. So Weaver, Brewmaster, two heroes that do not care at all about Shadow Demon Enchantress. They're just not going to die. Sven does help a little bit to set up some kills, but they're going to need more, and it's not going to come from the supports, which is always problematic, which means your offlaner will have to be active, because this Sven, he's going to be farming for at least the first 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and if you wanted to answer back here, Infinity, if you wanted to, do you think that Weaver is a good matchup against the Sven coming into the late game, or would you want to shift that to support, go back for something like the Lifestealer here, or the Doom comes out actually, so maybe not?
It's not a bad matchup, I think, Weaver. It's not great either. I mean, it's fine, honestly. I feel like the Weaver, it's hard for this event to gap close on the Weaver, but at the same time, Weaver is a bit squishy and doesn't necessarily have the burst damage against Sven. He's a pretty tanky boy.
5 seconds
Now
remaining.
they do go for this Doom. Very good pick, you know. Kind of gives that control that they need for the Brew. Gives them the kill potential on the Weaver.
Okay, and Infinity, what's the next pick gonna be?
You want something that can... You want something that can burst the supports. They're very squishy, but they don't have... Like, Brew doesn't have gap close, so I think you need something that's mobile on the mid. I mean, Puck would be amazing. Pango would be amazing. Tyne is banned. So maybe... I mean, Primal's great.
They banned Primal out themselves there as well in the first phase.
Yeah, no, I'm going through the bans, but I'm thinking if there's anything else. I don't know.
Queen of Pain, maybe?
It doesn't have the law. I think you need a silence or a stun.
I mean, yeah, it could build into the Orchid of Queen of Pain. I mean, go on.
What about a TA? So you get the trap vision for the glimpses. Oh, they go Deuce. Oh, it is Weaver support then.
Yeah, they just go straight Deuce here, saving this final pick. What else? I mean, you're talking about it, you know, Silence, Stun, Storm Spirit, jump on the back lines here as well, does a lot of magic damage.
10 seconds remaining.
Burst, I mean, we could see that Sniper coming out as well now that the Medusa's here. Going to be able to frontline with the Brewmaster. You're going to have some lockdown as well from the Disruptor, so the Sniper could come out, just be throwing those ho-ho-ha-has out left, right, and center.
Yeah, they do ban it instantly, so very nice. I'm a bit scared of this Zeus. Like, I like it as a Doom Sven response, but Shadow Demon is the bane of that hero, right? The OT really slows down when Medusa wants to disengage from the fight. Getting the illusions is also very scary for Infinity. But yeah, I mean, it's a great core against both Sven and Doom, so I can see, you know, where they're coming from.
And yeah, South team, what's this final ban going to be for them? I mean, you're looking at it because they do have the final pick, right? Yeah, they do. South team, so they're going to be able to respond to whatever Infinity pick up. So what else are they worried about? They ban out the Puck, they ban out the Keeper of Light. Cottle's really strong, actually. You know, I've seen it a few times, these high-level players, they go straight into that Dagon, and once they get the Solar Bind coming out from the ultimate, they just blow heroes up, and there's not a lot of heroes that can stand up against it, so we see the Invoker ban coming out as well from South Team.
Yeah, I like that, the enabling aspect that it could give to the Dusa. Okay, so they have two pretty big bulky cores, but they're lacking stuns. Like, you need something that's heavy on stuns. Yes, DK kinda jumps to mind, even though you're picking it into Shadow Demon. If you want something else that goes blank and has a stun and plays mid, maybe Void Spirit isn't bad. Like, you can get on top of the Shadow Demon. You're kind of hard to catch for both the Sven and the Doom.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the Dragon Knight here as well, because really then who does the Doom actually doom? Because, you know, the Dragon Knight, you don't really want to doom. The Dragon Knight's a big tanky boy. Brewmaster's going to be coming into the fight with a split, and Medusa, it's useless to doom out that Medusa. They actually go for the Zeus though. So, mini stuns, a lot of damage coming through. Might see that right-click build once again. I know Otomo hates that, but I really don't mind the right-click build here for the Zeus. And you will be able to chunk through those heroes at a distance, even through the right-clicks, you know, the arc lightning bouncing around. The Doom and Sven really won't like that, but I think that is going to be your Doom target here from the side of South Team.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I like the lighting hands. I'm not sure I like Zeus this game. This draft is... It's definitely a bit weird here from Infinity, but I feel like they might be so much the favorites that it might not matter. But just looking at the draft, I kind of feel like South Team, you know, not only have last pick, but they have a way to round this draft pretty nicely. I'm going to go for a DK themselves. That is the cash that they needed. 2 cores with stuns, Doom having Doom. I prefer South Team's draft more, but not to the point where I think like it's good enough to offset the advantage Infinity has. So I'm still going Infinity, even though I don't really like their draft that much.
Okay, yeah, we'll see if the team quality is going to be enough here from the start of Infinity to overcome the disadvantage Bowie thinks they're going to have in the draft. I mean, if they get a really good start, there's no reason why they can't. And yeah, South team coming into this one as the underdog, so we'll see if they're going to maybe surprise a few of us. I really do like that Dragon Knight Shadow Demon combination, and yeah, the Sven, once he gets going, you might be able to run through heroes. A little bit questionable on the Doom, but with that Zeus final pick, that is kind of who I think is going to be doomed out. I'm just not too sure about that Weaver support myself, so we'll see how that one is going to play through. But yeah, coming into this, I think I maybe favour Infinity here too, again, just because they are going to be coming into this one as the favourites. And if that Medusa gets too big, really no way to deal with that hero once it gets to the ultra late game. Well, I'd say like 35 minutes in, if she does get a really good start. So we'll see how this one is going to play out between the two teams.
Yeah, I wonder if this is going to be an Ags game for Michael, or if he's going to go for some like Orchid Battle Weaver type build where he just tries to find the supports in the backlines. I think there's merit to that. Overall, what kind of makes me not support this Sven lineup is just his set is so ugly. His shoulder is awful. Like, it's probably the ugliest Sven shoulder I've ever seen.
Okay, well, never mind being an analyst. Bowie is on the fashion police here, as we should be able to get ourselves into the first game. And just take a look at that ugly Sven shield. But again, everybody, if you want to get involved, you can get the QR code that's on the screen now. Get that 1xBet app and keep your eye on the world of esports. And again, if you use the promo code, it's going to be 1x RLG SA, and you get yourself up to a 130% bonus on your first deposit here with 1xBet. As we do get ourselves into the action, we'll see how it's going to break down. And yeah, some smoke's coming through. We'll see if there's going to be some early engages coming through here as well. Rio on the high ground. So I think he did actually break the Doom smoke here, but it is only going to be him. He's going to see Kukuhuku as well. Just backs himself away towards the tier 2 tower. Make sure he doesn't get ganked out here, Rio.
Wow. Looking at the odds, definitely a huge advantage here that we were getting from 1xBet. But yeah, I mean, I do like South Team's draft a bit more, so hopefully they can play their lanes well and at least make a good stand in the mid game. I think it would be harder to own the lanes as much as Beastcoast did against X5. Like, even though the odds are kind of like swinging even further towards Infinity at the beginning, I feel like what Beastcoast did was kind of illegal in that first series. they just stomped the lanes. Like, you just don't get to see professional games looking like that ever.
Yeah, that was really, I mean, we saw a little bit of that last season as well, and it's SEA, but to start off, that's going to be really rough for X5 and Beastcoast, though. They're going to be coming through into their matches with full confidence, even later today.
As you said, still another Beastcoast game today. I like when I get to see a team play twice, I feel like that's a bit underrated. A lot of the times, like, one team plays one match per day, but I like this extra display from a team, as we do see an extra death in the bottom side. Coco gets first blood on that Weaver you weren't really trusting.
Yeah, again, I'm not 100% on the Weaver. Like say that if it does, if it goes for that Axe, it might be able to get the save onto the Medusa a little bit later on, or any of his teammates in trouble. But it just feels like I don't really trust it as a support, because unless you go for like the full swarm build and you're going to be able to let your carries, your cores right click through the fights, I don't really know if this hero has enough to be that impactful in the fights itself.
Yeah, it's obviously a really good Ags Weaver game, just because it's not a heal, so you can manipulate the wearer's HP and save someone, and Weaver is probably one of the best heroes you want to be able to do that to. But yeah, it definitely takes a while. They nerfed the cast range a lot, so it's not necessarily okay, Michael doesn't have that Sukuchi, but will find a way into the trees.
Yeah, it was far enough away there to be able to deal with And the aggression coming out and just run himself away from that. Might even be able to snipe a courier here as well. Should be able to, yes, could be able to take Austin's courier. So that's going to be the one recipe as well as the tangos coming through. So, he has one tango in the stick. So he's going to have some regen here to Austin's name. But it's still a fairly nice takeaway just to be able to get that gold on the board there as well.
Definitely gonna be awesome here for him. As the mid lane, the mid lane is gonna be a very, very big snooze fest, so should probably even look at that. Top lane, maybe you can kill the Disruptor, but I would be impressed to see anyone on the South team side die, which, goes back to their draft being a bit more normal,
Masha.
let's say.
Actually, the Blood Grenade comes out. He might go down to the Thunderstrike. One more anything, and it's going to be Tiger that picks that one up. Really rough. That glimpse back underneath the tier 1 into the Blood Grenades, and this is why, some people consider that Disruptor to be one of the top, not the top, because that's the Crystal Maiden, obviously, and the Chen, but one of the top 3 supports in the game.
Yeah, the top that actually gets picked. All the other ones.
Yeah.
You barely get to see them as they are trying to play aggressive here. And T doesn't get his level 3 though, so he probably wasn't feeling that confident. Oh, they're going for the Dusa.
Yeah, Disruption comes out. It's going to be a quick glimpse out onto Arzan. He's not going to be able to. He still gets that Infernal Blade out now. And it looks like Katara's going to take down. Do they have the damage to get him? It's going to be that health ticking down. Look at how low he's getting underneath the tier 1 tower. They do get it. The Arzan response comes out for that kill onto his teammate. But he will be taken down by the tower after that one. And Tiger, the 2 supports do remain in the lane. So they're going to be able to get some solo XP. While the carries away, the supports will play and all that. But the Shadow Poison is coming through from Masha. And Masha is level 3. Is that going to be enough? No, it's only going to be the 2 stacks and Disruptor. Dodge it out the 3rd here. And Tiger should live through these 2 poison stacks.
I mean, that's huge. They kill the Dusa with all of the creeps before she responds, so they lose a lot of experience in their tower. I guess loss is a strong word because Tiger did get it. But Dusa, obviously very reliant on those early CSs in lane. How's bottom looking here? Sven's doing decently, and Rio is also doing decently. That's the thing, even though Sven is kind of a counter to Brewmaster, he doesn't punish this hero in the lane, which to me is his weakest point. So Rio is still going to have a pretty decent game overall. His levels are fine. His CS is honestly pretty much the same as Kotaro.
And Masha, Thunderstrike comes out, and again, slowed down into that glimpse now as well. It's just going to be, does he get the kill into this one? The Disruption comes out onto the Medusa, but the Medusa has that snake to bounce around. Won't be able to get the kill into Masha. Masha now on Kataro. Even Austin's going to TP into this one now as well, as soon as he come through the Twin Gate. But Austin's going to get really down low. Kataro, does he keep himself healthy through this one? Chase down from the Weaver, looking for the kill onto Austin. But Austin, he has that restore coming through. The 1 point in the nature of the tense, and now turn their attention onto Arzan. Arzan's going to be glimpsed all the way back here. Mystic Snakes will be used in Arzan. He might go down, affected by the swarm, and Tiger gets the kill.
All right, great rotation here from Infinity. Bringing the numbers, that's one thing that the Weaver does really well. Very mobile hero, and close the gap. And they don't care that the Brewmaster is by himself. In fact, he's quite happy. This hero is very much reliant on experience, and he's going to be super happy that he gets to free farm here against this Sven. He's actually ahead. He has 10 denies on Ryu.
Yeah, he's having a really good time, and even going to be able to put a bit of pressure onto Kukuhook now as well. And Kukuhook just trying to use that Warcry to get in close, do some damage. Meanwhile, how is the rest of the lanes going? The Dragon Knight is top of the last hits, 42 last hits coming through here, but he could be in trouble in the mid lane here, because there's going to be the rotation in from Tiger. Tiger looking to get this glimpse back onto the Dragon Knight. Kinetic Field going to be picked up now as well. Oh, dude, you can't pause there. The Weaver's disconnected. Michael, yeah, trying to get some damage out, but he's going to be in a little bit of a mood here, it looks like, this Weaver, with his player disconnecting.
Yeah, really good punish here from Infinity. In general, always bringing the numbers to whatever it is that South Team is trying to do, and the fact that you can kill Osito, it's awful, right? You just use your Dragon Form. Sure, you did a decent amount of damage in the mid lane, but you're going to kill the DK and probably control runes as well, unless Masha gets lucky and it spawns closer to his side.
Yeah, what's PP do? He's going to be able to get that Heavenly Jump in, slow down the Dragon Knight, and then just Arc Lightning him to death, while the rest of it, his 2 supports just right-click down as well. The Dragon Knight is doing that swarm creep. It is going to be taken down on the next right click, but Osito down to 536 health. Is there enough damage here from the side of Infinity to take down this Dragon Knight? Because he does have the 5 magic wand charge as well. Going to be about 8 and 9 after all spells cast. So Osito Thunder Gods. Ooh. Oh, he does get the kill here. PP just gets the mana back for that and does get the kill from that there as well.
Yeah, he did so much there. Flat 300 with the 5%. Not enough time for the... He even popped the wand, actually, but it wasn't enough. And now he gets the amplified damage. He gets to shove the wave. Probably even farm some stacks for himself or get some stacks for himself. This is, so far, a dream game here for PP.
What is the amplified damage unit? Is it a flat 80% increase just on all damage?
Radiant structures are
No, it's like 80% right-click damage and 25 magical, I think, or spell damage.
I was going to say, that's just a massive increase. Obviously, it's in the bottle. Still call it double damage unit in the bottle here as well. I'll take a look when the actual pops it, which he is going to do now. So, base damage increased by 80% on the amplified damage rune, but it doesn't actually say what the extra
It is 25, but thanks Gaben, for... it's obviously... It's probably the janitor, actually. I'm not gonna taint Gaben's beautiful name for that.
But yeah, how's
Gaben is busy losing weight, right? Not sure if you saw the pictures.
Yeah, dude's looking good. He's looking like he's having a great time here. Top lane, there is going to be the dive coming in now as well. Kataro takes that Infernal Blade to the face. Any TPs onto this one. Kataro going to be taken down. He has no mana boost for 16 seconds. Uses that one charge. How much more can he go onto this one? There's going to be the heavenly jump to slow down in. Was this a great bait, mate? Kataro trying to run himself away from this one, and Michael gets the kill.
17 HP.
Damn, dude.
That hurts.
That is rough, buddy. That is real rough.
Oh my lord, this is... Yep, that's humiliating. He was so close to E6 as well. Like, if he just waited, maybe he would get the kill. And now they're rotating towards the runes. It is going to be bottom.
Okay. It's that illusion rune here as well. So we'll see. Dragon Knight going to be able to pick it up, it looks like. I mean, the dragon form is down, but he's just going to try and use these, I guess, to get a little bit more farm, push the wave. Did take that tier 1 tower mid as well. That is the Dragon Knight. If you leave him alone for even a second here in the dragon form, he's going to do so much damage to your tier 1 tower. And yeah, does get it when the Zeus rotated off to save his carry.
And I do like his build here, just going for the old style, getting the Blink Dagger first. I think you really need to kind of ramp up the pace of this game, especially when you look at your 2 other cores. Doom, not that active of a hero. Like, the cooldown on Doom's too big. Sven needs some time to farm as well, so it's on this DK to kind of set the tempo of the game.
Yeah, and when you have a Shadow Demon, you're allowed to do this, right? Because you don't need to rush out that Manta style. You are going to get the illusions coming out from the Shadow Demon ultimate. And yeah, so you swap out for the Blink Dagger onto that Manta style, and you can still go for Act after. And then, if you want to, 3rd, 4th item that Manta style a little bit later on.
Oh, they're going for Kotaro again. They do have Doom available, and RZT seems to be aware of what Kotaro is up to.
He's in the trees. They see where the creeps are going now as well. Kataro going to walk right back into RZT. The Doom does come out here. It's going to be that mana damage, but this time it should be effective. Maybe not. Bruce Split coming in. Do they have the mana boost now as well? They're going to be able to turn this around. The Static Storm into the kinetic field, and the Medusa still isn't dead. That Doom's going to wear off now. They're going to be able to get the kill onto 2, surely. Yeah, it's going to be RZT going down. Thunder God's Wrath comes out, and now the chase down onto Masha. Masha trying to do what he can with the Shadow Poisons now. They do get the kill. Kataro so low on health. Anyway, those Shadow Poisons, you only need a couple of those to get the kill onto the Medusa. They might even be able to take down Osito as Masha gets that TP away, but the Dragon Knight going to be surrounded here and will be taken down. Ryu gets the credit for the kill.
Such an expensive move. They find Medusa by herself, but they were ready with the play through the Twin Gates. Just Infinity. They are looking really sharp as well. So honestly, pretty fast moves from South team, but they are being challenged and they're being met with a huge wall every time they go for those plays.
Yeah, and you see that PV even gets himself a regen rune here. You know, to be able to give himself full health, full mana, top of the table net worth-wise as well. And the Brewmaster not too far behind him, going towards his Radiance. The Medusa is suffering a little bit, but is still, at pace with the Sven. So Kukahook, really not being able to get into the board. Got a kill.
when he looks at CS, it looks like Cookahooks having a good game, but he's actually behind Adusa. Like, he's 300 gold behind right now.
And it looks like the Medusa might be able to get a tower out of this as well, so he's going to be able to amplify that just a little bit more on this. Yeah, and this is a Medusa that's died twice, but got 6 assists, which is where the bonus gold is going to come from compared to that Sven.
Yeah, they finally get the Blink Dagger onto Osito, so it is time for them to go for those moves. They also did get a second tower, so at least tower-wise, they are slightly ahead of Infinity. But the gold advantage is already piling up, and it's on them to keep the pressure. They're going to smoke, but under vision. They know exactly where Infinity is.
Yeah, we'll see just how they try and play around this, because they're moving through into the mid lane now as well. Ryu, he's got that split back up in 8 seconds. So
Storm is available.
Doom is up now as well, though. Do they get the jump onto Ryu? Ryu, they're playing it in the lane. Dragon Form coming out now as well into that Dragon Tail. Do they get the Doom out? No! The Static Storm, it catches Odds, and the split's going to be here. They're going to be able to turn this around. They had 3 heroes waiting in the trees for that. Thunder God's Wrath comes out. The glimpse onto the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight going to be run down and slain by PP. He gets 2 kills out of that one. They might even be able to go for more. TP away here for the Enchantress. But the Shadow Demon, not quite as lucky. Gonna be taken down here, and it will be that Shuriken up into the earth from Ryu. Just setting him up for the kill here. And a 3 for 0 coming out. South team, not a great smoke in there at all.
They were so ready for this. Infinity. What a ward. It was about to expire as well, so they even get slightly lucky. But yeah, I mean, it's been like this the entire game. South team, like they have a timing, they smoke, you know, it looks decent, but then Infinity is just ready, presses all their spells perfectly. That's the second, like, amazing. You don't get to see a lot of amazing static storms in the game, and we already saw 2 in 12 minutes.
Yeah, and you look at this now, the 5k note worth it in 12 minutes, like you say, 13 minutes into the game for Infinity. They are starting to take over these fights, even just waiting there. That was patient waiting. They didn't get too ahead of themselves. They waited for South Team to engage, and then they had the perfect counter engagement there coming out.
We'll see if I'm going to be able to do something, but right now you look at Osito, he is very poor. He wants to get an Orchid, but it feels like he's going to complete it once there's already a Mant on PP, because he already has 2,000 gold, so he could even buy a Yasha right now if he wants to.
Yeah, we'll see what build the Zeus wants to go for. Even the Brewmaster, that's going to be the Radiance coming out, I think. Yeah, on the Courier now as well, so he's going to be able to amplify his farm speed as well. And I say amplify, you know, he's already 3rd in the table.
That's a 13-minute Radiance, holy... Ooh. Okay, so when we look at the Sven, he is still, you know, okay, but when a Sven is behind a Brewmaster 13 minutes into the game, like, something is wrong. Like, this just shouldn't be possible. Like, pre-Radiance, Brewmaster is one of the slowest farmers in the game. So, it's just... Like, and you know, Cookahawk didn't die a single time. He has a kill. He's been farming, like, 24/7. But Infinity, like, they're getting way too much out of these engagements.
Yeah, and Cookahawk now, he has that Mask of Madness, like you say, he's got that 4-point into the cleave, but it just feels like every time a fight breaks out, Ryu's there, he's going to be able to at least get assists out of it. Do they want to slow down a little bit now that they have the farming potential on the side of Infinity, or they've kind of set that pace as well, they've got the kill lead? Do they just slow it down, or do they want to go, you know, all gas, no brakes, and try and get more dominance up against South Team here in terms of fights?
I don't think they necessarily have to play active, but I like that they're gonna use this split. Like, you wanna have split on cooldown, and then after that you just farm until, you know, something happens. They will try and go to Cookahawk here, and I think they're gonna find him. The Sukuchi allows them to get vision before the smoke breaks.
Yeah, Cookahawk, they're gonna be able to go right on top of him now as well. The Sven is gonna be able to try and get himself away from this one. Tries to drop that Stormhammer, it's not gonna be enough, and Cookahawk will fall here. Ryu, he does get the credit for the kill once again. 3-0-4 here for the Brewmaster.
I mean, beautiful rotation. Like, they know exactly where he's gonna be.
They might even be able to get Austin out of this now as well. Yeah, there's going to be the glimpse back underneath those Ancients. Looks like Austin, Infinity. They do finish off the kill. PP gets the credit. And yeah, once again, South Team feel like they're on the back foot.
Definitely
oh, they might even find
masterclass here from Infinity.
Disruption going to be used. Do they have any follow-up onto this one? There's going to be the reveal. So Michael going to take that Dragon Tail to the face. He has that time lapse if he wants to use it. Will use it here now. Trying to buy time. The rest of the team coming in on the back line.
Going for more.
Masha. Yeah, he might go down. Glimpse right back into Ryu's waiting arms. Didn't have the disruption. And once again, going to be the credit. In fact, Michael got it there with the swarm.
Damn. This is just so clean for Infinity. Somehow they are... I mean, they're not making any mistakes. This Dusa is farming like a boss. Mant already done. Diffusal is really close too. I don't know, man. This is not a game I think you can play from behind if you're South team. Like, the next time they're gonna have is the Orchid on El Cito, but that's very far away. Blink on Sven, very far away. And this Doom, like, look at his inventory. It's just a shame.
Yeah.
Oh, he does have a BKB. Full BKB from the base.
Okay. That's not too bad, it feels like, but yeah, they just fight around and wait it out, it feels like, on the side of Infinity, because they're finding the pickoffs whenever they go forward here inside the smokes. They could look to get a couple more objectives out of this one. They might be able to get this tier 1 tower after the fortification was off. Yeah, we'll be able to take that one down, but yeah, South team, they've got a hell of a lot of catching up to do, even, you know, with these items coming out. And look at this one, battle lines drawn on the map. Do they want to just try and go for Sven again? It looks like they're going to back themselves away, actually. Go back to farming in the jungle on the 3 cores.
Yeah. Interesting here. Tiger with the early shard on Disruptor. So, wants to get that vision. Make sure that he can know exactly the angles that South Team's going to try and take. So, yeah. Pretty interesting. I haven't seen Disruptors get it this early. At least in the past, they wouldn't. But, you know, I guess now that you get way more slow per strike, having the extra strikes on shard does, you know, get way more valuable.
Yeah, and do they want to... I mean, the shard from the Tormentor onto the Weaver, probably not the best, so you may be looking to get that onto the Brewmaster. You know, obviously it's the coin toss, it's a 50-50 split, so you don't get a choice onto that one, but I think you would prefer it onto Ryu over Michael.
Yeah, and it does feel like the Brew's gonna buy his anyway, so he might get it before minute 20, which means that either Zeus or Dusa will take it. Both, you know, would be pretty happy as they find Cook-a-Hook.
Yeah, are they going to be able to make another dive here now as well? Yep, going to be that glimpse back into the Medusa. Tries to go for that TP, but it will be cancelled off. The Stone Gauge got used immediately there. And South Team, they just lose another hero.
I mean, is this just Roche? Like, is this is insanely fast from Infinity. They're just giving no breaks for South as they use the OT to get vision and they scout this smoke.
Yeah, they know roughly where they are. Dragonite's going to try and make a move here in the mid lane with the Doom here onto the Zeus. So it looks like they're going to be able to get the Doom off. Zeus is going to go down. But that's 2 big spells used here. And while that's going on, Infinity, like you say, going to be able to march right into the Roche pit.
Interesting build on Zeus. He actually got a Blink Dagger. You don't actually get to see this at all.
No.
Okay. I mean, I guess you can blink out of Stormhammer. You can blink out of Dragon Tail. Maybe you blink before Doom gets cast. Interesting choice. I haven't seen this approach that much.
Does Dragon Tail... Yeah, everything disjoints, right? All the spells that South Team have. Yeah.
I guess you can even blink out of Disruption as well if there's no Shadow Poison. Because you attack very slow with your own illusions.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the play. I mean, he's going to go towards that shard himself. Style queued up after the blink. Yeah, like I said, I suppose it is just a safety reason. You know, he can be in and around the fights. And he's going to see the Doom actually in the mid lane. So let's see, because there's going to be... It looks like Infinity making a beeline towards us now. As all you can say, the blink comes in, goes for that heavenly jump away for the slowdown onto the Doom. And the Doom, he's already used his spell to get the kill, the Doom, to get the spell onto the Zeus once. And now, as and T being chased down, it looks like Michael going to be able to get on top. Should be able to whittle down this Doom. Does he try and... Doesn't even try and deny himself to the neutrals. They do get the kill. And Michael gets credit once again.
I feel like maybe he could have BKB right at the beginning of that engagement, but those prefer to die.
Yeah.
Maybe find a better use for a fight with the BKB later.
Yeah, it's not the longest respawn in the world. South team, though, they are going to be losing a lot of health onto this tier 2 tower now because they cannot engage. They're not even trying to engage here at the minute. And Infinity, yeah, just seeing them push down this lane with no, you know, there's even a double damage rune, excuse me, an amplified damage rune in the river. So it's going to be more objectives, as it feels like, for Infinity.
I mean, look at this Dusa. Disperser and Grove Bowl, minute 20.
Yeah.
Like, with Aegis as well. This is every tier 2 tower down, unless South Team finds like a miracle fight. But so far, we have no indication that that's even possible. Like, this DK does have an Orchid now. But,
Michael hit the Tormentor with the Swarm, so he's just constantly taking damage from that. And obviously the Tormentor doesn't hit the Creep Swarm as well, because it's like a unit hero that obviously it takes hits, not damage to kill. Oh, there's going to be the Thunder God's Wrath coming out. Do they contest this one as well? They do. They get Austin Shard now. Static Storm has been used. Argent tries to get himself forward. He's not going to have the mana for the Doom. Going to be glimpsed right back into this one. And Kataro, he has to use that Manta Style. He's going for the Stone Gaze as well. But the illusion's turned against him. Still has that Aegis. Isn't going to go. He does. He takes down in the end. Do they want to go for more setup? There's already 2 heroes dead on the side of Infinity. Zeus, he went back to base onto this one. The Doom comes out into the Medusa. Chase is out here. They might be able to get the kill into the Medusa. The body block's coming through. They will take him down. That's an Aegis. That's 3 heroes dead on the board. A triple kill for Kukahook as well.
that's so weird. Do they lose Rio as well? They don't. Huh. Yeah, I mean, just...
That tormented damage.
Yeah, they lost a little bit of HP, and then Zeus was not there. And, I mean, sure, Medusa has 2 lives, but if she's alone, it doesn't matter. So, really good Tyrant prioritization from South Team, killing some of the more important heroes in the beginning. Yeah, there's just gonna be some decent breathing room. I still feel like, even after all that, that's a 6% chance for South Team. But, you know, it's something.
It is, yeah, it's moving up slightly, slowly there on that win probability from Dota Plus. We'll see how it is going to fall. I mean, they're going to try and go for their own Tormentor now in the safety of their own lanes where they can't be interrupted because they know roughly where South Team are.
Oh yeah, definitely. A bit safer here. Who's going to take it? And it is Michael.
That's Michael.
Not great, but I mean, he has an Orchid actually, so his right-click damage is decent.
Yeah, true. It's not bad. I think you just would have preferred. Brewmaster already has his, so yeah, either the Zeus or the Medusa would have been a little bit more favored in my eyes there.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think both are great. Zeus probably even better.
Yeah.
As he is actually going Refresher. He gave up on the Lighting Hands build. Deciding to go for his Refresher. They find Masha.
Yeah, do they want to chase down into Masha? Masha's been silenced, the Orchid comes out from Michael. They clean up the illusions and have plenty of time to get the kill here. But Sven, he's going to be coming in. God Strength, Michael's going to go down. Static Storm did get used, didn't catch anyone in the kinetic field. Do they want to carry on going into this one? I mean, the God Strength has been used here, and Doom isn't up for the next 7 seconds. They're not going to know that. But glimpse back. Sven, he does know how to pop the BKB, that God Strength. It's still going for a little bit longer as well, but the split comes out. Dragonite taking so much damage. Look at this one. He's going to be taken down. They get the kill off. That's a really big one to take down, especially with this fight just going out now. Austin running himself away. But they might still get the chase down here. Austin... split, it's still going to be there. It's only about 2/3 of the way through here, so if they can find Austin, which they do, they get the vision onto him. He's trying to sprink himself around onto this one, but the glimpse comes back. They should be able to get the kill onto the Enchantress. No disruption, saves his life for a little bit longer. Thunderbolt, anything like that. No Thunder God's Wrath to get the kill, so he does live through that, actually.
Alright, very clutch positioning there from Masha with his Blink Dagger. Also has the Eye of the Vizier. But, yeah, I mean, still... kind of a sad fight for South Team at the end of the day. Infinity, they control the whole thing. They can probably take this tier 2 now, knowing that God's Strength is on cooldown. But they're chilling here with this Dusa. Just trying to get the Butterfly, which is when the matchup against Finn becomes the worst, right? You're already super far behind. Getting an MKB is not an option for this man right now.
No, Dragonite could be in trouble here as well. Is they going to be jumping onto Osito? Moves himself into the trees. They might not. They won't be able to. I don't actually think the Thunderstrike, it didn't connect there as well. So we just see the floating orb. But yeah, this is... again, what are we looking at? Team fight-wise, God Strength is back up. Dragon Form's already been used. It's about halfway through. And On the other side, Split is down still for another 35 seconds. Thunder God's back up in 8. There is a Stormgaze here as well, but this is a big time here for South Team. If they can find a fight, it looks like they scare the Medusa away inside the tree. Swarm's going to come right back out here. They might be able to, with the silence onto the Shadow Demon, get a quick kill onto them. Thunder God's Wrath does get committed here. PB gets the kill onto the credit, and it looks like they might even be able to get a kill onto Azanteve. He's already dropped that ultimate onto the Medusa. Medusa going to survive for a little bit longer. Static Storm comes out here, but look at the damage coming through. Medusa will take down Doom, gets that kill. Chase down Osito. He's got that Spirit Vessel on him there as well, so the regen coming out onto the Dragon Knight. Not going to be super effective. He will still be able to get the kill, and now the Split is 2 seconds away. Stormhammer here onto Brewmaster. Do they get a kill? They don't. Brewmaster's going to be able to get split off. Chase down now as well. Backlines Argentine trying to get that TP away. Where's the lightning bolt? They've got the Yule Scepter for the interrupt here onto the Doom. The Doom will go down, and it looks like it's going to be Zeus. He's going to be able to take care of him, and the Split carries on coming through. The blink away, but the glimpse comes right back in. No, does he self-disrupt? He does. So they go back towards this tier 2 tower. Austin in the trees just has to go for the TP away.
And still a decent fight, right? They get the Dusa, really good execution. They ward and wrap around, but you pay such a hefty price. This Zeus just doing an absurd amount of damage, having that Whisper of the Dread. Overall, the Brew also very patient. He waits for this Sven to do a lot of damage and then pops the OT off when his BKB is over. Masha though, we having some really good disruption blink ways, and like the disruption looks amazing this game as they will find finally Tiger.
Yeah, he's gonna go down. Gives up. It's a decent chunk of gold to give over to a support as well, though.
All right, so Dusa, I guess, change her mind about the butterfly. Actually gets a Lincoln Sphere first.
And what advantage is that going to give, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's
to stop the Doom, stops the Dragon Tail.
Yeah, mostly that. Like you ideally want to feel like you're not gonna die if you get doomed, but I think in both fights that he's actually 1-4. So funny, right? How they're absolutely stomping this game, but the Deuce is 1-4. That's funny. Like it's still like a 97% probability for Infinity, but this Deuce, I mean, deservingly so. You know, South Team understanding that this Deuce is really the be-all end-all if this game drags too long. But still kind of crazy that they're this far behind with Deuce having this score. And I know Qatar is playing well. He's just being found and punished.
Yeah, I mean, he has 13 assists. He's just not been able to finish off kills in the middle of the fights. But hell, it's a good sign when you can play like this as you carry and you're still so far ahead. You know, they're having a great time. Queuing up maybe for Roshan. Thunder God's Wrath comes out to scout out. Roshan not going to be up for another. In fact, it's going to be... It's going to be top for about 5 seconds. Yeah, but it's going to be a daytime respawn or a daytime Roshan. It's where he's going to sit when he gets settled here.
Yeah, exactly. Slight advantage here for South Team. Maybe they will be able to abuse that, explore that, as they are already kind of rotating here, and Austin will be found and probably killed.
Yeah, he's going to try and do what he can with the Hurricane Pike coming out here, but the damage is going to be way too much. Michael does get that kill, and pretty much, I mean, he had the Orchid there as well. The Thunderstrike did help out, but yeah, I think now Infinity, they are going to be setting up for a Roshan, maybe even going through the Twin Gator setup, because this Roshan isn't respawning. It's going to be up for about 5 seconds before he goes bot.
Yeah, probably for South Team, you split your chances, you send your heroes bottom, get some vision there in hopes that it does spawn on the bottom side. They will find RZNT here.
Yeah, he goes for that BKB TPO, and that's going to be big. That is down now for the fight. Roshan up in 28 seconds.
Yeah, this will definitely matter, unless something crazy happens. They are all TPing bottom, so I do like this from South Team. Still trying to at least poke and get vision. They already placed one little ward in the cliff with Masha being smoked up.
And the illusions as well here from the Brewmaster, just pushing out scouts and seeing what he can see. Manta Style out for the Brew. It's going to be quite nice. Did he get the jump here as well? So Masha is going to be found out silenced again. The Swarm does come through, and yeah, this is going to be even more damage. The Glimpse not even needed. Michael gets another kill onto Masha.
Yeah, it was smoked, felt very safe, but two very deep wars from Infinity, knowing, giving exactly the location he was, just by seeing where the Shadow Poison is coming from. Roche is up, so this should be Infinity's, like, in an ideal game, you use the second Aegis in the game. We'll see if Infinity is gonna be able to do just that. Because now this Refresher's close for PP is such a strong timing.
And the banner's going to be nice as well, just to push in another lane, maybe take the pressure off of that top lane where it looks like Sven wants to be pushing in. Yeah, Aegis could be PP actually that gets this Aegis. Or is he pinging it? No, okay, they give it the Deuce, okay.
Butterfly pretty much done here. So that's probably when they're going to go high ground. Once you have the Talisman of Evasion ready here for Kotaro, you go with the Aegis at 3 minutes, maybe 2 minutes, depending on how long it takes for her.
Did they didn't drop the banner, right? That's not yet.
Disruptor was carried. Yeah, it's backpacked on Disruptor.
Okay. And yeah, I wonder if they're going to try and take down a lane of Rax before they drop that one. Just to make it extra heavy on the pushing.
Yeah, they could do that. They still, hold lots of tier 2 towers. I think there's no rush for them to use it. You also have to deal with this illusion split pushing, so you can actually lose your banner depending on where you place it.
Yeah. It looks like South Team, they're going to try and snipe this Tormentor here, but Michael does rotate in. Look at the damage though. They get the kill onto Michael. Masha does have his shard up. That's going to be really nice for him. And how can he fight around this now? Do they want to go 4v? Technically 5v5. Thunder God's Wrath actually comes out, and Austin's going to go down. So a 4v4 and the glimpse back into that Static Storm. Kinetic Field combo. The Shadow Demon's going to be killed off. Really good openings here. Austin does have his buyback.
That's the Butterfly. Already done here for Kotaro. So sure, you killed this Weaver. Did they even have the Sentry? How did they know he was there?
He came in underneath the Tormentor and they had the Watcher. I guess they just got the lockdown on him before he Sakuchi'd away.
Oh, okay. Very unfortunate for him, as they're just going high. Look at how fast this tower is falling. They have to do something here, South Team.
Yeah, the banner's down in the mid lane here as well, so the mid lane creeps are going to be pushing in. You're going to be using that split out, it looks like, onto the Brewmaster just to get the siege damage coming through as well. So he's going to be able to go back lines, just try and maybe get a Cyclone out onto Austin. Sentry Ward does go down, but Ryu, again, the Shoryuken comes up, knocking up Austin into the air.
Kakakuka is farmed. He's level 23, does have the Daedalus. Just need to find that perfect fight, and with no split, this could be the fight.
Yeah, well, they're already going to be able to get the kill into the Shadow Demon now as well. Like I said, they're going to be able to jump out and backlines. Weaver taking a lot of damage from these Dragon Knight illusions, but he's going to be able to get that time lapse off, walks himself away. He even has himself the healing lotuses as well if he needs to. Just that little bit of an extra boost. Kotaro just continues on. They're going to be able to get at least a lane, maybe 2 lanes of Rax out of this one here as well. As they just back themselves up. Aegis still here for the Medusa. They want to carry on coming in onto this one. Look at this one. Osito trying to do what he can, but they are going to be able to take down a lane and a half of Rax. And smoke behind the Medusa now as well. Again, Medusa still has that Aegis, not taking a lot of damage because of the Butterfly coming out. Just waiting for that big jump in. Split, 20 seconds away as well. 21 seconds on the board here. They are just looking for mega creeps, it looks like, on the side of Infinity. Or they might even be able to get the jump onto RZT. RZT can get himself away from this one. Has that BKB glimpse. Comes out, though. It looks like a big amount of damage, but can he walk himself back with that BKB? They might try and go for that intercept as well on the side of South Team. So Kotaro holds his ground, has that Lotus Orb on top of himself as well. Will just be able to stand his ground here. Not too afraid, especially still as that Aegis for the next minute and 42 seconds.
Alright, Austin dealing some decent damage here with that Hurricane Pike, but it just looks so easy for Infinity. They just walk up to the towers and they take it all. Like, you just pop Brew Split, you have the shards, so it's gonna last forever. You lift people up and you brute force everything.
And they can continue coming in. And again, they've taken 2 lanes of Rax now. The banner is still down in that mid lane. Pumping up the creeps coming through as well. So let's see. Stomp, it comes out onto the Medusa. The Medusa has that Aegis for another minute. And RZT's BKB is going to be down for 34 seconds. It's going to be glimpsed. No. Disruption is going to keep him alive. Keep him going. And Osito trying to do what he can in Dragonform with the illusions now as well. But look at this one. They get a lot of damage through, but they still take down that Enchantress. Kitaro trying to move himself away from this one, just looking for that regen up once again. With those mana boots, who's going to be able to give him his mana back? Spirit Vessel on Michael here as well. We'll be able to take Medusa back up just a little bit more. And Osito, he's just trying to do what he can with his dragon form.
Want to buy like 40 seconds on the Medusa so that the Aegis expires, but they just don't have enough time. And Infinity also just retreating at the correct timing here.
Yeah.
They get the tower, they hurt this barracks a lot, and I don't know. Maybe South Team, the only play smoking now, knowing that this Deuce is low HP and the Age is going to be over. Do they have a smoke on the Radiant side?
No, and the Aegis is going to be reclaimed, you know, fully regenerating out. The Medusa back to that 2k mana now coming in. He's got the mana boot, so he's going to get even more from it once he swaps those back in. Daedalus on the board. Kitaro is an absolute wrecking ball of a hero here at the minute, and it looks like they might even try and get the top of Kukuhook. He has his BKB, going to be no disruption, so he doesn't have to use his BKB though, doesn't have to commit it. Yeah, stops him from being glimpsed back, but look at this one. Infinity, they want to be putting the pressure on the map. They want to be closing this game out in the next few minutes.
I mean, this Weaver is pushing back a Sven, so just tells a lot about the state of this game here. Kukuhook is really farm, but they never really got too many chances to fight as 5. Osito 0 and 5, just feeling like a shell of a hero at the moment. And I guess the only way, you have to find this disruptor. You have to somehow smoke wrap around.
And he's going to have to pop that BKB. Do we have anything to stop this one? It's a lot of damage, but they can't actually stop him from getting that TP away. No Basher here on the side of Infinity. He's going to go for the split out now as well, and should be able to make this one Megas, it looks like, as well. Kadaro, he just needs to back himself away. He's going to jump in. RZT, Lotus, he dooms himself. Oh, this is going to be big. And again, Medusa not really going to take him too much damage because of the mana bar here. And the Doom, unfortunately, he's going to go down. Kitaro gets the credit for the kill. And it looks like this might just be the beginning of the end for Game No. I mean, 37 minutes in. South Team, they've held on well. But Infinity, they just take this one down. And yeah, South Team in the end, they just couldn't fight back.
Yeah, I mean, this was total domination from Infinity. From, I guess, the draft. Not the draft, because I didn't really like their draft that much. But they looked really strong the entire time. They did well in lanes. I think South Team made moves. Sometimes when you see a team that's kind of like lower tier playing against a tier 1 team, they get confused, they get complacent, they don't really smoke. They did smoke quite a lot, and I think they did some solid moves, just like X5 did in the first series. They met this immovable wall, and they could never kill the Medusa, could never kill the heroes that matter, or at least very... not as often as they would have liked to. I am not sure how they can win Game 2, because I actually think they had a really good draft. So if with that draft against what they had on Infinity, you lose this dominantly.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have to shake it up, you know? Ban some heroes, pick other heroes, try to get comfort, but this was nasty here from Infinity.
Yeah, and we'll see if Infinity can keep up that momentum in the second game. But first, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, so we'll be back after this to see how the second game will play out. See you in a minute.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody. We're going to start here with the second game of the second series quite soon. In that first game, South Team, they made a great hold of their base for a few minutes, but in the end, Infinity, they were able to close that one out. So, Bowie, what are we looking at here? Game number 2, Infinity. Like you said, that was a great draft from South Team, but Infinity were just too strong here. So, do you think it's a case of looking to tweak that draft, or is it just a gameplay change for South Team to come out to try and get that win on the board?
I mean, gameplay changes are really hard. You know, you can play faster, you can play slower, but the way you actually play the game, I think it's not that easy to change.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I think what they have to do is probably like they looked way too good with the heroes that they had. So even though they were a bit wonky heroes, right? The mid Zeus in a game that didn't necessarily needed it. I think that Brewmaster also looked really good. So you have to offset that, or you have to pick that for yourself, because it felt like not only they were the better players, but they had very good comfort heroes. So you have to change at least one of those two things, and you can't make them play worse usually. So get the heroes.
Yeah, we'll see how it is going to play out. Infinity, again, on their side, that Medusa went 2-4-17 here, and in terms of net worth, was highest on the board, I do believe. Yeah, by about... I'm just looking it through now, by about 7,000 gold here. So the Medusa, even though it was quote-unquote shut down in the lane with the constant ganks coming out against it, not many kills on the board. The 17 assists are nice, but yeah, just being able to get that free farm out, you know, in between fights, it feels like South Team, they did an alright job, like I say, of shutting down that Medusa, but there was just no way once Infinity started to get aggressive to actually touch the Medusa. And yeah, you look at this one, it was rough, and again, I don't know how they could have really changed anything to try and deal with that Medusa, because it did feel like they were doing everything right up until Infinity got ahead. So we'll see if South Team have something else up their sleeve. Yeah, I didn't mind the Doom. I think most of the time the Doom's up against the Medusa, it's a lot of a rougher pickup, because the Doom doesn't really do anything, because it's just mana damage, and you can return mana with the mana boots, with the one charges, you know, and mangas as well. But yeah, this time it did seem to work out, so we'll see how they're going to try and change things up coming into game number 2. And I think South Team, they did an alright job of holding that base, but in the end, they weren't able to close it out. So maybe if you can take some of these fights outside of the base, you know, get themselves even in terms of the fights going on, maybe they do take this game number 2 away from Infinity.
Yeah, I think one problem they faced a lot in that game is that they were going for these like 2-3-man moves, and they were not expecting the 5-man reaction from the enemy side, and that happened a lot. So I think moving this time, you have to be wary that they are a team that will bring pretty much everyone for those fights. Even the Dusa got involved very early, whereas the Sven was just farming, and obviously if a fight's happening away from him, it's hard for him to just cross the map and be there. So I think to me that's the biggest one. Bring more heroes, or else don't. Like, they didn't have to go that aggressive, right? The DK sure got the blink, and that's the playstyle they wanted to play, but then you just needed to bring more people. Because, like, if you get the blink as DK, first fight you blink and you die instantly, it's just like, it's awful.
Yeah, maybe that was it. You're right. You get a kill and you get yourself out. You back away from that. Just try and get as many picks as possible here. Where we do get ourselves into the draft. South team go for something a little bit different here. Banning out the Pango and the Veno straight away. And Infinity on the side. Death Prophet as well as the Primal Beast being taken away. So, yeah, Venomancer first ban for South team. That indicate anything to you?
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe it's just comfort here for Ryu. You know, he is not a player that played that much Dota recently, I think. Like, he is kind of a new player, and even then, he wasn't played, like, with the best of the best. So, I'm assuming it has to be some sort of comfort type pick. Just interesting that he gets banned first phase like this when South team has first pick. So, maybe they're going for some here they can get kited in the first phase. Yeah, it is definitely weird. I don't remember the last time. I think the only time I've seen this hero play is when DM is playing.
Yeah.
He's probably like one of the only players I've seen do well or even attempt the hero.
Infinity on the other side, they take away the Timbersaw as well as the Keeper of Light. So we'll see what this final ban for South team is going to be. And again, no one really bothering with that Chen in the last match, neither through the bans or through the picks. So we'll see if that is going to be untouched again as South team. Where do they want to be going with this? Again, Disruptor, Crystal Maiden, Techies, all still available. In fact, I'm surprised we've not seen a Techies already tonight because Southeast Asia, it felt like they were tripping over themselves to get the Techies in the draft.
That is true. It feels like in some of these games, like the teams just decide on a gentleman's agreement to not pick Chen, right? Like they're like, yeah, let's not waste this ban on this hero. But both of us, we agree it's not going to be picked. But yeah, about the supports, it does feel like there was a shift a little bit in priority for the supports, at least from what we're seeing here in South America. Tiny, very often first phase banned, not banned this time. That is one support that I think would definitely show up if it doesn't get banned here by South team.
Yeah, we'll see if that is going to be that pick here. For either side here, as South team taking a lot of time for the reserve time to think about this next ban into the next pick. Really discussing it through the ban out the Shadow Demon. What do you want to be picking up here? Go straight in for that Kunkka.
Okay, that's going to be their RZNT hero probably, although can be mid, but in general it feels like they're defaulting this to the off lane. Most cases. And now Infinity, what do you pick for yourself?
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe some lane dominator here that can crush the Kunkka. We saw Ursa being picked into Doom one game. Or I guess Razor is similar. You can play carry Razor and have it in that lane, but it's flexible enough to be in pretty much any other lane as well.
Yeah, and is this one of the heroes you think they want to chase the Kunkka around the board with it? You know, no matter where the South team line up the Kunkka, you put that Razor up against it, or, you know, how do you want to play around with this Razor first pick? Is it just strong enough that you like it doesn't matter what it comes up against as long as it's in the team?
Yeah, I think you probably... I think you don't chase the Kunkka, but in general, you're going to be okay having him there.
Yeah.
Like, you probably have a favorite player for the hero, and unless a terrible matchup is in that lane, you swap it, right?
Okay.
I think that's pretty much where you definitely don't care about laning the Kunkka. You win that lane. They banned the Earth Spirit, so very interesting. We saw that hero being played twice. Did lose, but looked honestly pretty good. I think Alone showed a pretty great Earth Spirit in that series.
Yeah. Where else are they going to try and go with this one? South team. Again, bans on the board. What else do they want to be taking away? And I wouldn't mind seeing like the Puck ban again. Oh, they're going to ban out the Clock. Okay.
Yeah, some strong 5. There's definitely going to be a Kunkka in the offlane, I think, if you ban the Clock. You take away the Void, and they go Tusk. So, yeah, actually, I think it's going to be the offlane duo, probably. I think the Shard with the Static Links, it's a pretty strong combo. But it could also be the carry and the 5. So that's cool. Like, you have this support and core duo that can rotate both lanes, but you can also split them if you want. But together, they look also quite strong.
Yeah. And South Team, how did they respond to this one? That's kind of the thing, right? You're going through all these bans before you even really see most of the draft, so you're banning out strong heroes without banning out heroes for the current plan, you know, for either side, which always throws me off a little bit. South Team, they're going to go for the Weaver. Do you think that's going to be another support Weaver?
Probably not. I think this is probably going to be, like, it's a solid enough core, and you can lane against the Razor Tusk just because, you know, so fast that the shards shouldn't be a problem for you to get away from.
Yeah.
Tiny. Now, the Tiny is a weird one because it can... I don't think it can be support here. Do you really want to lane Kunkka Tiny in the same lane? So I'm assuming, like, this is all 3 cores for South Team, maybe.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, you could lane that Weaver Tiny, right? Just be able to... okay, maybe not. Not a fan.
That looks like an awful lane. You can. I just feel... I hope they don't.
Yeah.
It's just... The Tiny 0 armor hero, like, sure, he's melee, but I don't know. It feels weird. Unless you want to play some offlane Weaver, that's probably the only configuration I would be okay with. But if you're playing this in safe lane, I think Tiny is just too weak of a 5.
Okay, well, Infinity. What is the next pick going to be? They go in for the Rubik. Really don't mind this one, being able to steal out, you know, the time-lapse, the avalanche, hell, even the swarm, the boat, you know, torrent. There is some really good spells to be stealing here for Infinity. The telekinesis into the rundown from the Razor as well with the static link. It's just some more good setup when those fights start to break out. So it's control on the Weaver here as well. I really like this coming up for Infinity.
Yeah, if they want to keep the flex here Infinity, they can go DK, because then you have this Razor DK flexing multiple lanes. That does seem good. You can kill the Weaver with it. It's kind of a tanky hero. And also stun. They're kind of liking stun. So I really like DK for the flex and just for the game in general.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if that's what it's going to be. And again, they could, like, say, flex it out. Yeah, they do pick up that DK. Really nice hero to pick up. Great tower pusher as well, something that Infinity lacked up till now. And just being able to be an all-around menace here in the lanes.
Yep, I really like what they have. They're going to have overall last pick as well in Infinity. Like, their draft looks really solid. And, you know, game 1, I wasn't really that big of a fan of what they have. But now, like, I look at this and you don't know where anyone's going to go. Like, as far as you know, literally every hero here could be in more than 2 lanes. Like, Rubik can be 4 and 5. DK can be 1, 2, and 3. Razor can be 1, 2, and 3. Like, this is absurdly hard to lane and draft against. And, you know, sometimes you can do that and it's wonky, but you just look at the Infinity heroes and they're all solid.
Yeah, the Terrorblade comes out here. Infinity, I wonder how they respond to this one, if it is going to be that final carry pickup. And again, I really wouldn't mind something like the Luna coming out for Infinity. Just being able to bounce around. Maybe even the Lifestealer here as well. Just being able to get on top. Because really, if you can get on top of the Kunkka or the Tiny, what are they going to do against the Lifestealer? You know, I think he wins that matchup 6-7 times out of 10 up against the Terrorblade as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be banned. I feel like Lifestealer is probably the best one they could pick.
Yeah.
Luna is fine. But I think I'll probably like... I don't mind us, Sven. I want an early BKB here, and I know Luna also can go early BKB, but just... I would like something a bit tankier. You have this, like, toss back. Yeah, the Morphling is a good one.
Dire team ban.
Okay. Grimstroke ban out here from Infinity.
So they think this... Wait. They think this is Weaver 4. Oh, yeah, they're banning 5s. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Either way, right? It'd be like either a Weaver or a Tiny support here. So, yeah, you do ban out the 5s.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean... Weaver can't be the core though, so it has to be Tiny core, basically.
It could be Terrorblade
playing Weaver. Yeah, I guess it can, but you don't pick Terrorblade support on 18. I think that has to be crazy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, look at that bad boy!
And
they
Infinity
just figured it out. They found it.
Yeah, what's the response to this one? I mean, do they choose themselves, go straight to the Meepo?
I mean, you can pick Meepo. Do they have a Meepo player, though?
Do they have a Meepo player? Yeah.
Sure they do. Actually, I would say probably no. So,
I think with that new chicken costume that's just come out, every team needs a Meepo player now.
That's true. That's an amazing one. I saw Moxie sharing the new Meeple one. I don't mind Doom and you play Razor Carry. I'm also not against... I really like the Doom, just because you shut down the Terrorblade, the heals from the Chen don't matter, you can eat the creeps. I think you already have like a lot of early tempo with the Razor and the DK, so Doom kind of sounds good. If you want to go a different route, maybe... I mean, Brewmaster sounds okay, right? You just lift the Chen, lift the Terrorblade, take the fights.
Yeah, and we'll see what it's actually going to be. They're going to win for the Wind Ranger. Oh, I don't know about this one. It's a lot of single focus target damage coming out in the Razor and the Wind Ranger, and that's a Chen Terrorblade. I don't know if I like this for Infinity.
So... I mean, in terms of the lane, it's pretty good. Wind Ranger, like, for the first levels, you don't care about Tidebringer because you outrange it.
Yeah.
You don't care about the TB illusions because of your Wind Run. The X is really the only big problem, so that's kind of an early BKB game here for Kotaro. Probably Gleipnir into BKB.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I don't know. Infinity just looks so good in game number 1 that I feel like this draft, like, sure, maybe the Wind Ranger isn't the best pick possible, but I think the overall draft is honestly better than what South Team has. Like, sure, the Chen is nice, but I think this is still a pretty easy Infinity game, in my opinion.
Okay, well, we'll see if that's how it's going to break down here between the two teams. Infinity, they are 1 game up. It is a 2-game series, so there is the possibility of the draw here. Unfortunately for South Team, they can't get their first win on the board tonight in the series, but Infinity, they can get themselves a 2-0 if they move through and get themselves into a good position in this game. But yeah, South Team looking to spoil Infinity's first game with a draw for themselves. And yeah, we'll see how this one is going to break down. We should be able to get ourselves into it in just a second. I think I'm still favoring Infinity just because of how they played that last one. I'm just not 100% behind this Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a scary game. I think playing Wind Ranger into Kunkka is always a bit scary.
Prepare for battle.
And I guess specifically the toss back of the Tiny, it really depends on how good of an early game South Team has. Because like if you get a really good early game, you find like a 12-minute Blink Dagger on Mr. Masha, and then you Eva toss back the Wind Ranger UX. She dies like 3 times. There's no saves. The Tusk's not gonna have a really fast Blink Dagger in a game that Tiny is doing well. So that really is... I feel like whoever 4 gets the Blink Dagger first should have a big advantage, as they will find Tiger.
Yeah, they might be able to find Masha here, actually, from Tusk, because you want to try and go for that chase down. Masha could be in a little bit of trouble. Even Kotaro going to rotate into this one, and they're going to be able to go for the shots. Get that lockdown onto the Tiny. Power Shot isn't going to be on the mark here. Blood Grenade does come out. Masha going to be taking a lot of damage through this one. Will be taken down eventually. It's going to be given over to PP. PP does get the credit for the kill. And it's actually going to be... I didn't clock this here in the lineup, but is that the mid lane Razor, off lane Dragonite? I think it is.
Yeah, it is. They picked 3 heroes that can literally play all 3 roles. Yeah. Somehow, Infinity was able to draft all 3. There's not that many, right? Do you think there's any other core that plays all 3 lanes like this?
Oh, now you got me guessing.
Maybe Meepo can. I guess Monkey King can.
Wraith King, if we're going off my pubs. Alchemist, I guess. Alchemist plays all 3 lanes.
Sure he can. Yeah. Bristleback, right? We see mid sometimes. Yeah. It's kind of an off-lane pub thing.
Monkey King as well. I mean, sometimes, yeah, you know.
Yeah. Okay, there's more than I actually initially expected. But yeah, that first blood's big. South Team already a bit in the back foot here. We'll see if it's going to be too much of a problem.
Yeah, and we'll see if that changes the odds any with a good start here for Infinity. Don't forget, everybody, you can use that banner below the stream, though, QR code that was on the screen at the beginning of the match as well. Get yourself over to the 1xBet app or website and use the promo code 1XRLGSA. Get yourself up to a 130% bonus on your first deposit there. It will be available to you. We'll take a look at, look at the damage coming through onto the lanes. Your PP is going to be able to get the chase down to Osito, but you're going to be worried about that turn X mark, maybe an early X mark coming out here for the Conqueror in the mid lane here as well to get the drag back onto PP. Meanwhile, in the the other lanes, the bottom lane here as well, you can already see. Look at this. Cuckoo's being forced back right to that tier 1 tower, and the Dragon Knight's just like, yeah, cool. I'm going to put so much pressure on this lane, and rotations coming through as well. Austin, it's going to be tough to try and maintain, going out searching for your neutrals and keeping Cuckoo alive in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, I love this Rubik Dragon Knight lane against TB, because you have 2 spells that reduce base damage.
Yeah.
Both the Fade Bolt and Breathe Fire. So, like, poor Cook, he only has 50. Look at that. Minus 18 base damage, level 2. How do you CS like this?
It's, yeah, it's pretty rough. It's not the greatest in the world for the Terrorblade.
Top lane.
Oh, Masha is going to go down again.
Yeah, good snowball there from Tiger. Dodges the avalanche, gets the kill.
And we'll see how this one plays out here, because yeah, Tiger is going to be able to get the damage in. It's actually going to be, and again, I didn't clock this, it's going to be the offlane Weaver. So it is going to be the 4 tiny. And how much do you like this offlane Weavers? I suppose you don't play the Weaver mid. But yeah, how much do you like the shifts around here? So it's going to be the core Weaver and not the core tiny.
I'm not that big of a fan, to be honest. I think I would actually prefer to see the Kunkka offlane with the Weaver. Oh no, RZT gets the stick off.
Well, there's going to be turnarounds to this. When the avalanche comes through, Tiger will go down. And they might even be able to go into Kataro here. Kataro has to back himself away. No blood grenade to throw out. Kataro low on mana. Did have enough, though, for the win run. RZT's going to be careful right back. A good power shot. He doesn't actually have the mana for the power shot here, so RZT not going to be risked about being popped from that power shot.
I'm very curious to see the build RZT is going to go for. I kind of like Orchid this game.
Yeah.
If you can just get an Orchid, you might be able to solo kill the squishy supports, even the Wind Ranger before BKB is up. So, very curious what RZT is going to do after, you know, maybe this double Wraith Band thing he's going for.
Yeah, and Curry goes down. Kataro's Curry gets sniped. Really nicely played there. Tiger going to be able to get the shots. Doesn't catch RZT in it now. Double Avalanche comes through again, but no real follow-up from the side of the South team.
Yeah, maybe if that lands and you have level 2 power shot, that's enough damage to kill RZT. But he does have a healing Lotus as well, so you do have to account for that.
Yeah.
Mid lane, Razor losing. Like, I think a lot of people think Razor is supposed to beat Kunkka, but honestly not the case. Maybe level 5 if he gets the 3rd point of Static Link, which I doubt he's going for. I think you probably get the Plasma Field or the passive.
Yeah, and that's what I say, right? Acito, anytime you get Static Link, you just pop that X marks the spot, run yourself away, and immediately pop it, so you get enough distance to break that Static Link. So yeah, like you say, that you maybe think the Razor comes out in this lane, but it's actually fairly Kunkka favoured in terms of just wasting the resources on the side of PP.
Oh, top lane, Masha.
I think you're about to get the kill. The power shot comes through to get Masha down once again. Tiger, though, getting low. Sakuchi could chase down here for that, but he doesn't want to go for the Tusk. And RZT's getting pretty down low as well. Maybe worried that there might be... there's no Shackle level 3 for the Wind Ranger, like I say, just that level 2 power shot. But yeah, didn't want to overcommit here on the Weaver.
I mean, South team honestly kind of getting away with a lot. Sure, the Tiny died twice, but Cook is farming. This Chen is jungling. Kunkka is winning his lane. I think they're actually doing a bit better than I expected. Good toss back in the top lane.
Yeah, Kataro, though, could have been able to get that Wind Run off, and using the last of his mana here as well, that Wind Ranger. What's it going to be item-wise coming out for? iShards into the tag team now as well. Snowball onto Masha. No way Masha goes down again. Surely not. In fact, the tree toss onto Tiger with that Sakuchi through. Power shot's going to be here, but RZT, he gets a snipe. Going to be able to get himself away. And now Kataro, with these creeps pushed right up here and all the mana available on the side of South team, Kataro could be at risk.
Alright, that was pretty good. Diving Kotaro. They do have Avalanche.
Yeah, he gets a winner. Doesn't actually connect with the Sakuchi, so Kotaro, even the TP in from PP, going to be able to get that Static Link, toss up into the air, but the Static Link carries it ongoing. Was that Plasma Field? Might be able to get both of these kills here. Kotaro taking a lot of damage. Plasma Field still a second away. Ice Shards. Snowball going to be able to find that vision into the tag team, into the Plasma Field, into the kill.
How sad for you.
What an interesting angle he took. Like, he ran through everyone else. I thought he was going to maybe wrap around.
Yeah.
Very greedy angle he took there. Sure, you forced the Razor TP, so it's not too bad. But you're still very happy here if your Infinity has Candlecito at least get the rune since PP rotated.
He's going to try. X-Mark comes out. Masha as well as the Chen are here. There's going to be that Mud Golem for that Boulder Toss now as well. Razor. It's a lot of damage. I think it's a death onto the Razor, actually. He's going to go down. Yeah, Masha gets it. Michael does snipe an Infinity Rune. I was looking at PP Stag there. Snipes that amplified damage rune, but doesn't have a lot of mana left to do anything with it here. And the Razor going to be 14 seconds away before he gets that TP back into the lane.
I mean, this is huge, actually. You force the Razor TP. He doesn't have it. You kill the Razor. You glyph the wave. You're doing a lot of mid-tower damage. This is very solid from South Team. This Chen here is just on another level.
Yep. It's probably going to go back in the dumpster whenever we get our next gameplay patch. It feels like, that hero's been too good for too long. Time's to retire it for a little bit.
Definitely will be changed some way or another. That's the thing, though. I feel like they're going to have to buff Zoo. And usually buffing Zoo means buffing Chen. So I'm very curious to see how they're going to try and do that whilst keeping Chen, decently balanced. Because it's definitely not. Right now.
I mean, Zoo's had its day. Let it stay in a museum.
I mean, don't you miss it? Don't you miss some Lycan games?
Nope.
Smurf Lycan. Who just goes mid, wins the game in 20 minutes.
Fight breaks out. They're going to be able to get the kill onto Kukahook. While this is going on, Katara on the top lane going to be sniped out. It looks like, can they get the kill onto the Chen? Chen's going to go down here. And it looks... No! He just lives through it. Katara, though, top lane. Sakuchi connects. One more right click. The win run comes off. Katara gets out alive. That was so close on both counts. Both heroes living by the skin of the teeth.
So close to game one, really. Like, there was a play exactly the same way top lane. Medusa lives at 17 HP. This time it's 20. And time for the runes here. It is going to be on the top side. But it is Infinity that picks it up anyways.
Yeah, and you look at this one as well. The shield rune coming out for PP. So he's going to try and move himself around. Who's he going to be? Does he want to go for a gank, actually? He might be able to find Kataro again. Yeah, Avalanche comes out this time. The Wind Ranger's not going to get out alive.
Huh. All right, definitely being a bit greedy there. Good wraparound from Masha. And they're not going to punish anyone so far. Razor's going to be jungling. And they'll just try to pressure the tower.
Yeah, the Chen's going to send all of his creep army up here. Snowball's going to be used for Tiger, here. And Tiger, he's trying to do his best just to lay the push onto the tower. Rubik TP's himself in now as well. Arzenti going to try and go for that Sakuchi away, but it looks like, do they get the Wind Ranger here in time? With the shards being thrown out, Arzenti will still be able to get himself away. Kataro even snipes Roshan from that power shot, but Arzenti will be able to get that TP back to base.
Alright, that's the TP. Good rotation there, forcing two supports in the top lane, and Arzenti still lives. So that definitely feels nice for him. The Terrorblade is farming, so even that lane, that obnoxious lane, isn't stopping Kukahook necessarily. This is looking very solid. Unless I jinx this and, Infinity just takes 10 kills in a row, and it looks like I just did that because Masha seems dead.
Yeah, they've got the control, they've got the damage, they get the kill onto the Tiny. He just straight up falls and crumbles. But who's this gameplay currently favoring? Because it's a slight net worth lead here for South Team, but Infinity do have the kills on the board.
I mean, I think it's South Team. It definitely depends on the skill build and playstyle Arzenti is going to go for, and it looks like it's a Vessel, which I don't like. I feel like you could have maybe scaled a bit more with an Orchid-type build. But I mean, I think this definitely favors them. The Tiny's having a decent-ish enough game. Definitely better than the Tusk, at least.
Yeah.
Speaking of him.
Well, he could be in a little bit of trouble now as well. The Avatar's combo comes through, and Masha does pick up the credit for that kill. And with the champion in the mid lane now as well, there's 3-4 heroes around for the side of South Team. We'll see if they want to try and make something happen, or if it's just a little bit too soon, because that is a catapult creep wave as well.
I mean, I think that's a tower, so...
Yeah.
They are trading even, they're getting these towers, the Terrorblade's farming. This is honestly very solid for South Team.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
How do you want to see them convert this now? Because they are taking towers around the map. Do they just take all the tier 1s before they try and take fights? Or is this now enough that you have the time and space to look around and look for these pickoffs? So, speaking about pickoffs, toss comes up. Tiger, they might be able to get the kill onto Masha. Masha is going to be controlled. He has that avalanche. Does he want to throw it out? Ice shots do come through here. Tiger's taking a lot of damage. Has to go for that snowball. Shan Army getting involved. It's a lot of damage. Masha, he pops those seeds. The Serenity is coming through with Verdant Gauge. Verdant something. And Swarm. Weaver trying to go for this one once again. You've got that Eye of the Storm going for PP, but PP can't stand in the middle of this. It's just way too much damage. Breathe Fire comes out. They get the kill onto Ryu. They get the kill onto Tiger. Time-lapse comes through now as well. X marks a spot onto the Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger trying to get away from this one, but it's just going to be that follow-up coming through. Sakuchi, the chase on T wants to get right on top of Katara. Katara trying to do what he can, but it doesn't matter. T has the power for the kill.
I mean, they're too tanky on the side of South Team. Like, when you click on everyone, they're all 1,000 plus HP. You have the Chen heals. You cannot take these early fights as Infinity. And that's also a game where a fight where both South Team bottom heroes, I think it was the TB and the Kunkka, were using all of their spells on a DK.
Yeah.
And even still, South Team won that fight handedly, and they're going to get more.
Yeah, they're going to have to go for this one. The Rubik, it's actually going to be a really nice avalanche coming out, though. Torrent does connect onto the Rubik. Can they get the kill? What's going to be Sawn here? Torrent taken right back from Michael, and he might be able to get Osito. He's going to be able to snipe the Arcane Rune. But Ryu gets the credit for the kill. So, really nicely done there. They keep the Rubik alive and even turn that kill around onto the Kunkka.
Alright, that's important here for Infinity, especially if they can take this tower. I honestly highly doubt that's going to happen. Too high of an HP. And this dragon form is kind of halfway through, but at least they're gonna force South Team to try and defend.
Yeah, and how much do you like this Wind Ranger pick now? I mean, net worth wise, it's sitting bottom of the course. Hell, it's sitting super close to the Chan as well in terms of net worth. It just doesn't seem to me like it's paid off too much.
Yeah, definitely not looking good. But the Dusa was also pretty low in game 1 and did recover. I think the problem this game is that, do they have the heroes to play with Kotaro? It has to be this task with the tag team, so you get the amplified damage. We'll see how much they're going to utilize that, as Masha will be killed, looks like.
Yeah, Snowball does come through onto Masha. Masha again.
Oh, no.
That. Oh, does he get himself away with the Seeds and Serenity there enough? With the, was it the Verdant Dale? Verdant Dale is the spell name, and yeah. TP away. No, telekinesis. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Chan. Can they clean it up from this one? Chase down now as well. Looks like X-Mark going to be used onto the Wind Ranger underneath the Tier 1 tower. So the TPs are coming in. Dragon Form onto the Dragon Knight. You know, that's up in 2 seconds. Actually, did he cancel the TP? I think he did. Cancel that TP because he wants to use the Dragon Form here to push his Tier 1 tower.
I like it. I think this is good, but now they get a pretty good initiation. Oh, he misses the bolt.
He does, and what's going to be stolen?
Stolen bolt.
Bolt stolen right back from the Rubik Ryu. He takes down a lot of pressure onto the Tier 1 tower, and now flapping his wings to get over here to get involved in this fight. But it looks like the rest of Infinity backing away, so he could have just stayed mid, took down this Tier 1 tower.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Size to walk and definitely didn't pay off. TP mid and lots of TPs actually. They find Ryu.
Yeah, they want to fight around this one.
Xbox boy
comes out onto the Dragon Knight. What can they do with this one? The Dragon Form, it's about 2/3 of the way through. Dragon Tail will be used. Ryu's got a Spirit Vessel on top of him now as well. PP, he's waiting invis. Is he going to try and look to snipe this one? Plasma Field comes out. Masha though gets that Avalanche Static Link. It still connects. Masha X-Mark drags back the Razor, and he won't be able to get the kill onto the Tiny.
Damn, very close fights. This game's looking much closer in game 1. And yeah, I mean, I'm happy for South Team. They are showing a Dota that just didn't get to shine through at all in game 1.
Yeah, and we'll see how they continue playing off on this one. How's Michael looking? Let's see. Still have the bolt there, so they might actually be able to go into Masha. Masha, he gets a little bit too caught out, and the toss comes through, but Michael will be able to finish off that kill with the Fade Bolt.
Yeah, this should be a tower. They don't have enough heroes nearby. It looks like this Shen wants to finish the drums, so nicely done here. Infinity fighting back, and all of that early Chen aggression seems to have subdued, at least for a while, until the drums are ready. Weaver still holding a lot of money. Very curious to see what the next item is going to be. Like, I don't think there's that much value in having Ags this game. So I think the right way is to transition towards a right-click carry. We'll see if that's what he's going to do. It looks like Austin's dead.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get on top of this. Chen's trying to use that Whirlwind away from the Wildwing Ripper. But again, PP, well, 4 heroes around. They even clean up the Chen army from this as well. And yeah, there was just nothing they could do. With the Dragon form being up for Rio as well, should be able to take down this tier 1 tower. Not a lot coming out from South Team to try and stop this one, so it is now going to be Infinity's turn to get some of these objectives off the map.
Yeah, that's problematic. You lose 2 fights in a row, lose 2 towers, the 3k goal lead becomes pretty much a 0 now. But the tiny Blink Dagger's coming, and I think that's the big timing South Team's going to try and utilize. You need 200 gold on Masha, and probably play with both the Skunka and the Tiny. You should be able to kill most heroes.
Yeah. And how's it looking for the rest of the team? I mean, Kararo is still down there in terms of net worth. He's got a little bit more, he's jumped above the Weaver just a little bit, but Kunkka, Terrorblade looking really good here. And we've not really seen the Terrorblade getting all that involved. So once he does start to come out, it might just get a little bit worse here for Infinity because South Team are keeping pace in these fights.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting game. Like, Rio was set on going Manta, and eventually he got back with the Blink. Finds Kunkka Hook. Can really kill this guy, though. Blink ready here for Masha, so they could potentially try and look for some pickoffs. They actually have vision on Kotaro right now. I wonder if this is smoke time for them or very interesting going for play.
Well, they're trying to get on top, and they do get the kill onto Cuckoo.
Kotaro, though, he will understand exactly where he is. He doesn't go for the wave, so he's on the right side. Oh, he ults an Ancient Creep.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be able to get the jump on top, get that kill damage off, drag back into the boat. Taro is going to go down. Really good pickoff here from the side of South Team. And again, it's just going to slow down that win ranger even more now. Ice Shards get thrown out, but no real follow-up coming out from the side of Infinity.
Yeah, great awareness from South Team. They lose their carry, but are able to pay back in style. And I think you're probably, like, if you're losing both carries, the TB team is always happier because you will scale a bit more. You are... oh, look at that. Michael going for Austin.
Yep, telekinesis, drag back. Chen! Avalanche will be caught. Oh, great call in here. They're going to be able to turn this around, and Michael has to go for the force after the Rio. He's going to be able to get this jump in. He's not alive for too much longer. Well, Chen, excuse me, isn't alive for too much longer. And that force staff just at the right time for the Rubik. It keeps him alive. He gets himself down to the low ground, and no follow-up there from the side of South.
Clutch plays from Michael. And yeah, I mean, the game is, dragging along more and more. Looks like the Weaver is going for a Maelstrom, which I love from RZT. I think you definitely want to go through this right-click route. But they lost a lot of steam with this Chen. Like, it's not looking as impactful. The creeps don't seem as scary anymore.
Yeah.
So the next fights are going to be pretty telling here on whether we're going to see, this machine from South Team can still keep marching forward, because I do feel like Infinity scales a bit more of their cores than South Team does with theirs.
And we'll see if they go for any more of this one. The smoke for Infinity. So, trying to move through these trees. Looking for a pick, but South Team, they're already inside the Roshan pit, and this is where...
Roche.
Yeah. If... Wind Ranger's not even coming across. This one will be able to TP, so the scan comes out. We'll see if Kataro's going to get involved into this one, if he wants to go for that TP over Roshan. It's not the quickest in the world here for South Team as well, so they will be able to, they have to scatter through this one. Chen comes through that twin gate immediately just to back themselves away. The central wall goes down. They might be able to get themselves on top of RZT. This is going to be a bit of a chaotic fight now as well. Yes, Snowball comes through. Can they get the kill? Austin's already using that Hand of God. They do get the kill onto Michael. Michael's going to go down. Kuhut going to be able to use the Sunder, and they take down 2. Can they get any more from this one? Because Rio's going to be on the edge of that torrent. The damage now from South Team, it's stacking up. Rio goes for the TP. It's not going to be enough. RZT gets this one. They're going to be able to go right back into the pit. And yeah, it just felt, Infinity, they had the jump there, and they just couldn't focus down any one particular hero.
Masha played that fight so well. Like, he couldn't jump and avalanche the Razor because he had BKB turned on.
Yeah.
So he just chilled and waited for the Razor to commit. Then he blinks when, like, the TB is 5% HP, so he can get sundered. And that's how they turn the fight around with the BKB wearing off. Also really good from RZT. He just runs forward, breaks the smoke with Tsukuchi. There was no sentry to find him. So they just broke up that smoke from Infinity, and they still get Roshan on top of it.
Yeah, and it's okay. You get the pickup onto the Tiny, but it just feels like, again, this Wind Ranger's coming in, cleaning up the scraps of the fights, you know, that was pressured in the lane. Okay, they got a good couple of kills onto Masha, but it's 3-3 and 5, and the Wind Ranger doesn't have the catch-up ability like the Medusa does.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Wind Ranger just doesn't farm as fast. This is a game where you have to go BKB instead of the Gleipnir, so you don't have a little bit less catch as well. And as you said, because this DK has been farming a lot, it does mean that he is still scaling, but it means that this Wind Ranger doesn't have anyone picking up the slack for her.
Yeah. And if you're looking at this, you know, how do you kind of get Wind Ranger back in the game? You know, how do Infinity try and fight around this South team that do feel really strong here in the second game?
I feel like you delay this. Like you want to delay this as much as possible.
Yeah.
Your Razor, your DK, your Wind Ranger, they're all incredible late game heroes. Whereas, they will get the Wisdom Room. Can they find Rio? They don't.
Well, they do,
they can
actually. He comes in X-Mark now as well. Dragon Knight going to be dragged back into this. Oh, that was so close. I thought he was going to be right back in, but he just finds that little gap. Now the snowball, though, looks like the touch might be dead from. Yeah, the hero's grouping up. And in fact, do they have a creep wave to take this tier 2 tower down with as well? It looks like they're just waiting on those creeps to catch up.
It's pretty far away, so overall I think Infinity is fine. Like, you use Bolt, you only kill a Tusk, you're not necessarily getting towers, whilst everyone else farming. So, pretty good job from Infinity overall.
Yeah, the mid lane is pushed in here as well. It is only the creeps, but it looks like, I mean, Wind Ranger top lane got that focus fire up. Wonder if she's gonna, you know, Katara's gonna be looking for these pickups here. Got that BKB, like you said, second item, BKB for Katara, but it does stunt the damage just a little bit, but it will be the Gleipnir to follow up for the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, if you have the Tusk nearby, you still do a lot of damage, but if you are by yourself, definitely not an easy proposition. Probably the supports you can kill, but that's about it. Maybe the Weaver, but you gotta be very lucky. That's actually a pretty tanky Weaver with the Vessel. And they will steal the Tormentor here. Infinity, but they are nearby.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. We saw it in the last game here as well, how badly that went, purely after just being able to do the damage. But Hand of God will be used. Do they get the kill into Cuckoo? Cuckoo could get low. He has that Aegis though. It will pop. Sun is still available, but it means that the Metamorphosis is down now when he respawns onto this one. So do they have the damage to get the kill? Focus fire, that Shackle, the BKB going just in case now as well. Torrent Storm chase down, coming through. They're going to be able to get the TP away. Osito even gets a kill into Michael as he exits. Yeah, not really the best trading off a Aegis, a carry for a support.
That is literally the same mistake. I mean, you said it perfectly. Just very unfortunate. Like, Kakahook runs towards them, like looking for a target for Sunder, and there's BKB on the DK, so he can't get that one off, and he just dies twice. Very unfortunate. Like, we were talking about Wind Ranger farming slowly, but at the end of the day, like, they're tied in farm after that fight.
Yeah, how much gold? I mean, it wasn't even that much gold given over for the Cuckoo Hook kill now as well. They might be able to get more out of this as well. The Dragon Tail comes out onto Masha. Masha going to be a toss up onto that one. So Osito does get the kill into PP, but it will be a Masha death in response. And Osito trying to get himself away was that Dragon Tail. Snowball's going to come in onto Osito, trying to run himself away from this one. The shards come through from that Snowball, and the damage. He's going to be stunned up. Backlines. They actually go into the Chen. Really good shackle to come through. Azantio wants to get the chase down. Wind Ranger Kataro going to be that Spirit Vessel here onto that Wind Ranger, taking a lot of damage. Going to be burst down. It looks like one more right click, even through the wind run. Azantine gets it with the Sakuchi. So now this fight turns around once again. Shards comes through. X-Mark, Snowball going to be down onto the low ground, dragged right back into the weight in mandibles here of that Weaver. Spirit Vessel again. He's going to be able to Sakuchi through this one. Just needs one more right click, but the telekinesis, it stops him in his tracks. The Swarm, if that connects, does it? It just doesn't tick onto Tiger though, so he will live.
I mean, still a good fight from South Team. The Wind Ranger overcommitting a little bit there.
Yeah.
Ends up dying. Very back and forth game. Kind of hard to say who's gonna take it. I would say it's like a slight advantage to South Team, but it really depends on how long this is gonna last. I feel like if the gold advantage remains even, it should slowly trend towards Infinity just because of... I mean, even their supports, honestly, scale a lot. The eggs on Tusk could be huge, even though he's going for use as they find RZT.
Yeah. They're going to be able to find Ryu here, and Ryu is going to be just Gleipnir controlled, doesn't even have the BKB to use because he went for that Manta-style Ags build. And they do get another kill here, Dragon Knight, and they might even be able to get another tier 2 tower from this, or excuse me, a first tier 2 tower, because the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane was defended out.
Alright, South team finally getting on board again as they look for Tiger, just cutting the waves. Very nice. I mean, he's been doing a really good job cutting waves with that Blink Dagger. He gets the 4 levels on shards and snowball, just being a nuisance for the supports in South team. And
Masha gets the courier at least. It was on its way back from delivering items to Michael, but now they know where Michael is. Do they have the vision to get the kill onto the Rubik? The Rubik in the trees. He's got himself the... What invis is that? Is he just...
Sukuchi?
Oh, yeah, I didn't see he stole that. Okay. Yeah, Michael going to be able to use that. To get away, he's got the TP if he does really need to leave, you know, press that panic button, get himself out.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting a lot of good spells still. Sukuchi is definitely one of the better ones he can take. Maybe Hand of God. Even Sunder can be quite clutch if he finds it.
Yeah, Hand of God would be amazing here for the Rubik to get.
Alright, so Roche, minute and a half away until we know the spawn timer. That's when I think both sides are going to be aggressive again. Overall, I feel like Infinity is still in a pretty decent spot. We finally get the Gleipnir on Wind Ranger. Yeah. DK very close to the eggs, so he will probably have it for the Roche fight, as well as Razor with this like BKB Manta Satanic on the way. Even with a Paladin Sword, he spells lifesteal so much.
And we'll see, actually, maybe Masha goes down again, jump in, but the Avatos will use Snowball here to chase down onto the Tinies on that high ground. Will be able to... Is there a Walrus
Stop
punch?
it!
There is a Walrus punch, so they're going to be able to stop him going through the Twin Gate once again. Masha, yeah, the static link damage comes through. They do get the kill, and that's going to be just a nice pick-off, and they just had the right spells there, just barely to stop him going through that Twin Gate.
Argentine gets a free shard as well. He also completed his own Gleipnir, doing a fair amount of damage. I mean, this game has potential for a very entertaining late game if we get there. Like, we can pretty much have 4 cores on both sides. Like,
yeah,
this Rubik becomes a core, and same thing for the Chan.
And yeah, and looking at this, this game, it doesn't feel anywhere near over. There's a 5k net worth difference between the two teams, a kill between both teams. It doesn't feel like one side has a massive advantage over the other one here, at the minute.
Yeah, definitely doesn't. Like, it's a small lead to South team, but we saw how clutch Infinity can be in the right fights, in the right moments. Roche will also be on South team's side, so another thing kind of helping them, or at least being on their side for the next engagement.
Yeah, it will be a nice setup here if they can get around it, but they've got to make sure they don't try and overcommit before the respawn. And is it a full? Yeah, it's going to be on the die side for like 5 seconds as it respawns. So no. Yeah. Masha getting those wards down behind enemy lines here as well. Do they take a fight before this? This is going to be... If they could take 2 or 3 heroes down on the side of South team before Roshan respawns, this would be absolutely perfect for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely better for South team to be doing this, because even if you die, Roche's still going to be on your side, so you're kind of okay with that. Whereas Infinity, if you die, then you're going to be stuck in your base, and it's just South team. It's really easy for them to go Roshan, knowing full well that they can't be there.
Yeah, and Masha could be able to get that jump in. Telekinesis comes out, so he's not going to be able to get the toss back. Avalanche will be thrown there. Bit of a long one as well. It was thrown out by the Rubik as well. To be able to throw it right back in.
Bolt.
Oh, no. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything from that one. The Storm Pop from PP. He's looking to get in here. Kukahook has that Lotus Orb on him now as well. What can they do from this one? Rude's going to be able to get this jump in. Do they get the kill? Looks like it's going to be Chen's the target. Still gets the Hand of God off, but the damage coming through. They're going to be able to clean up Austin. Austin goes down. And it looks like Kukahook going to be able to do the damage right back to Ryu. He's going to be pulled back around with the tidal wave. Not really what the Terror Blade wanted to do. And yeah, he gets stunned up before he can get the Sunder off. And now Snowball onto the Telekinesis with that Weaver as well. Weaver not going to be able to get the time lapse off. He's dead. The 2 save ultimates not being cast here by South team. Really good turnaround from Infinity to get the kill onto Masha. And they're going to be able to go for 4 here. Might even be able to get a tier 2 tower of their own. Hell, they could just run straight towards this Roche pit if they wanted to.
such a clutch fight from Infinity. Like, even though Chen gets the Hand of God off, they get the Shaco at a perfect time. This Terrorblade, no BKB, feeling like there's not enough control, but if the control is at the right time, they only need a little bit of it, and then the Sunder doesn't come off, and you're just dead. Really unfortunate.
And that's the second time that's happened, right? Because that happened around the tier 2 tower, just post-Tormentor fight. Yeah, where Kataro had the BKB going and shackled to make sure the Sunder didn't come out. And PP should be able to get the TP away. Yeah, it's going to be fine.
So at least they don't lose Roche. Infinity was in no position with the waves to go for it. So now there's going to be another fight in the Roche pit. And it really, cooldown-wise, everyone's going to be ready. Just Hand of God that will be kind of an issue here for South Team.
Yeah, Razor's BKB is going to be up in 11 seconds now as well. Kataro, he's got his BKB up in 16 seconds. Windrun comes out, dragged around by the tidal wave. Are they going to be able to catch up to this one? Kataro, Lincoln Sphere gets broken. There's going to be the jumping now as well. The double Dragon Tail comes out thanks to that Lotus Orb, but the damage coming through. Kunkka, he is taking so much. He is going to be blown up. Not even going to be able to get his boat off there before he goes down. Shackle once again onto the Terrorblade. They have these BKBs going. The damage coming through. They take down Kunkka Hook. He's got no buyback. They're going to be able to go for more. Twingate, Ryu wants to follow through. Chen and Austin, he isn't the tankiest hero in the world here. You've got a dragon hunting you. What are they going to be able to do? The right click's coming through. Lotus Orb again. So the double dragon tail stun coming through. But Austin, he's still going to be taking the right clicks. Even the man's still going to be popped for this one. And Austin, well, he's going to be popped altogether. And Roshan is going to go the way now of Infinity.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a mistake from South Team trying to posture like that without having the Hand of God. You lose the Kunkka so quickly, and then this Terrorblade, like as massive as he is, he just dies. Like you get the Shackle into Dragon Tail, there's no saves. Like there's nothing that you can do. Maybe a toss to save, but the Tiny wasn't in the fight. He was on the other side of the Twin Gates. Very unfortunate. Infinity, they're back in style now. They have the scaling on their side, but they also have the gold advantage for the first time in a pretty long while.
Yeah, 5k net worth lead here coming out at 33 minutes for Infinity. Pressing onto a tier 2 tower. That was a daytime Roshan. Second Roshan, I do believe, as well.
Yeah.
So there is going to be a banner available to throw down. Tiger is holding it for now, but they're just looking for an advantage here on the side of Infinity, looking for someone to throw it out. And it's South Team. Like you say, they had a really good start, but this Terrorblade gets caught out twice, and okay, the Skadi is nice, but if you're too stunned up to do the damage with it, then it's not useful, where that BKB really could have paid off for him.
Yeah, the scaling there, Infinity, all of those supports doing so much damage, you have the tech team on top of it. His armor is just not keeping up with the minus armor, and they're gonna smoke regardless of the ages. This is not an easy move, and they don't have any vision. I guess they have vision in the triangle. That's the only thing they're working with, and they do find, at least they get a glimpse of the DK and the Tusk.
Yeah, DK
this could be huge. They're going for the Tormentor. This could be huge.
How quickly are they going to do it? PP is really darn low here now. He has that BKB going. He's going to pop that one as well before the Weaver gets on top of him, but they might be able to get the kill onto Tiger. Tiger spun. They have the damage to get the kill. They do. They force out the Razor's BKB. He did TP himself back to base, but it's 74 seconds here without your Tusk, and he doesn't have a buyback available either.
Yeah, I mean, they still wanted more, though. I think the target prioritization wasn't great there. Weaver wrapped around, and there was no one... If there was anyone else with RZT, you kill that Razor after he uses BKB TP, and you're so happy. You only get the Tusk. You know, it's fine. You're going to delay the Aegis advantage on Infinity. But I don't think they necessarily wanted to end the game right now. Like, their draft, they're totally okay with this dragging 20+ minutes.
Yeah, and what do you... If you're looking at this 20-minute, like, an extra 20 minutes in this game, what are you looking item-wise here for South Team to be able to get something back into this? You know, is there a different way you want to optimize, or are you just, continuing down the path?
You definitely want the Nullifier on RZT. I think I would actually prefer the Refresher on Kunkka instead of the Octarine. Like, they're not fighting that much this game. I'm not sure he benefits that much from the reduced cooldown as he would from having twice of all his spells. But, I mean, I'm sure he's going to get it eventually. And then for the Tiny, I mean, I'm okay with this Wind Waker. I think the TB definitely needs a BKB. Like, he died way too... Like, he's 1 in 5 this game. It's just... I'm not sure Satanic really is what he needs, as they break the Lincolns here, but that's an Aegis Wind Ranger.
No follow-up. He's got that Aegis for another minute and a half, and it looks like they are grouping up now towards that tier 2 tower in the top lane as well, just trying to force something down here, get an objective on the map. And Infinity, yeah, fortification will be used, but they should still be able to pick this one up.
I also wouldn't mind Greaves on Austin. I feel like there's not that much burst damage on Infinity. Like, they have high DPS heroes, but not like Sven-like burst. So having that extra armor, having the increased regen in those fights could be good. You also get the second Dispel for the Orchid on the Razor. But in general, I mean, he's been using that Lotus Orb really well. We saw some really clutch Reflected Dragon Tails like twice or thrice already.
And we even see some, well, pressure coming out to the tier 3 tower now. But yeah, he did use it. I mean, he used it when he was being taken down by that Dragon Knight himself. And there has been a couple of clutch ones, being able to reflect those Dragon Tails coming in. So, Infinity now, again, they still have this Aegis. Look at the Terrorblade, the other side of the map. Just looking for a farm. Not going to be the BKB still. He wants that Butterfly here on the Terrorblade.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, he doesn't have a save. If he had that Tusk, if he had anything else to help him out, I could see it. It doesn't feel like the Hand of God is enough to save him anymore, especially because in a lot of these fights, the chain is not even close to him. Like, Hook's farming somewhere, or the fight kind of develops in a weird way.
And let's see how they're going to be able to play this one, because again, Aegis has just been reclaimed.
Oh, Masha.
Oh, they're going to try and go for this one. The Shackle onto Masha, yeah. Focus Fire comes out, and that's going to be a quick death delivered by the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, he
in fact,
walks.
they're following the Kunkka's courier here now as well. He's going to jump up into the other War's Punch. It stops him. He would try to get back with the Ogre Seal Totem bounce, but he doesn't get through the barrier thanks to that War's Punch. That's a big pickoff. He is dead for 75 seconds still.
Yeah, I mean, this Kunkka not having BKB, it kind of relies on the Lotus Orb being close, but obviously Austin can't keep up with all core, so
yeah,
very hard. Really good pickup on the Razor. You don't see Orchid on that hero that much, but really good game for it.
Yeah, and now there's gonna be the Dragon's Breath coming out, the Fireball as well, to clear off these creep waves as quickly as possible, just keeping these dire creeps pinned to the tier 3 tower, and they are going to be able to get a tier 3 out of this one. I wonder if they want to go for more. Again, no Kunkka for 42 seconds. The Terrorblade and the Weaver not even back at their base. They do have these TPs, but it looks like they're going to give up a Rax.
Yeah, I think that's the right move. You have no business fighting without this Kunkka. He's all of your team fight pretty much. So can you hold up for long enough, because they're still taking some substantial damage in the tier 3 mid, but Infinity will actually just chill out.
Yeah, backing themselves away. I mean, there's a minute and a half here potentially on Roshan, so they can wait that one out, go for a third Aegis, or I guess the second Aegis. They've still got a banner. You know, they're not just yet where to put it down, and Tusk is just like, it looks too nice, and I don't want to have that empty slot. You know, I want to look like I'm 6 slots. That's why I still got a Lotus here, a Sentry Ward as well.
Yeah, you know, I think that's the problem I have with banner. I think you summed it up pretty well. Like, when you're ahead, the banner feels even worse than when you're behind. Like, I feel like when you're behind, there's an actual, like, you can offset a lane, or you can maybe pressure a bit more with it. Whereas when you're ahead, like, you don't even want to use it sometimes. So maybe you can find a way for this item to seem better in more options, like in more... You either make it look more viable in different scenarios, or you buff it. Like, spirits, like, make the creeps twice as strong. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? That I think if you put it just outside of the tier 3s, where a lot of teams do, then the buff doesn't last until the creeps get to the base. And if you put it a little bit further out, then it's liable at being sniped when the enemy team goes to split push. So, yeah, I get the idea behind the banner. It was, you know, designed to make the high ground maybe a little bit easier to push in, but just the effectiveness of it, I don't think it's fully viable, really.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it makes high ground easier. Like, that. No. That's pretty much
Lotus, there is going to be the shackle coming through now. Hand of God gets used to try and keep Masha alive. Masha, he's going to go down anyway. The chase down. Kataro pops his BKB. Looking for his runaway now as well. He's got that tier 4 token. He gets the right shackle. Power shot comes through, but they're not going to be able to follow play with the Terrorblade. In fact, he might be able to. Lotus Sword, they're going to be able to get telekinesis. That Warriors Punch comes out now as well. They get another kill. Cookahook, he's dead, yeah. This might actually just be the game here. They have 2 heroes dead, and it's the Terrorblade that's dead. And again, no BKB. He went for the butterfly, no BKB. He gets caught out and killed off.
Yeah, he finishes the butterfly and then they have Blowthorn. And like his evasion's meaningless. Yeah, this is rough. Like 3rd or 4th fight in a row, the TB dies. You know, besides having really good tossback stolen from Michael.
Great shackle there as well. And yeah, this is going to be GG being called out since he just calls it out. And it was. Yeah, again, that last fight, it wasn't even a fight. It was just a bit of a slaughter here from Infinity.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good early game from South Team. Way better than game 1, so I think they fixed some problems. They had sort of a solid draft. I think the Chen really carried them through the early starts, but then he kind of falls off. I think he's way better into the, mid-game to late game than he used to be, but still definitely falls off a little bit. And Infinity, they just play better. I think they moved around the map beautifully. They had really good wars the entire time. A lot of patience. So really nicely done by them.
Yeah, and that is going to be it for the second series. We're going to take another 10-minute break. We'll be back to see how the 3rd and final series is going to play out. But for now, we are going to jump to the advert, so we'll see you after this.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Let's go. Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect. Respect. From 1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are here with the last series of the day, the Regional Dota 2 series, and we are in Latin America. I'm Harry, joining me is the Latin America guy himself, Bowie. I'm so glad we have you here, because I always want that first-hand insight. But Bowie, now we're going to be looking at Akatsuki versus Beastcoast, but can you round up the day for me? Are you happy with the performance of your own region?
I'm pretty happy. I think Beastcoast looking super sharp. Like ever since they joined the the events with this new roster, I think they looked okay. But knowing the brand and how good they looked, I think they were underperforming a little bit. And they just played so absurdly well in the first series. Like they smashed X5, and X5 that I would even say is kind of an upgrade of the old one. Whilst like it was not even close for X5, and they did go to the second stage of the event last time. I am very happy with Bisco, so I'm assuming that Akatsuki is going to have to play really hard to be able to beat them. And then the second series, we saw Infinity just crush South Team, but that one was way more expected, at least to me. Like when you look at Infinity, like they have the pedigree of their players, they're just a bit better, and they play just the way you would expect.
But I have to say, the level of the teams that we have in this iteration of Latin America Regional Dota 2 series is top notch. Are we missing any of the big teams? I'm not
only Heroic.
Okay, that's the only one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we got pretty much everybody.
The groups are so tight. Like looking Group A, there's like 4 or 5 teams I think could make it, and same thing for Group B. So not a lot of loose ends or weak links in general.
Yep, that's pretty cool to see. But let's focus on the series at hand. That's Akatsuki versus Beastcoast. As you mentioned, Beastcoast did already play a game today. This would be a good way to kind of, I don't want to say secure, but get very close to already going into the playoffs on the first day of the group stage. But do you think that they're might be feeling fatigued a bit, because we know the Dota players 100% played some pubs in between those matches?
Yeah, I wouldn't say. I think like when you look at the time, it's probably a pretty good time for them. They played the first series, not too late. You get to play some pubs, relax, you eat, you come back, you get to prepare as well. I don't think fatigue is necessarily a problem, especially with BO2s, right? Maybe if it was a BO3, it was kind of a long day. But yeah, I think like especially considering how well they played, they can still play like 20% worse, and I think they would still have beaten X5 handedly.
I really like the poses though. I really like the poses. They are everybody has their own thing going, apart from El Misho, who's like, I don't want to be here. Just let me get out and play
Dota. Take the picture. Please take this picture. I want to get back to my PC.
they were taken in at different times, right? Because the other 4 looked like they had different lighting.
Even his jersey seems different than the others, right?
Yep.
Like it's the way the jersey is. I mean, very nice jersey regardless. And I want to say, to me, the biggest difference, at least that I can analyze so far, is Moose having this 5 role. I feel like Beast Coast, there were 5 new players, and that sometimes can be a good thing, but especially when it comes to South America, I feel like having a captain that is a bit more seasoned, a player that has seen some stuff, has gone to lands. I love it. Moose switching from position 4 to 5, always a bit of a scary thing, but at least so far he's looking really solid, and I think he kind of gives that the backup, and he's like the roots of the team, and it's working out nicely for them.
Okay, so we talked about one of the favorites for a long time. Now we're gonna be looking towards Akatsuki, where Wits, Robos, Lissex, Destroyer, and Yor are gonna be playing here. 3 pictures, unfortunately missing. Hopefully we're gonna be getting those throughout the tournament. How does this lineup look to you? How well acquainted are you with all of these players?
So I mean, Wits is very new to me. I haven't seen his name at all. Very, very new. So I can't really say much besides his MMR, which is high, right? Or else he wouldn't be there. Lissex has been playing for a while. Same for RoboZ. But, they're all good players. Do I think they're necessarily like the best ones, or are they like super friends that have been, together for a while? No. So for Akatsuki, they're really going to have to impress me. And, I mean, impress Beastcoast, because those are their opponents. I feel like they're a fine team. But I can't help but feel like the old iteration of Akatsuki, or at least the one that played the last RES, was a tad stronger. At least in paper.
Every single time we come to Latin America, we come to your home, I get super excited about all of the names of the players. Not their nicknames, but their names that are very long, have a couple of those in them. I know you already explained everything to me, how it goes, but it's still super fun. It's just not a thing in my country, or any country that is close to me, and it is always cool to see. As there will be a coin toss right now, so we should be getting into the lobby fairly soon.
Before the coin toss, do you want to try and read one of these names so I can tell you how it's properly pronounced?
Hector Max Orozco Alza.
You got the easiest one, but yeah, not that bad. It's Hector Max Orozco Alza, so yeah, pretty good.
I got it, man. I watched telenovelas, right? So I know how you pronounce it, like, so no problem.
That's cool. I went to my grandma's girlfriend's grandma house one day, and she was watching some like what was the country, maybe Polish novella, or like some Polish soap opera, and I was so surprised. Like, she knew everything. She was watching like the entire thing because it was dubbed, and I was like, man, like they really like they actually export these novellas to other countries, and people watch it.
Like, they were so big. Like, the Spanish ones were so big in my country when I was young. Now it's more Turkish series, I think. So yeah, but I had a couple of friends, most of them girls, in high school that could speak like fluent Spanish, like fluent really? Spanish, yeah, by watching those like all day. Like, there were so many of them, and all of them were to me, they were all the same. There was one like Family Serrano or something that I know was that I watched, but like the ones were just some love stories or whatever, and then a guy would come in the door, his wife is cheating on him, then everybody's faces are getting frozen like, and then he pulls out a gun and stuff. Like, it was always the same scene. So very, very, very fun.
Yeah, it's so dramatic. It's really fun.
Exactly. But we have a draft, right? So we can stop talking about the telenovelas and focus on Dota, because that's why we are here. Anything that you expect, anything that you want to see, and if that is too hard of a question for you and you still haven't got super acquainted with how Latin America teams play the game at the moment, you can talk to me how excited you are for the update. No need to call it a patch, because it's not really
5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, the comic was really good, and you know the chicken meatball set's nice, but can't help but feel like I wanted something different. I'm not complaining. It's just I was like, all right, we might actually get a patch right before RES. This is gonna be crazy, but it's okay. Do you like the comic? I think it was really solid.
Yeah, I liked it, and I like those comics. I like the one from Muerta as well. So I'm fine with that. I was just, when I started, I was like, oh, 46 pages, and then I'm like, click, no, it's still the first page. Click, it's still the first page. Okay, how long is this gonna last? But it was fun. So the time kind of flew through.
Yeah, and I'm not really a lore guy. I don't even watch that many Lex videos. So it was nice. Like, there's so many things that Venge says that I never what is she talking about? Like, who the freak is Kriak? And then they're like, oh, okay, it's this crow guy thing. And it was nice to get to know a little bit more about their story. But speaking of Venge, since it's definitely not going to pop up in this draft, I mean, from the picks here,
it can.
I don't think so. I mean, it's pretty rare these days, right?
Exactly.
Like, looking at Elite League, for instance, the hero got picked up very little with a 30% win rate. So, I don't know. Feels like the hero. I don't know why. I think it mostly is the mana region on Vlad's. But I'm not sure. The hero didn't really get that many nerfs, and suddenly it just stopped being picked.
I'm gonna amount it to people getting used to playing against it. I think that's the one and only and the main thing about the Venge not being as picked or not being as successful of a hero. Remember when it wasn't picked for a very long time, then it started being picked, and everyone's hero, let's go kill, and then the swap comes out and they lose a fight. Then teams, especially higher tier teams, started playing the fights, more conservatively, more pokish, like with the Pango, with the Ember, they poke, they wait for the Venge to short step, bam, then you go, and then the hero kind of dropped off at that point.
That's true. I also feel like Disruptor being buffed really nerfs Venge, right? Because Swap becomes significantly worse against Glimpse. So
exactly.
Like, that does play a bit of a role. Because Disruptor is not a hero you want to ban. I mean, it is banned sometimes, but you would probably rather ban a lot of other heroes most of the time. And they do get this tiny first pick. It's South America when you get the tiny first pick.
Yep. Though, I have to say, in the Southeast Asia region, the Tiny is also quite popular. And while we cast it, a lot of the times, if not most of the games, the Tiny was banned in the first phase. So, I feel like I've seen this hero in our drafts quite a lot. Maybe not as a pick, but as a ban, most definitely.
I see. Yeah, it's definitely... It did get banned a couple of times. It got picked a couple of times. The hero that actually it's South America, it's Tusk, by the way. Because I think we had 3 games, 2 Tusk players, and it's probably only going to increase. For some reason, South American players love the hero. And, I think it's good because Disruptor is popular. Just having that Glimpse dodge is nice. But, yeah, I do feel like we kind of overplayed this hero a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit too focused on jiu-jitsu, and then when you start playing Dota, you're like, I want to punch somebody, right? I just don't want to strangle them and put them to sleep. I want to really get the hit in. So I can understand, the need to play the Tusk. But one thing that we didn't see in Southeast Asia that we're going to be seeing here in Latin America for sure is Chen and the Ench. Quite a lot in both bans and picks. It's so weird that in Southeast Asia they're just not popular at all.
Yeah, they can't micro or something. I'm not sure why. It was open a lot of the times. A lot of teams didn't really seem that interested. We already had a Chen game. The last one was a Chen game. It did lose, but it looked pretty strong in the early game, as it should. Looking for the bans here of Beastcoast. I wonder if maybe they're interested in banning something like
5 seconds
maybe
remaining.
Puck. I don't know. Even though you have a Tiny, I know that Akatsuki really likes. I mean, everyone likes playing Puck these days. Like, I feel like it's always picked. But RoboZ is a really good Puck player.
With the ban of the Dragonite, I'm kind of thinking you're more inclined to pick it. then ban it, but obviously don't have any more bans. Do a Katsuki get rid of it now, though? That's the question, because you have an Enchantress, and in general, the hero hates playing versus a puck. So
you get that shard, you don't even get the attack speed low, you just kill her with the Witchblade.
Man, it was such a revelation when I understood that the shard really gives you 35 attack damage on each of your hits. It's like the most cost-efficient item in terms of damage in Dota. Like, there's nothing even comes close. It doesn't even compare.
Yeah, and it's magic damage as well. You have Witchblade, eventually get Parasmus, you're amplifying everything. It's crazy. So good. They kind of made that shard pretty bad, though. Feels like there's some attack range issues now, because it used to be like the attack range of phase shift with the shard was longer than Puck's attack range itself, and it feels kind of wonky to play the hero right now, not gonna lie.
So, if you see the Grimstroke and the Enchantress, you can most definitely blink into their face and be a problem for the Phantom's Embrace is sometimes a problem for the Puck because it's kind of instant, but you always have the chance to dodge. It's instant cast, but it still flies for a very long time. As Beastcoast now,
depends on
what?
Sorry. Yeah, it depends on who's ahead, right? It feels like if you're ahead, you just Inkswell and you kill the Puck, but if you're kind of behind, the Puck just munches down supports like Ancient Grim. It's hard. It's kind of rare to see Puck being picked 15 because it has a fair amount of counters. I wonder if they would try to go, because it looks decent enough, at least.
What about a mid-tiny, right? Because you see a Grimstroke and an Ench. Bursting them down is not an issue for you. Maybe get a support that's going to give you that little bit of extra damage. And now when I see the Lesh, all of our Puck talks, mid-tiny talks, can kind of be thrown out the window because this is most likely going to be our mid laner.
Yeah, very true. I think we saw like a supportless Shrek in the first series, but I don't think Beastcoast is going to do that. I feel like I don't like it that much, honestly. There's like a couple of games where you can feel good with the right offlaner, but I feel like he's kind of a weak support, so you need a really strong offlaner to make it work. And I'm not seeing as many Mars and Centaurs as we were seeing in the beginning of this patch. Feels like, oh yeah, speaking of strong offlaner, they're gonna need one with the CK pick.
Boy, oh boy, I really like this from Akatsuki, right? Because you see a Lesh, and usually he's good versus illusion-based heroes, but CK is more of a burst hero than an illusion-based hero, right? So he's gonna jump, he's gonna destroy even before the disruption comes out. I like that, and then you have the Zeus for the extra vision to find out where the supports are, because these supports are very good to play around the Lash, disruption to save him, and avalanche to use around him so that he doesn't die. So this is actually pretty fun from Akatsuki. Plus, the CK can be on offlaner as well, so it does put Beastcoast in a position where you're really not sure what to ban, and the Sven definitely helps, right? Not versus the Zeus, but really does help versus the CK.
Yeah, the armor is going to be crucial here for the sports. Tiny eventually gets a little bit with his OT, but Shadow Demon's such a puny, squishy boy. And I mean, just look at that Grimstroke CK lane. It looks so scary. I'm baffled that they decided to pick their carry here, because I think all of the decent offlaners you could have picked are going to be banned now. I don't know. I'm not like, I don't think this Sven is necessarily that much of a CK counter. Maybe it's just comfort here for Beastcoast, but I think they're going to ban Tide plus something, and good luck for the offlaner of Beastcoast here.
10 seconds
Yep, but though, what do you ban if you're a Katsuki? Do you ban out the Tide? I'm not sure. Impetus and the Phantom's Embrace are pretty good versus him.
I still feel like you do, because like, sure, you don't dispel the Phantom's Embrace, but you can still dispel the Inkswell, you can still dispel the CK, and just having the damage reduction plus the damage block, to me it seems like one of the best CK counters left. I guess counter is not even the word, but something that can stand to it in the fights.
They're kind of thinking that Beastcoast might go for a ranged offlaner right now, because banning out the Death Prophet, that's what they gunned for, and I get it. With the Tiny, it's good in the lane, and this is why I feel like you still have, you know, a Tide and Enigma to go with the Tiny as well. So I feel like Beastcoast are gonna be fine. Maybe even an Underlord here would be cool for Beastcoast.
I like Underlord. I was gonna say it. I do like it. Very interesting pick. It does make their initiation pretty bad. You're relying on only the tiny to do stuff for you. But, you know, I also like Mars this game. It's not necessarily that good against CK, but I feel like you don't want to go BKB on Zeus ever. And Arena just exploding these Zeus every fight, especially if he's going to go lighting hands and scale a lot. I'm not opposed to it, at least.
Yeah, okay. Would be cool. Slardar banned for Beastcoast, so they're definitely afraid of some minus armor because they banned out the DA as well, and we'll be going for the Mars. So despite all of the possibilities for Katsuki to ban out those tanky offlaners, they left like the easiest one to play, and that's the Mars. I like it. You protect your guys from the CK quite nicely.
Can they let's pick a carry here that makes this good enough of a CK offlane game? Or do you think they're going to play carry CK and just get a normal offlaner?
I feel like offlane CK is actually quite good here. Not gonna lie, right? If you get a blink and a shard at some point, you can definitely do some damage as well, having the ink swell. But what would it be? Would you have to go for something like a Monkey King to make sure that you have some team fight going for you?
Yeah, I definitely want something bursty. I feel like whatever you do, if you play offlane CK, you want to make sure you can stand up to this fan. Faceless Void is one, right? You don't care about Arena. You don't care about... you just run away from the Shrek. You don't care about the slow of the Shadow Demon. Honestly, to me, it probably looks like the best one. You have decent damage in the Chrono.
I would like to see it, really, especially because you have the Zeus for division, right? So it will give you that team fight that we talked about. Your laning phase versus the Tiny Mars is pretty okay. The problem I have with the Faceless Void before, there's a shard on the Grimstroke, you very easily die. Spear, multiple stuns, burst damage on Beastcoast is there, so they can bully the Faceless Void, and he isn't the best at going into the jungle early. So that's where I would have an issue with it, but they go for a PA.
I guess similar in the sense that it doesn't care about Arena. More of a bursty hero. Interesting. They do go for the offlane CK. I mean, I guess I like it. At the end of the day, you have two core heroes that can benefit from having the Inkswell. You have strong enough of a lane with the Enchantress that PA should be okay-ish, right? Tiny is not the strongest position for. I guess what's scary is that, you know, Battlefield heroes are scary in general. Like, it doesn't feel like any of them are super popular just because of how risky it always is to get it.
Yeah, stupid change to the Battle Fury that now you don't buy the Ring of Health. It really makes your life 10 times more difficult. It used to be so easy. You just get that extra regen and you're fine. Now you have to get so much gold before it goes your way, and it's a real problem. Looking at the drafts here, I know that you probably have a bias towards Beastcoast, as you did watch them today do incredibly well. But how is it looking draft-wise here between the two?
I think if I'm only looking at the drafts, I would probably give Beastcoast like a 5% difference, a 5% higher chance of winning. So I think they're very even. You know, in PA, it works like that. If somehow the PA doesn't get punishing lane, the hero is just really hard to deal with. You can shred the Shadow Demon. The other heroes are pretty tanky though, so very curious to see, especially now that you don't have the magic build shenanigan. Very curious to see how the CK is going to scale, because I think like they have... The thing with Akatsuki's draft is that it is very volatile. I feel like both PA and CK can look very good, can look very bad, whereas Beastcoast's draft seems way less prone to problems. Like, you can lose the lane and still come back. You can make mistakes and still look relatively okay. Whereas for Akatsuki, if you lose the early game, kind of screwed, right? Do you really want to just rush Blink Dagger and CK with no Echo or Armlet?
You probably don't want to do it, and that's where I see a problem. That's why I really favor Beastcoast, is they have better team fight and they have a Lesh, and you're versus a Battle Fury hero. I feel like your towers are just gone if you're a Katsuki. Yeah. You're gonna have that small window, level 6 Zeus, when you can just be very aggressive on the side lanes, but that's about it. Still, we do have a game going, so we can get right into it. So we can see what's going on here, and guys, if you want to see what's going on the 1xBet app, you can scan this QR code, and everything will be automated for you. As Bowie, early, okay, we are for some reason looking at South Team and Infinity, which is nice, cool.
Okay, yeah, that's the game I was talking about. We had a a Tusk there as well as the smoke from Beastcoast. Very aggressive here.
Are they gonna go for a fight though? That's the question. Or are Akatsuki gonna give them a fight? Good word was placed. I just hope that PA doesn't go up the stairs, and no reason to do it.
Okay, they having some issues here apparently. Hopefully it's gonna be fixed. Maybe we want to see some.
Wait, speaking of stairs, I saw something really cool today. There is like a place in Japan, I am gonna say, but not sure. Like that has 5,000 stairs that you climb to get like to a temple or something, and it takes 4 to 6 hours to do it. And then there were like clips of people getting dehydrated, just literally fainting and stuff like that. Do you think you could make it up those stairs, or are you like
that's why you think it's cool? Just dying of dehydration? Is
no, I think it's cool that there's some cool stairs that would be a challenge to climb up. That's the cool part.
I think I could. I think I'm relatively fit. But have you seen those Inca temples? Like, they have some clutch stairs. Like,
oh yeah,
some of them,
those are all you fall off. Yeah, those.
Yeah, they have like
so
1 meter in between the stairs. It's like, how do you even climb that?
Yeah, those I don't know if I would try unless I am secured. But the ones that are mainly if I'm gonna make it in terms of getting fatigued, those ones I'd like to go for.
And there we go. They also want to go on the side of Akatsuki. We should be starting our game. So lane-wise here, Zeus versus Lash, probably a snooze fast. We have this CK plus Grimstroke. That lane is very strong. I think that is the lane where Akatsuki should probably get an edge. Whereas this PA end, you know, might tie, but I don't think it should win most of the time.
I'm not sure though. Right, Ench is very annoying, and Tiny has 0 armor. So that's where I feel like maybe they could get an advantage, but the second that the Tiny pulls the Ench to the side, it's where the PA starts losing to a Mars.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like you can like poke, you can get a good disruption into spear away from everyone else, and then like the Ench can be run down. But it definitely, like, it's kind of a complicated lane for sure, and a lot of things can happen.
But the creeps went into the tower, so Beastcoast actually put themselves in a really good position. The PA nice farming under the tower there from Wit, so this is a new guy for us to look at. We'll see how it works for him. Nice creep kill there from Vitali will cost him some of his life. So where are we gonna see kills, Bowie? Right? We kind of talked a little bit about who's gonna be winning the lanes.
It has to be top.
What we think about it, but. Who's gonna get the kills?
I think it has to be top. I would assume Akatsuki would get first blood. I know there's always a lot of poking, a lot of mind games that go into lanes like this. Like, I think this is a lane where if Disruption gets used aggressively and you don't punish Akatsuki really hard, you just have to like hide under a tree for the remainder cooldown of the spell.
So if you are playing a Grimstroke, do you pop the Inkswell before the disruption, or are you waiting for the
I think you're just poking. Yeah, you're definitely just poking. Well, it depends, right? If the Shadow Demon is away, if it's like going for a D-ward or a pull, you can go regardless. But or if the Shadow Demon is also away from the Sven and you can stun him before he gets the disruption, because then, you know, stun Inkswell is already dead even if he gets the disruption off.
Very true, very true. So for now, everybody is farming relatively well. Nobody falling behind. nothing too interesting happening. Moose does have his disruption back up. He's gonna be using it actually to secure the range creep, which does put him in a position where they're gonna be going forward. Yor does die on the other side of the map, so it's not gonna be a first blood either way. It's not gonna be a kill on the top lane anyways, at least not for Akatsuki. Pyke almost finishes off Destroyer, doesn't happen. And bottom lane, we saw 2 kills. Okay, so nice prediction there from our side, Bowie, because bottom lane is where the blood wars drawn, and top lane nobody died.
Yeah, they're trying to humiliate me here, South America. I thought you loved me, but this is just a big plot to make me look like a fool. But I mean, still, that was very impressive by Beastcoast. They get first blood in that lane, and now El Misho, no spells.
He's in trouble. He needs the help of the Mars 100%. There will be a spear, but another dagger will be flying out. Fairy Fire and the Healing Lotus are ready, so El Misho will be able to survive because of it. Does leave Vitaly all alone, and those impetuses, they do hurt. Have the enchant slowing him down. Vitaly is not moving. Healing Lotus, Tiny might give it to his buddy. Nope, decides not to do it as Wits taking some damage. Avalanche is not going to be enough to kill him. So Wits will be fine. I feel like if he gave that Healing Lotus to the Mars, could have ended differently.
Yeah, I think so. It was a really good spear back, but overall, I think Wits played that really well. Just being super aggressive, not really losing a lot of creeps because the lane was pushing towards him anyways. So he gets to kill the Mars and then benefit from a lot of creeps on their tower.
Oh, just like that, the odds favoring Akatsuki quite a lot. Beastcoast, even though they're favored, this is a problem. Gojibu Cure, he does have a Fairy Fire. Where's the spear? Just enough damage to finish him off. This tomato is being very, very annoying, but so many creeps there attacking it, so you want to take it back. Still, I have to say, this Mars having 11 CS, that is not something that we see too often. Pyke in some trouble with the Warcry, he'll be fine. That's a level 4 Sven, not something that you mess with lightly.
Oh yeah, definitely a little bit ahead in experience here. Moose has been, well, he has been pulling a lot, giving a lot of extra experience, but it means Pyke is also taking a lot of harass. Can they get this kill? No, they can't.
Still, they're keeping him away from creeps, and it's starting to look really good for these side lanes. The mid lane is going well for Beastcoast. That's where they are winning. But overall, this is the laning stage for Akatsuki. Looking hot.
Yeah. Pretty marginal win, right, in this mid lane. Like, 5 creeps, really, 4 creeps doesn't really matter that much. Maybe you get level 6 on Lumpy, but that's not a matchup where you should expect a level 6 kill from the Lashrak. It's just too easy for Zeus to run away with the heavily jump.
Zeus, he is not skilling up a spell. So I guess Lightning Bolt is maybe if somebody wants to TP out or something along those lines. He'd rather have the Heavenly Jump. As Yor dies yet again this time around. El Misho, the wolf is hungry, eating rocks though. I don't think that's great. Gojibuke Wits Blur was used, so he's gonna have to jump away. Finally, this Mars is starting to gain some strength in the lane. Looking a bit better for Vitaly.
Yeah. But Wit's still doing a good job. And Chencho's gonna TP, full HP, full mana with possibly some tangles. No, just actually no region whatsoever. No Nature's Attendant. It's kind of sad. It's only gonna be a Lotus here that Wits will be able to benefit from.
See,
it's a weird TP. Like you TP bottom with nothing for the PA, and then you walk mid. Just kind of a weird TP here from Yor, honestly.
I think he got confused on what he wanted to do, maybe. And that, that is gonna cost him. They are coming to the mid lane with pretty much all the supports. The rune was already picked up, so that's already a problem. I don't know why everybody is coming around the mid lane when there's nothing to get away with.
Yeah, there's some stacks, right? So they want to scout those, and they will. Pretty triple stacks on both the Ancients and the large cap. And now I think this Mars. Oh, good stun.
Well, Misho might die. There's no mana on the Zeus, so he can't use the ult. Even if he had enough, not gonna be enough to finish off El Misho. Spear off the mark. The tree toss isn't going to be. Vitaly is wasting so much of his time. He's gonna get the kill, however, so that's gonna make it slightly worth it. A lot of the creeps in his tower, however, so he's probably gonna be hoping to get back to the lane as fast as possible. As Wisdom Rune Both teams get one each, so no big deal there.
Yeah, a lot of emphasis here on the stacks, and I gotta say, for Akatsuki, they have this big ancient stacks, I guess mostly large cap, that I'm not sure they can farm, right? Zeus not that good at taking those. I wonder who will benefit. Like, you probably can't keep those stacks until Witz has his Battle Fury. So I'm just curious to see if they're just gonna group up as 4 and try to take it, because they don't have the best heroes for it.
Let's see, Avalanche, toss, Robozy, he has enough mana, he's gonna be getting...
Oh, did I?
Yeah, the tiny low enough for the creeps to get him, and now Lumpy coming over. Robozy, you're gonna be the one in trouble. Gonna be focusing on the Enchantress, get what he can, and that's not a two-legged abomination, my friend Lesh, but he gets the kill either way. So 1 for 1, but Tiny got killed by creeps, and Pike a little bit too speedy to get ran down. He actually shows on the creeps. Is that a problem for the Sven now? No, with the Tiny TPing in.
Should
be fine. Inkswell connects, hiding in the trees. They don't see him. And now with the Tiny coming in, hello, Destroyer, my friend. You're gonna be going down. Actually, as the Healing Lotus will allow him to live a little bit longer. Of course, CK, one of the highest strength gains in the game, isn't gonna be taken down so easily.
Okay. I mean, that Sven is so high level. He's just farming that medium camp constantly, just pretty much free farming. And the Leshrac, like, everyone on Beastcoast is getting away with farming a lot, and they haven't even touched their stacks. I think Omniscience is probably gonna make another one.
And that is a problem, right? Because the other side has a PA. That hero is not going to be active for quite some time and isn't going to be flash farming for quite some time as well. RoboZ needs to do a lot more. Vitali just gets the spear out, gets up the Healing Lotus. Inkswell is there. Vitali, I think you have been baited in to a very bad position. He's most definitely going to die with Lumpy coming from the side. Maybe he can get something in return. Does look like Akatsuki are already going to be running away. Now the CK coming forward. That is going to be the Lesh. Slowed down to a crawl. Nice disruption to keep the CK away because he's the only one with the stun and actually gets caught in the trees. Doesn't matter. He's going to be killing his own illusion and setting himself free.
Alright, I mean, it's crazy how much Greenstroke can enable heroes like PA. Like, it feels sometimes if you have a support that doesn't really enable PA at all, the hero can feel so weak in batting lane. He just killed the Mars with Grimstroke plus PA. The Inkswell and all of the slows from PA, you get max duration stun, and it feels really hard to play aggressive, even though Wits doesn't have like a single meaningful item, only treads.
And Thunder God's Wrath is now back up, so RoboZ, who was very close to the top of the network chart, he's actually super far ahead of the Lesh after farming some stacks. He is he's gonna be ready for battle, and that's the thing, right? It's another hero that's gonna be enabling the PA and the Grimstroke. Go on somebody, you have the help of the Thunder God's Wrath. Pretty much anybody dies.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That vision is key for a hero like PA. Finding the backline, finding the supports you want to kill. Yeah, I mean, even though Beastcoast is farming a lot, it does feel like things even out with the stacks that the Zeus farmed, as you said. The CK is actually getting way more than I expected him to be able to. We'll go for the Armlet Orchid. Pretty interesting build.
We've seen it for sometimes, right? Even the Bloodthorn is very good when you have that many illusions. You can just destroy a hero in a second.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with that. This hero is all about bursting people, so it makes sense.
Yeah, I like it. It's just I haven't seen that much offlane CK. So.
Exactly.
It's nice to see the innovations here with that slight buff on Orchid's price. It is being played a lot. Looks like Sven is going to keep on farming. They will take this tower here. Katsuki slowly but surely. Overall, I mean, I would say this game is very even. Like, if everyone gets to farm, I guess I would say Akatsuki scales slightly more with their cores, or at least, like, they don't reach full mass really early, so you can still like if this goes 50 plus, I feel like even the supports inside of Akatsuki just scale a bit more than what they have in Beastcoast.
I'm a big fan of this Latin America farming approach, but I can't help but feel that the Lesh should have taken down some towers.
Yeah, he's being very, very passive. You're right.
So salty, please just miss a button. Oh, Elmisho getting some of those creeps and Robo-Z. He doesn't know that he would kill his mid lane counterpart if he went for it. Actually going for a magical build Zeus. And I actually like it because nobody of the cores would be doing any magic damage. So he's gonna be taking that role upon himself.
I mean, he's not 100% sure on... I think that's what you do when you're not sure, because you can go Kayasha and disassemble, right? To get the Manta. But yeah, probably gonna be the magic build.
I really like Kayasha. I feel like Sanjan Kaya is the worst one because S and K, bleh, right? Sanjan Kaya, bleh, but Kayasha, S and Y, really does sound good as... that's a really deep go for Enchantress, and with the Lesh coming over, they will have enough for the kill. Nice push towards the low ground. If yours survives, it's gonna be so cool. I doubt it's gonna be happening, especially with the Tiny coming in, but he did the best he could, gave so much vision to his opponent, to his enemies, sorry, to his teammates, and 4 heroes go for him. They give the kill to the Tiny, which is big. This is gonna be a very early blink for Elmisho.
You know what else is gonna be very early? Battle Fury, because this is literally done, baby. This is a minute 13 Battle Fury. Very with treads. This is quite rare. I think in general, whenever I see PA, the hero is always kind of struggling playing from behind. Not the case whatsoever for Wits.
Exactly, and none of the towers have fallen. I had an issue, right? PA will get a Battle Fury, but she's not gonna have towers. The map is gonna be pretty small. That's gonna be a problem. Not a problem at all. Smoke is coming though, and double blink reveal is coming through. Tiny didn't have his delivered just yet.
Oh yeah, he doesn't want to show. He's afraid that there's a ward that would reveal the smoke. And there he is. So, oh, he actually expires as he... Oh, that's so clutch.
Okay. But can they find a kill? They might get a tower with the Fate's Edict. With the Diabolic Edict.
I think Yor probably dies. You can probably just toss him back to Lash.
Let's see, Enchantress. Getting the creep in, slows down Lumpy with the enchant. Yeah, Beastcoasts are hesitant.
Okay, they will steal the stacks. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we talked about, right? They ended up making these very early stacks, and they wanted to keep this for Wits, and it gets stolen.
That's gonna make the Battle Fury not as good. Finally, we're gonna see the toss back. This is what you were talking about. Toss back into the Lesh. That's gonna be Inkswell and the Phantom's Embrace to use. The Vitali still hasn't used his arena for the entirety of this game, as Elmisho is still hunting. When you get a Blink Dagger this early on a 4 Tiny man, you just see red everywhere.
Yeah, he's just trying to get as much out of it as possible, and so far I think they did a really good job. As I said, tower needed to fall, and they also... Ooh, he's gonna find Wits. Oh, there you go, he finds it.
The next hit is gonna be a crit. If he uses it, hit him. Hit him. Come on. Okay, nope. Now there's gonna be arena. Blink away from the PA is pretty much secured, so Wits is gonna be fine. First arena, not really all that successful. Ulti gonna be used. Lash dropping low. They have found him, but he's still alive. Running away. We'll be able to try Robo-Z. We'll be able to get him Elmisho with a really bad blink onto the clip, but he's giving a vision to his opponents. Come down here. You're not gonna be giving vision any longer. The 2 supports sacrifice themselves to save the Lesh, and I'd say that's worth it.
Yeah, I think it is. It's definitely... This is a Giga farmless Shrek that's going for a pretty interesting build, right? He just keeps the cloak, but he wants to finish the Bloodstone. I like it. You're playing against a lot of physical damage at the end of the day, so you don't want to fully commit to something like an Eternal Shroud. Just getting the cloak's nice since you get so much raw HP for the Bloodstone items.
Yeah, I'm thinking though Eternal Shroud lately more of as a mana regen item more than anything else. So maybe later on, if he feels like he needs it, he'll go for it. But yeah, sure. This is probably the smartest way to build at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's like keeping his ZHP very high without spending that much gold. It used to be way better, but Cloak now is like 800 gold, right? It used to be way less. Was it 500 or 600?
It was 500.
Okay.
It was weaker though.
I mean, 5%, but I don't know. I feel like the magic resistance per gold is worse now.
Exactly. That is true. Looking at the game, it is a 2k goal lead for Beastcoast. We're seeing this farming-oriented approach that we usually see in Latin America. Do you think this is okay for Beastcoast? Dota Plus says that the win probability is in their favor, and that should be another kill going their way. That's gonna be 3 poison stacks. Disruption, and with the Tiny and the Ledge being run. Man, so many heroes are always being brought for these kills.
Yeah, I mean, Beastcoast, they're never afraid of sending the numbers, but I think if you're sending all that for the Edge, it might be good enough, because at least the understanding I have is that the scaling is a bit on the side of Akatsuki. So if you're just running and managing to drag 3-4 heroes, you're probably fine as Akatsuki. It's really just a question of, can they find a timing where they're gonna look strong? See, because the Zeus going back to the Asha, I really like this. I think if your goal is not to play active early, lighting hands is always better, because you're just gonna scale way more.
Yeah, it seems that's gonna be the case, so we will see the Kayasha as would be cool if he keeps it forever, like screw Manta. I want to have the extra movement speed.
Kayasha, best item. Yeah, that would be really cool.
Yeah, it's just that we never see it, and then you get so excited when it's there. The Sven already has his BKB. The PA will have hers fairly soon, but of course without level 18, PA is just not as scary as the hero wants to be. So we're probably going to be waiting for her to appear in these fights for a little bit longer.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder what the Beastcoast timing is this game, because with BKB, like, are you comfortable going for Roche? You probably are. It's just that taking towers is a bit weird if the Leshrek's not the one holding Aegis. So I'm assuming that's what they're gonna do. Give Lumpy the first Aegis. Maybe even the other ones.
Probably. There is an Orchid on the CK, though. It feels like Lissex is not as strong as he would want to be, as there is a smoke from Akatsuki, so they actually are thinking about fighting.
Yeah, very interesting. They don't have enough heroes bottom, though. I think most of the people are on the top side. I think this is mostly a scouting smoke. It is Lissex.
That's a problem.
Hello.
It has been found. There will be a follow-up per splitter, and you don't really need the arena or anything big to kill him. El Misho has been a real position for getting all of the kills for himself.
Yeah, I mean, he's been really essential in this game. I feel like he's just managing to do so much more than Destroyer, and part of that is Grimstroke as a hero. I don't think he's happy when all 3 cores are farming. This is a hero, like, you max out your Inkswell, right? You want to be active. He's just walking around, can't really farm. His items can't really enable anyone. So I hope Akatsuki finds... I mean, they have BKB, as you said. They should find a way to fight as they get Robozy. Is he dead?
I think he's dead, especially with the Sven coming in. There will be a stun. Nice attempted dodge there with Illusion Room, but still goes down. Destroyer will just be left for dead. Nobody there in the vicinity to help. And Akatsuki are slowly but surely falling apart. They're trying to farm their PA, but in that attempt, everybody else is suffering.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted to get the BKB just because, you know, it allows you to farm more, because there's more attempts. You can just squeeze where you can farm a bit more because you have the protection of BKB. But it feels weird to have this BKB and never attempt to fight. Like, you draft this CK Grimstroke, supposed to be the scariest duo, or one of the scariest, and the CK 0, 1, and 2. Like, he didn't get to... Like, this hero is supposed to be an early game beast, and he feels like a house cat.
Yep, I think after the laning stage didn't go as well as you probably wanted, that the Blink Dagger needed to be there instead of the Orchid.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I think if they ended up going for this Armlet Blink, the timing would have been awesome. Like, you can go for this 1 or 2 man smokes, you kill people, maybe if you need the OT from Zeus, you use it as well. Instead, what happens is, Zeus is not OTing. Like, what are you even doing if you're not using these 2 heroes? Like,
yep.
It feels like everything is now on Wit's shoulders, and even though PA is a very strong late game hero, can't help but feel like it might be a bit too much for him to carry. Hi. Under. Oh, he's under the sentry.
Still has a BKB TP out though, so I don't think he'll be dying. Of course, it's not the most optimal way to use your 9-second charge.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like this X is going to keep on farming here. He's being hunted. Oh, very nice bait with the illusion.
Yeah. Haha, I know where they are. I always remember the old Beastcoast on LANs. Whenever they would make a play like that, I would just want to see their cameras. They would be so happy, like, haha, we fooled them, right? Even though the game is going bad. But now going into the pit, they didn't manage to get the tier 2 in the bottom lane down, so it might mean that Akatsuki comes and fights. And as I say that, they are dispersing around the map, so this is gonna be a pretty free Roche.
This was the weirdest glyph of all time from Akatsuki. Like, they glyphed their 4-man creep wave under the T1 tower. Like, there was no other reason for them to glyph. And yeah, I guess they did some tower damage, but at the end of the day, it will be a free Aegis here on Beastcoast. And because it's the Lash carrying it, I'm assuming they can get some juicy tier 2s in the near future. Akatsuki, I guess they do have the blink on CK, but do you really want to try and take a fight with Aegis on Beastcoast? Probably not. Has to be like they have to be showing someone somewhere else.
They scanned Wits, they know where he is. Has a BKB TP out. We talked about 9-second BKB. Split Earth, he has been found. He knows that he's been found and doesn't get the BKB off. That means that he's just dead. Nobody to blink to. The overwhelming magical damage of lumping will finish him off, and that's a 9-second BKB down the drain, and you don't even live.
Really clutch movements here from Pyke. That Shadow Blade, just don't get to see that item at all, but to find PA, it is definitely one of the better options. And obviously the Silver Edge, even though the item is substantially worse, still very good against PA.
Yep, it just makes sense to get it versus that hero in particular, and the Sven is gonna have it fairly soon, so it's gonna be there. Now they're gonna be focusing on the Tormentor. The other side already took theirs, so this is gonna be even more of increase in the gold lead. Goes to the Shadow Demon, not to the Tiny. Very important for Beastcoast to get a normal shard for their support rather than the completely useless one.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's a huge shard as well. Gonna be able to deal with the Inkswell stun, with the. I mean, there's so much stuff that you can actually deal with. Yor did go for a Maid Slayer though. Pretty interesting item. Very good against Leshrac.
Let's see how good it is. He does hit the Lesh. Lesh down like, guys, I'm not doing damage, so it's kind of annoying. So can somebody else please kill him? And Vitali, he complies.
I mean, I love it. You get, he also got very lucky with the Grove Bow. So once you have Dragonlance Grove Bow, the actual high ground gets pretty hard. Lumpy's not going to be doing a lot of damage with the Edict. It's minus 40%, I guess. Obviously, the towers are not going to benefit from the magic resistance of Mage Slayer. Still, 40% is a lot.
Most definitely, yep, that's the case. And the shards from the Tormentor did go towards the Enchantress, so the Sproink is there. Hunting her down in her own base isn't going to be easy. But I love the itemization from Beastcoast. I think that they're doing everything right. Now it's armor time. You know that the only hero that you're afraid of is the PA. So AC, Shiva's Guard, those are gonna be the types of items that they're gonna be looking for.
Oh yeah, even the Shard on Sven is not bad. He does have it queued up. I love it from Pyke. And at some point, it felt like maybe Beastcoast was going at this game a bit too slow. But once they got that Aegis, it definitely feels like Akatsuki has no moves. Or at least, if they do have one, they want to make sure the Aegis is down. And they are losing a lot in the process. And they're going to lose the Zeus.
The best hero to kill. He's going to have the Heavenly Jump and not in a good position. Uses the Manta, doesn't change anything. Double Stifling Dagger comes out, double Silence as well. And it doesn't change a damn thing, even with a good Soulbind. It really is just going to be Beastcoast getting kills, getting themselves a double. And you talked about slowing down the high ground push. Well, if you're losing heroes this easily, it's really not going to be that hard.
Exactly. And, you know, I'm a big Zeus player. It's one of my favorite most played heroes. Mars is so annoying to play. Like, you never want to go BKB on Zeus, and that's the only way to deal with the arena unless you go for an upgraded U-Scepter with, you know, both very expensive / kind of useless on Lighting Hand Zeus.
You definitely don't want
Placing on Lissex, though, trying to find moves here.
Okay, so that's the way to deal with the Enchantress. Oh, I'm slowing down the Lesh push, and the tower dies anyways. Lumpy is gonna be taken down. He still has the Aegis. Inkswell, however, connects on the Tiny as well. No disruption. They're gonna be slowing down on the Shadow Demon as well, which goes forward. That's gonna be 3 kills if you count the Aegis. Yeah, the Phantom Base should finish off Moosey. Yes, the disruption off is gonna be fine. Ogre still Totem for the PA to run away, and they're gonna be fighting. Oh, blink out just in time. On the other side, you're keeping the Lesh away, slowing down his damage as well. BKB of the Sun is going to be expiring. There's the double stun and the double solace, and they have all of the illusions. You're going to get absolutely demolished right now, especially with Inkswell. The PA is back into it. Lumpy, seeing that this is a lost cause, TP is out. Beastcoast, they lose the fight. They lose it heavily.
What a freaking great fight from Akatsuki. A lot of patience from the CK, getting into the right position. They go in, they take the Aegis. Amazing fight from Wits. Like, he could have daggered and jumped the Shadow Demon, but that would mean Mars could blink spear him. Instead, he daggers the Mars so that he cannot blink in. Sure, the SD survives, but the end result is that they drag the fight around and they kill. Super clutch Soulbind from Destroyer as well. He was just hiding in the trees. Didn't really do anything for like 10 seconds, but once they're running away as Beastcoast, he gets like the perfect Soulbind with the BKB on Sven wearing off. Just clutch plays overall. I'm baffled. Like, they were very far behind in net worth. They're against an Aegis, and they still take an amazing fight.
Yep, looked really good. Also, that double reality rift is a big deal. We forget about the armor reduction, especially versus a PA. That can be a problem. And now that PA is approaching level 20, but even more so has an AD rune in the bottle. So next fight, Akatsuki, they might just destroy because there's always the demonic purge, but it doesn't have to be that you're gonna even see the PA before she kills you.
Yeah, and there's also the blink. Stun, Blink Orchid from Lissex here. No defensive items really on the Shadow Demon, besides the Blink, but as long as you get close enough, you usually can't react. Overall, still a decent net worth lead here from Beastcoast, and they did wipe out all of the tier 2 towers. But when you're playing against PA, it's always scary. Like, if you're not in full control of the game, it always feels like this hero can somehow turn it around.
Man, poor Yor. He has just been found so many. And look at this. Again, they're coming in numbers. Like, we hate the Enchantress. They're making a statement. And El Misho has tossed that tree towards Yor so many times, ending his life in this game.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Making sure that no Spranks are allowed. But, I mean, look. There's 18 kills on Beastcoast. 11 come from Yor. Like, this has to be more valuable the longer the game goes, right? Like, if you have 15 deaths, what is another death? Like, you just... As long as you're getting vision and delaying this game, at least theoretically, you should eventually get to a point where all of these 3 cores on Akatsuki are fully online.
So Nullifier is done?
Oh, yes, just BKB is also on the way. You really need this game.
Pretty big, pretty big. So, no more Warcry for the Sven or any of his teammates. That's pretty big. Yule saves, not gonna be happening. Smoke, however, Beastcoast. They want somebody. They want him now. And they're not gonna be getting a single hero. So, Akatsuki, they keep themselves safe. Lissex has been found, has no BKB yet. He's very close to it. But this is gonna delay it a little bit longer.
Yeah, it was very close. Unfortunate. They will be alive for Roshan, though, and it's still going to be on Akatsuki's side, so it's not the end of the world. I think the biggest thing is whether they're going to be able to get any vision. Like, can they actually just walk towards Roshan? Because I'm assuming Beastcoast is going to get a lot of vision with wards, and they already have one. There's still one ward, I think, in the courier flying to Beastcoast, so this is going to be a minefield of traps and fear.
That is true. That is true. But you do have a PA. You do have a Zeus. So in terms of vision, you should relatively be fine. PA's BKB is down to 7 seconds. The Sven BKB 8 seconds. I think that's actually really big that the Sven has a high BKB. But shard for the PA, and the Fan of Knives is not to be underestimated. You can just burst people instantly.
It's huge. Free shard as well, so the basher comes even a bit faster. The Zeus is getting close to the BKB, not close enough to fight Roshan unless Beastcoast takes their time doing it, and they are kind of chill, so maybe it will take a little bit. But yeah, the timing you were talking about, all the armor items, Shiva's ready for Lumpy, AC pretty much done for Pyke, and I guess this is a Nocturne for Vitali, so lower BKB cooldowns and all those spears being a problem as the BKB of Wits reduces duration, reduces cooldown.
Mars doesn't have a shard though, however, yet, so we're not going to be seeing double spears at least. Lesh, he did hit level 20 on the Sven as well, so that war cry is really a problem, especially with an AC. This is going to be fast, but is it going to be fast enough?
You get very fast vision here. They're going to try and use this CK shard illusion to scout things out. It just doesn't last long enough. They're scared. They're actually not going to go for it.
Yep. Aegis, Banner, both of them in the hands of Beastcoast, and Akatsuki goes back. Latin America has become one of the more passive regions in the past like 4 or 5 years. It didn't always used to be that way.
Yeah, I mean, Beastcoast, they were literally the face of aggressive caveman Dota once SEA became a bit more chill. But yeah, unfortunately, not really a fast game. I mean, we will get to some clutch fights soonish, but yeah, when is not really known.
Bowie, feed your cats, please. They're asking for food.
He doesn't want food, he wants to play, and I locked him on the other side, so he's very angry at me right now.
Sven, when he uses all of his armor stuff, he has like 60 armor. That's insane. Without the war cry, he has 41. Oh, sorry.
Wait for the shard.
64 armor. What the freaking hell?
And that's a Sven that's gonna have Super Edge and MKB. Oh, Lumpy has a haste. Should be okay. No cast range for the dispel of the enchant.
Lotus Orb Tiny. That's gonna be also very interesting. A lot of things to return. To be very, very annoying.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely a problem here.
So how is it looking? How is it looking here, Bowie? You talked about the late game of Akatsuki. Have they gone to the late game comfortably enough to be able to win?
I don't think so. I feel like they ended up, you know, they geared too much to the late game. They didn't really utilize some of their early timings too much, and now this gold advantage is pretty substantial. The map control is all on Beastcoast side. Still very hard for them to go high ground, don't get me wrong. So even though they're not in the best position, let's say, we saw how clinical they can be when Beastcoast makes a mistake or when they are really ready to fight. Beastcoast, they're gonna have to be a bit more careful as they go high ground here.
Every single time the Enchantress just hits the Lesh, and Diabolic does nothing, but the silence not gonna be happening.
Nullifier?
Going down with a Nullifier, and Misho throws out the tree, and they are focusing on the Raxes. Glyph isn't being used just yet. That could be the Aegis gone. Lotus Orb protecting him, stuns the CK himself. That's gonna be Delesh in a bit of trouble. Disruption saving him. 2 siege creeps are alive. Silence immediately removed with a Lotus, and that's gonna be Litzek. Scott has a buyback. He's gonna use the water stun from Delesh. It is gonna be taking down your tossing Robozy back into the arena that will be expiring. Doesn't need to pop the BKB just yet. Tiny has the ults to protect himself. Nullifier takes him down. Would have come down anyways. Buyback from the CK. Now he sees an opening with Lumpy. Just running in with a low shop. Doesn't care. Stun from Pyke. And in the backlines, the CK is all alone with Lumpy, keeping everybody else at bay while the Sven destroys the poor CK. I cannot believe he went in on that one. That's a Sven with his ulti active. You're not gonna be able to fight him.
Oh man, that was kinda close. A lot of patience from the PA, just holding on to the BKB. Still has it, mind you, but the way they're posturing here doesn't allow Wits to find an angle on the supports, and the Shrek is too tanky. Way too much armor when the Warcry is on, and you're just slowly sieging this. 60 seconds no CK.
Puppy is being protected by the Lotus Avalanche. Not gonna be happening. Yor is gonna be fine. He does slow himself down. Soulbind gonna be nice, but nothing to follow it up. And in the arena, they're gonna be caught. Robo Z banging his head through the wall, trying to take it down. But even a God of Thunder cannot break down the walls made by the God of War. That should be game 1, especially with the Mega Creeps right around the corner and Akatsuki. They only have their PA alive, but she is not enough, Bodhi.
Yeah, definitely not. She's been very passive overall game, and I think that just play to, like, Beastcoast got to do whatever they want. They decided when they want to fight, they decided when they want to Roche. I think Akatsuki had their moments, and they honestly, they looked decently sharp, but I'm very impressed with Beastcoast. Like, after their X5 series, they were looking insane, and they're still looking very solid here.
I really like how the players are itemizing in South America. I feel like it is a big difference to Southeast Asia. I also do think that they approach the games a little bit more methodically, so it's easier to actually think about items and what's great for the game rather than going for timing-based items most of the times, which we see from Southeast Asia. But this is kind of my main takeaway now from this game 1. I don't know if you would agree.
No, I think I do. In general, SA is definitely a little bit less aggressive. You have teams that can still play that tempo. I think Heroic is notoriously one of them. But yeah, this game, I think Beastcoast, they show that they can be patient, but they can also be swift. And when they attacked, like, there was that one fight where it maybe felt like Akatsuki was going to turn it around. But I think once they gave away the Roche, this game was really hard. Like, you had to... I think they did a really good job on Beastcoast to protect the back lines so that no one could, like, neither the CK or the PA could go for those squishy supports.
That is true. But however, it is a best of 2 currently. Beastcoast have won 3 games already in only our first day here of the group stage of the regional Dota 2 series. Can they win the 4th one? We find out after the break.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And it's the last game of day 1 here in the group stage of the Regional Dota 2 series in Latin America. And this is our second tournament in Latin America. There's gonna be 2 more before we get to that LAN. I'm Harry Freak. Joining me is Bowie. And Bowie, Beastcoast, they are looking scary. Is this the team to beat?
Yeah, it feels like it. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep this ball rolling. But they are... I mean, they have this very interesting combination of, like... They can be very aggressive. They're not afraid to send numbers, but they also know when to farm. It feels like they really know how... Like, they have ideas, and they seem to be very centered around how they want to play that. And to me, that has to be, at least in a big part, to their new captain, Moose. I think, you know, playing 5 and 4 is very different. You know, it kind of baffles me that when you're pubbing, at least, like, support is this one thing, and you play either 5 or 4. I feel like, at least competitively, it's such a different role, and I'm pretty surprised at how well Moose has adapted here in Beastcoast.
They're looking good. He has done so quite well. I feel like if I would want to be in a region where I would need to adapt to a role, I'd much rather do it in South America, right? Because things are not chaotic. Everybody's kind of farming, and it does give you time to think. So even if your brain doesn't work like super fast and I want to do this as a 5, this is a 5, this as a 5, I think that you have time to stop and think about it. Stop and listen to what your teammates want. So I guess that might make it a bit easier.
Yeah, for sure. I think he definitely helps. And at least so far, he's looking really good. And I'm happy for Moose, because I don't remember what was the last big team that he played for. I don't remember if it was Thunder Awaken or if it was Beastcoast at some point, and then he eventually left. But he played for some international stacks. I think he played with Bait for a little bit, and he played in Europe a little bit, but never really found his stride. So, you know, actually finding Beastcoast here and looking good makes me pretty happy for the guy, because he's a very lovely dude. I've met him, you know, a couple of times personally, and he's really chill, really nice.
Yep, so we have a draft ready. We can focus on what's going on here. Akatsuki, they ban out the Enigma. Last time we talked about the Enigma, but it was untouched, and now it's banned in the first phase. Like, why?
5 seconds remaining.
It's a Vitaly hero, but yeah, first phase definitely seems a bit of a stretch, maybe.
Turn to ban.
Why would you? I'm not sure. Like, I feel like I've seen a fair amount of Enigma bans in the last month. I have seen maybe 1 or 2 Enigmas total, so I can't tell you exactly why. But Vitaly is definitely a spammer. Whether we decide to do one, I don't remember. I don't think Enigma was banned first phase last time, right? I think they banned.
No, Enigma was not banned at all.
remaining.
It was just left through, not picked, not banned.
Yep.
5
Chen's still in the
seconds
pool though.
remaining.
We'll see whether any of these teams here has the ball to let it go. They actually banned the Doom, which is usually one of the counters we see, right? Just because you have that region
10
reduction, you have
seconds
the
remaining.
ability. Is this a bait from Beastcoast to allow
5
Akatsuki to get the
seconds remaining.
Pick it. Come on, Akatsuki. Come on, you have the guts.
Just do it. Just do it, baby. Do they have a
Would
Chen
you be
player?
afraid?
I think you pick it. I think you definitely pick it if they give it to you. I mean, unless you're like you have 0 Chen games, and if you have 0 Chen games, maybe you should rethink your going pro career. But yeah, I think you should pick it.
Wait,
the hero's way too
been
strong.
that might have been the reason I didn't succeed in Dota. Wait, I need to check how many Chen games I had. They do ban it and pick a Tusk, which, as you said, it's one of the best ones, and at the moment, and everybody wants to play it. Okay, I have 5 Chen games. I really want to see when my last Chen game was. It was
10 seconds remaining.
19th of December 2018.
5 seconds remaining.
Damn. Let me see how many I have actually. Okay, actually have 19 chain games. That's cool.
Okay, that's it's weird because I'm the support player here. I always say this. I played Chen in Dota 1, and when I saw the model in Dota 2, I hated it, and I never wanted to play Chen. And
what's your win rate with Chen?
I won 2 out of 5 games that I played, so it's 40%.
I have 42. Yeah, we're pretty bad. We shouldn't be giving any advice on how to play this hero. So they go for Tusk. I like the Batrider. You don't care about the shards. You just strong hero overall. And this is why. It's not even that they are picking Tusk, but they're picking Tusk when Batrider is open. So what exactly... Like, okay, Disruptor is open, so you feel like they will 100% pick the Disruptor and you get the Tusk, but at the end of the day, they actually got a very good support against remaining. It. I don't like this Tusk pick at all, especially when you're the one banning Wind Ranger, one of the few combos that are very good with tag team.
Yep, some interesting stuff happening here in the draft. Do you think that the snowball should save from the lasso, or do you think the interaction is good as it is at the moment, that you click on the lasso target and it just does nothing, just gives you the it gives you the sound that you put somebody in the snowball, but you didn't really do it?
So what I haven't done this in a while, but let's say someone is mid lasso, right?
Okay. If
you snowball and clicking that person and the lasso ends, are you then into the snowball?
No.
Or
no.
You're still not in the snowball? Huh.
No.
Okay. I think it should work. And for me, it's pretty dumb. It's not like Tusk is popular at all. Like, does he need this nerf? This hero has no competitive play. I mean, only SA really plays this hero.
We see it from time to time, but yeah, you're right. We don't see it too often, and there will be a hero that doesn't mind the cold that a Tusk brings. Actually, a Wisp on the Akatsuki side, so anybody's gonna be made to be a Wind Ranger in terms of attack speed with the overcharge.
I like this a lot. I think Akatsuki, I at least thought they needed to outdraft them. They needed something shiny and something impressive, and Io is not a hero that's played in SA a lot, so very, very happy to see a team running it. Because then you watch European Dota and everyone's like playing Chen and Io, and here we have Tusk. So I'm glad that we're adapting. Maybe it makes SA a bit boring with all of the farming and everything, but I think it's nice to improve and to rethink your priorities. As they also do get the Razor. I think it's going to be a Tusk Razor lane, and then this Io's probably going to be playing with their carry. Unless it's Score Io, but I'm not sure they do that.
Dude, I love the Razor with an Io though, right? Because one thing that the Razor lacks is attack speed. You get the damage from your opponents, and then if you get the attack speed from the overcharge, you just You just kill anybody. But yeah, I do agree. Razor laning with any of these two would be amazing. Maybe it's just the bait. And we can see that Beastcoast are thinking this through quite a lot.
Yeah, I think both lanes are very good. I just like the shard interaction and tag team working with the static link attack as well. It's not like... It doesn't really give you any damage. But I think both are great. And it also means that even if the Razor is not playing in the lane with the IO, this IO has multiple tether targets that are going to feel great about having him in the team. They do snatch the Morph lane. This is really good against IO, just having that burst damage.
Exactly. And Disruptor is in the pool, but of course you probably already picked two of your supports, unless you really think that it's so good versus the Wisp that you want to pick it up. But I disagree. In this game, probably isn't going to be, because you would have a snowball save for the glimpse as well. So that's quite nice.
Yeah. I think that's very cool, right? Because you pick this Tusk. Then Beastcoast doesn't necessarily want to play the Disruptor anymore, so they pick CM, and once you see the two supports, you can get the IO. I think that was very ingenious way to enable this IO. Very cool curveball from them, as they will get a Marcy. So that's for Marcy. There we go. Okay, this game is looking very hype already. Although this Timbersaw, we didn't get to talk about it. Pretty good. 3 melee heroes, pretty much. And not necessarily the tankiest heroes.
Tusk is still a strength hero, right? Yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
Marcy is universal. That's fine. I feel like it fits her quite nicely. Still, the Whirling Death is going to be a problem, right? For 2 universal and 1 strength hero, plus the Razor who wants to be super close to you. So this Timber should be quite nice. This is where I see a problem with Akatsuki's lineup, right? If you do not crush the laning stage, which you can do, right? Your heroes can do it, but if you do not do it, look at the 3 heroes of Beastcoast. Timber, CM, the Batrider. Are they gonna wait for your relocates? Are they gonna wait for you to mount up a fight to farm a little bit? No, they're just gonna run straight at you. So Akatsuki, they really need that laning stage to work.
Yeah, and when you look at the type of damage, like they don't have burst damage at all with those heroes. Like they have... Well, Marcy does a lot of damage if she's farmed enough, but Morphling and Timber, they feel very comfortable playing against those heroes, and that's a very early Morphling as well. Usually, this pick comes at a risk, but I guess that's the weakness of IO. You give away certainty here that Beastcoast can pick those greedier type heroes. Both sides need a mid hero, right? Unless Timber's played mid, but nothing really set in stone so far.
I'm really surprised about the Coddle ban from Akatsuki, right? Because it would have been like the perfect pick for them. I don't know if there's another Spirit Vessel builder, maybe a Kunkka, but he's banned out as well. That would be there in the mid lane. And Tusk building it, not really the ideal candidate.
I guess Zai you can, right? Because if it's going to be a 5, it's definitely going to be kind of slow. Maybe, that's the way. You play IO4, you rush the Vessel, and you play Tusk 5 with either the Razor or like a different range carry. But then you'd be playing Marcy mid. I don't know. The more I think about this draft, it doesn't sound as good as I thought it would, even though I'm very hyped to see Marcy.
I think you just get a burst type hero in the mid lane or a push type hero in the mid lane. So either DP or something like Queen of Pain type stuff. Yeah, Zeus works. That's fine.
Okay, I like it, especially once you have the IO for that damage amp. You're gonna be doing even more. Like every target feels really happy about the Tether. Zeus also makes sure that like your lane's gonna be fine. If Timber is mid, you don't care. If they pick something else, you probably don't care either. Like, even if it's Alina, you're not gonna be sad about it. I think they should pick kind of a mobile hero as well on Beastcoast, which means this IO is going to have a really tough time connecting the relocates aggressively.
Storm, right? Those are the two.
Yeah, Quap. Like anything that doesn't care about the shards seems pretty nice.
I still feel like the Storm is probably I love it the most, because I think a farm Storm here just solo wins the game. But no, they're gonna go for something not as mobile. Will be the TA. I guess there's not a lot of armor on the other side, but I cannot say I love the TA pick.
I feel like the thing is, even like it's gonna get blink, right? And you always get to blink out. What's the longest stun duration they have? It's Walrus Punch, and you rely on Tusk having blink so that you do enough damage to break refractions. So I think it's like greedy enough. They're just going full greed here in Beastcoast, and they know that it's hard to punish this TA. Once again, who's actually gonna get an Urn or a Vessel to break the refractions? Maybe Yor, but he's a 5, so I don't know. I was kind of hyped for Akatsuki, but now looking at Beastcoast, I think their draft is better.
I don't know. I actually like what Akatsuki did, right? Because you picked this Zeus once again, and we talked about the importance of lanes for Akatsuki. The Zeus can make it even more so problematic for Beastcoast. I actually want to say I think Akatsuki can win this one. I don't know. In the previous game, it looked like they had a bit too much respect for Beastcoast, and this lineup of theirs, it kind of needs to not have respect for the opponents. But in a lineup itself, I can see the reasoning behind it. I can see exactly what they want to do, and in a good scenario, I think they can actually win it. So I'm gonna go on a whim here. I will go for Akatsuki.
All right, okay. I respect your opinion. I think you do have some, maybe one valuable point there and all the crap that you said, but I think.
Thank you, Bowie.
I think mostly.
I thought you were sick, right, when you started saying good things about me, and I was like, yeah, something is wrong with Bowie, but I'm glad you're fine.
Oh, yeah, okay, I'm back. It's all about the lanes, in my opinion. I feel like that is a draft. It's very contrarian to the draft they had in game 1. I feel like if they just sit up and farm like they did game 1, they lose this game really hard. Like, you have to grab the game by the balls, and you have to snowball your advantage. As you said, not respect really Beastcoast that much. But I feel like if this goes 35, 40 plus, the game becomes really hard. Like, sure, Lighting Hand Zeus can always KO, and I think Marcy can be super scary. I just haven't seen that version of Marcy look that scary for a long time already.
And we saw there the odds favoring the side of Beastcoast quite heavily, but if you've listened to the smarter of the two casters, then you can go and use the banner down below. The promo code for this tournament is 1XRLG LATAM, and that's gonna give you 130% bonus on your first deposit. You have a banner down below. Everything is automated for you guys, so don't worry about it whatsoever. Morphling, we're still using those dragon sets here. It seems not the chicken ones that are in tune with the new patch or the new update.
I gotta say though, I was very flattered, that I don't think you should put yourself down that much, calling yourself dumb caster or calling me the smart caster. I think you're pretty good at what you do, man.
I'll never do it again. I'll never do it again, Bowie. Don't worry about it. As
you should respect yourself, right? You're a respectable caster.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. You're
second best caster in this Twitch channel right now.
Okay. Now, Bowie, I know that you're opposite of ill. You feel the best that you have ever felt. El Misho, I have no idea what the hell you are doing, but I like that he is giving the kill to the boys that I went with, so that's fine. Wits will immediately TP to the lane. He wants to not miss any of the creeps, but that's a first blood. A pretty nice one goes to Destroyer.
Having that tag team with the Razor is gonna feel pretty good overall. I wonder how this Marcy versus Timberlane is gonna go, because like, you have two universal heroes against the Whirling Dev, so in general CSing I think it's gonna be pretty hard. Like, even if you try to double deny or double CS, it does get a bit hard for both of them.
Just punch him in the face, right? It's a Marcy IO lane. You're gonna be super speedy. You're gonna have a lot of damage. You're gonna have a lot of attack speed. We'll see. Once they're like level 3, 4, I feel like they can threaten this Timbersaw, but level 1 is always a problem, and they lose a courier as well. At least it delivered what it needed to do.
it's all about getting those good suplexes close to the tower. Like, it's kind of it's very similar to Magnus in a way, right? You play someone under tower, you get 2-3 hits, and that can be a big difference. I do love the combination of having sidekick level 2 here. Io is pretty much the best partner Marcy can have.
Oh yeah, just the problem that if the Io dies, then that's not that good of a deal. Look at the glow of the Io when there's a sidekick there. Just
Oh, I think you're dead.
He's in trouble. Blood grenade. No, not gonna be happening. He has enough movement speed. Wits going for El Misho. Won't be able to bring him down. El Misho this time will survive. He's not gonna be giving his life once again as he doesn't want to continue his feeding spree from the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, I love the aggression from Beastcoast. They know the courier is dead, so Yor now with no regen just struggles to really keep Wits alive. It's finally on the way. And they're going for an Orb of Venom here onto Wits, so they want to play aggressive as well.
I mean, you have to. And already you're getting dismantled in the lanes, right? Because the Timbersaw has 12 CS and 7 denies, whilst the Marcy's 8 and 1. Then the Morphling is crushing the Razor as well. And mid lane, sure, you are equal there, but the Zeus almost never loses. So this is a problem for Akatsuki, a huge one at that.
Yeah, I mean, they picked this Timber and yeah, it's just not gonna get punished. The dual combination they have is not strong enough to really punish the Timber. So you have to either kill the Bat. Sure, they kill the CM as well, and it looks like this X should be fine.
Yep. Healing Lotus, they picked it up earlier. That's the strength of their lineup. Posturing aggressively is gonna be good enough to not allow the enemies to get the Healing Lotus, and that Healing Lotus is the reason that the Razor is still breathing.
Very clutch plays there. It's really gonna depend on the Zeus to kind of ramp up the pace of this game. If you get some good rotations, some good OTs, enabling the side lanes, I can see, especially this Razor kind of snowball a lot. I don't know how it works for Marcy. Like, do you even go Battle Fury here? Do you go Weasel Blade? What's going to be the plan as Yor probably dead?
Pretty speedy though with the Marcy and the tether there, but that's going to be expiring. He does have a TP out. We'll be able to do it. El Misho definitely not enough damage to stop it. TP's back to the tier 1, so we'll be able to continue to help the Mars. He has the healing salve, so he's probably going to be using it to heal himself up and his carry as well.
The TP also gets a semi pull there, denying the range creep. Very nicely done.
It's some like coaches used to call it, maybe they still do, a hybrid pull. That's what they call it.
Yeah, there was another name. Well, I mean, a lot of damage here onto Vitali. They have the corrosion reducing the HP region of Vitali, but that's a scary kill to go for.
They're going for it anyways. Timber Chain in a second, and they plant down the tree. You're not gonna be escaping. Actually, with El Misho coming in, pushes him back. Vitali is alive. Wits barely, but he did have so many one charges, so his life wasn't really in danger. And there we see it, the strength of the Marcio, as Lilisex will be going down destroyed. He cannot kill the CM all on his lonesome. The thing is, can he even escape now? So he does have the snowball, so should be fine. There's the stun from the Morphling, but really adaptive strike strength, it's not gonna help you get that kill.
But that was a costly go on the Timber, because there was a big creep wave under tower, so you're committing to get that kill, giving away a lot of golden experience, and they don't get it. So like, look at that, Mars is still pretty low on the CS charts. We'll recover a little bit, but can't help but feel like all those denies on Vitali and all of that free lane experience he's getting will eventually be quite nice. Some stacks being done by El Misho. Ancient camps for the TA.
He went for the 2 points in reactive armor on the Timber, which is
rare.
Kinda weird. Yeah.
Shield against Io Marcia, right? It's probably the best one. Because they don't do a lot of damage per hit, and they attack fast.
Okay, Robo Z now gonna be in trouble versus Lumpy. Nice protection from the Shield Rune, from the Wisp as well. Will be able to return to the base, get his mana refilled, and that's a big kill, especially because there was a big difference. Does open up a kill on Moose as well as Destroyer finishes him off. He's probably gonna pay with his life there. The raindrops are only gonna help you so much, and Pike uses all of his HP there to 0. Goes for the Healing Lotus, and well, that's more than half of his HP back.
It's now working towards some phase boots here. I don't think he's gonna go Battle Fury. I wonder what, like, is it Diffusal Blade? What's actually go Maelstrom when you have an IO? I have no idea what the plan is.
Radiant are scanning.
Versus the Morphling, maybe an Orchid? Bloodthorn? Imagine like a super early Bloodthorn and then Marcy and Io just killing everybody. It would be cool.
I like it. Definitely not opposed to it whatsoever. Razor just going for the straight up treads. Yasha, I'm assuming. And yeah, I mean, the game definitely stabilized. It felt like in the beginning, the lanes were just being stomped by Beastcoast, but I think Akatsuki definitely held their own, and now they stabilized this game.
Still, the Morphling for me has too much. I feel like the hero has to die. Maybe once, even twice in the early mid game if you want to have a chance versus it. It's just gonna destroy every single one of your heroes in the later portions of the game.
Yeah, but who kills him, right? Like, you have the burst damage, but don't have the control necessarily. That's the scary part. Is Robo Z is dead? Oh no, is he?
Yep. We'll get taken down. Moose gets the kill. Destroyer standing his ground. There is going to be some traps, and here comes a TA as well to reduce his armor and allow Pike to get the kill. There's going to be a 2k gold lead for Beastcoast, as well, everybody else is going to be fine. Zeus has his ulti, so maybe he's going to be killing the Batrider once the time comes. Wits in some trouble, had so many one charges, so we'll be able to survive. Does the Zeus ulti?
Yeah.
Okay, no.
Yeah, I gotta make sure you know, like, when you waste that ult, you feel so bad. Maybe they bought a raindrops, maybe, you know, it's stuff. Oh, rotation from Moose.
And that's gonna be a kill. Wits is in so much trouble, jumps away, hit. Not gonna be enough. Destroyer. He was thinking about going close for a snowball save, not gonna be needed. And look at that region under the tower when the Wisp and the Marcy are together. It's actually insane.
3 points in sidekick. You pretty much never see this build, but when you have that IO and that amplification of the attack speed, just makes it very worth it.
Dude, once there is an unleash, they're just gonna smash the face of this Timber, so I actually can't wait to see it.
This is definitely like a Skady game for the Morphling, and maybe a Shiva's game for the Timber, right? Because you cannot allow this heal amplification thing to scale into the late game.
What is this game for Lissex? He's having such a bad game on the Razor. Actually has more net worth than the Timber saw, which is weird to see, as the Timber was having a pretty good start.
Yeah, I think his CS definitely isn't as high as he was in the beginning, and the Razor was a part of like 2 kills, right? He got 1, had an assistance, so that's probably why the Timber is 0-0-0.
Yep. But look at this TA, man. The hero is so freaking farmed. Lumpy has been stacking for himself. He's been farming those stacks. He is surrounded by zone traps. He's definitely going to be fine, and is going for the Blink Deso Shard. I feel like he's going to have that like 17 minutes.
Is that again? Is that again? There's a move there.
Yep, he's very dead. They're both draining each other's damage, and the Morphling is the one that cares less about it, as Lissex dies one more time.
Yeah, Wits, he did buy a Gloves of Haste, so I'm assuming it's going to be a Maelstrom game for him. We'll see if that's the plan.
Armlet. Marcy wants an armlet.
Oh. Could be, okay.
You're not a strength hero any longer, though, so...
Yeah. I guess the armor's okay. I'm not sure I like this, honestly.
Nope.
It's still a lot of damage and attack speed, but... I feel like you're gonna farm too slowly.
But it's the best thing to have with an IO. It just sucks on the hero nowadays.
Yeah. We'll see. as they try to run away here. Ooh, so close from casting the Frostbite on Moose.
Actually went for the relocate. Where did they go?
Top lane.
They went top lane. We'll be killing Moose, who just he's like, oh, you wanted to relocate away from me? Well, now I'm gonna come over and die. Whilst the other side is just gonna be waiting for Yor to bring him down. There's not gonna be a Marcy coming in as well. Yor recognizing the situation would have been pretty bad for his carry, so he leaves him there.
I don't know, man. I'm watching RoboZ play, and like he's mimicking what the TA does, but his hero just cannot farm at the same speed. I can't help but feel like this, like he could be playing a bit more aggressive. Like he's yet to ult from the first time he did level 6. I don't know. I feel like he's playing a bit too passive.
I think he ulted once.
Yeah, like he ulted when he was level 6, and that was it.
That's it, yeah. That's very, you're right. And I have to say though, Beastcoast are doing a good job at not giving the opportunity to Akatsuki, but Akatsuki...
They are literally doing what Akatsuki wanted to do game 1, but failed, right? Because they had like the greedier lineup, but now they are farming here, and Akatsuki is not doing the same thing. They're not pressuring Beastcoast or bringing the fight to them.
Exactly. You need to make the moves all the time to be able to force your opponents into a mistake. If you're making a move every 3 minutes, it's gonna be very easy to read.
They're gonna try and go for that move you talked about, but now this Morphling has Dragonlance, has Occult Bracelet, has Freya Drops. Oh, they actually not. They're going for the TA instead. Maybe that's
these two don't get the kill.
Yeah, have relocate though, so that's probably what they're
okay, punch the girl.
There you go.
Punch the girl. That's what you do. If you can't kill anybody else, kill the weakest, smallest one on the other side.
Still doesn't. I guess if they get this tower, maybe it's worth it. Still feels like it's too little. Yeah, they're not gonna get a tower.
Destroyer is happy to be alive, not gonna lie. With the TA getting the blink, one more hit. Is it gonna be enough? Yes, it will. With the trap damage, it was placed there around the trees and the tusk. He got caught in it.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Akatsuki here. They are gonna be chased in the jungle. No relocate this time.
Radiant's middle tower.
They're literally not playing Dota on Akatsuki. They are not allowed to play Dota. We talked about their laning stage and how important it was for them to win it. They didn't only lose the laning stage. 14 minutes in, they're 6k goal behind. This is, I'd say, a disaster. Maybe a little bit away from it just now, but it is gonna be turning into one fairly soon.
Yeah, it's definitely disaster level. Like, it's not only about the good advantage, it's the heroes that are farmed. It is a TA and a Morphling. Like, that's such a greedy lineup, and you didn't punish anything. And in fact, you're the team that's supposed to be playing fast, and well, Wits, he's fastly going to grave.
Rebound to the side. Still gonna be burning down as Elmisho, he has his blink. After that, giving away that first blood, that was about the only mistake that Elmisho made in this game. Everything else was top notch. At least Yor steals the wisdom rune, so that's nice to do.
Okay, he didn't relocate for that. He just walked there. He's going for a mech, which I think is completed. Yeah.
Yep, and then the Holy Locket waveform away for the Morphling. He's gonna be fine. Shard's not connecting, and Morphling lives.
Oh. Okay, so he just GG'd by mistake.
No, he GG'd to poke at them, and then Moose is like, sorry. It's one of those situations when you know that your teammate is screwing it up, and you...
You're the one that said it was by mistake, alright? I have never said that, as Yor's being chased down. No tether target. Is he dead?
I mean, at least he got the wisdom rune. They tried to stop him with the if he went for a tether. Elmisho is kind of always ready with that flame break, but really there was nothing to tether to.
That's another kill. I mean, this is like RoboZ is literally AFK for 16 minutes. I just like, they tried that one small thing right to kill the scam. This is just, I don't know how they expect to win like this with this draft.
Yeah, they I don't know if at this point they're expecting, you know, this is one of those situations where you're probably saying to them, yo guys, just farm, and that just means I don't know what to do and we are screwed.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's definitely that. Like, how like you start to get behind and you know your move has like a 1% chance of working, so you don't go for it, and then 5 minutes later it has 0% chance of working. Well, that's an OT. Okay.
Well, they're coming with the relocate. Actually, on the top lane, they might get some of those kills. Morphling getting himself away.
The shard blocks
the
him.
shards again. He has the pike on the Morphling.
Oh, the pause. Oh, okay, that hurts.
You are dead.
That hurts hard.
Hotkey wrong. Okay, so who
he said it's like no freaking way you missed the hotkey twice.
Oh boy, oh, it's one of those situations where you come to the PC of your carry if you know that he has played a pub against one of these guys, he doesn't like them, and then you just change his chat wheel. That's what you have to do. Lysix will die, Destroyer will follow immediately afterwards. This is just turning into a complete stomp.
That's the thing with South America. You don't really need to change your carry hotkey. He will, by himself,
change it back.
Pause. Yeah, he will pause and just do it him. But yeah, this game, I mean, they had a good awareness of when Roshan was gonna die. It's just that they have no lockdown. Like, these relocates are really hard to land because they're really mobile, right? TA Blink, Timbersaw, Bat Rider. CM is the only hero they can reliably kill in this game.
And they're not killing anybody. That's the thing. They're not even killing the CM. They're not doing anything for the past 5 minutes. You talked about the Zeus being AFK, but without his help, everybody else has no other choice, actually.
Yeah, and you have this Razor that... I'm sorry.
Okay, Bowie's hopefully still alive. Lumpy will be blinking away, and look at that, lets it go. Nice cancel by the Zeus, finally making something work their way. Now that nothing is working their way. They even buy back on the IO, who's probably going to be dying again. Better's away, pushes them back with the flame break. It's going to be a full 5-man mic. Make it 6 as Spike gets a double. That's going to be a double for them. One for Lumpy, one for Pike, and just looks way too easy here in game 2. Yep.
Damn, they GG out.
Wasn't expecting this early of a game. Like, 18-minute game in South America is not something we see too often. And I thought it was gonna be a Katsuki that are gonna be playing fast. They, well, they did lose fast.
They definitely did. Yeah, I mean, the draft this time was definitely better for Beastcoast in my opinion. But even still, the way they just shut down the lanes, and that happened the same thing with X5. There was a game where, like, all of the cores had the highest CS mid and 8, and it was like almost double. I don't know what happened with this team in between, like, the qualifiers for all these events we had and now the second RES, but they are looking incredibly good. I still want to see how they're gonna fare against the Booms and you know, the other really good teams, but so far they are looking like super crisp. No clown. I mean, they are clowning, but they're still like winning in 18 minutes, right? Whereas some of the clowning is we've seen that, say, you know, suddenly you die tier 4s and the game lasts like 60 minutes plus. All of the games from Beastcoast have been really swift and quick.
I mean, there's no place for clowning, right? They weren't part of the first Latin America tournament here in the Regional Dota 2 series, so they're already missing out on some RES points. If you do not win, you're not gonna be in those 2 teams that actually go to the LAN in Belgrade. So you need to be very careful on how you approach this. But 4 wins in day 1 doesn't get much better than that, Bowie.
Oh, for sure. And one of the teams that they beat definitely was one of the favorites for top 4. They still have, I mean, honestly, both Akatsuki and X5 favorites for top 4. Only Infinity, I think, is the team that is in those top 4 favorites for me. So I think Beastcoast, not only they got 4 wins, they got 4 wins against probably the most important teams they had to beat. So as long as they can keep, I think they could play half as bad as they did today and still look pretty good. So kudos to them. I think they're looking really good. I'm happy for them.
They definitely are. There are no, other than 3 people from X5s, but no full Brazilian team in Group A. Are you waiting for Group B to be the bias caster?
Oh yeah, I mean Midas Club now with RDO, so very interesting approach because Hiko used to be an offlane player, he's now playing 5. But yeah, I'm curious to see how they're gonna fare because they did get second place last time. They lost to Old Invaders, which is the new Starbacks, right? So very curious to see how they're gonna fare because the Starbacks, they are such a stacked team, man. Oscar, Mago, and Parker. I don't know. I want the Brazilians to go far, but looking how this Beastcoast is playing and seeing a Starbacks there, it's not going to be easy for Midas whatsoever.
Okay, so we had 3 series today. Every single one went 2-0. Beastcoast beat X5 and Akatsuki, and Infinity, they beat South Team. Tomorrow we're going to have X5 playing the first and the second series with, against Kali and Infinity, and then we will end the day with Akatsuki versus South Team. So that's gonna be the matches for today, just like for tomorrow. As just like today, we will be starting at 19 CEST. What's that for Brazilian time?
2 p.m.
Okay, so 2 p.m. Brazilian time, 19 CEST. Tomorrow, the Regional Dota 2 series continues as we will be coming back to our lovely faces. But now, we will be ending the show. So everybody, have a good night and bye-bye.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.